are you laughing?
Of all the chess players.
Yes, Hans. Hans is the best. Hans is my love. I'm in love with Hans.
Yeah, boy, Chris is being very,
that's very thorough.
Very thorough.
Good evening, Europe, and good morning, Los Angeles. It's 9:30 a.m. It is no hour to be playing chess, and the sunlight conditions basically confirm as much. A lot darker venue than we're used to this early in the morning. But we are ready for, frankly, one of the more important games of the tournament. Linda and Andrea both have been struggling so far, and either one of them is going to be happy after this game, or in case of a draw, they will both continue being miserable. I'm Jon Ludwig Hammer, and I'm here with Anna-Maja Kasarian. Anna-Maja, what are your expectations for this game?
Yes, Hammer, welcome everyone. I'm so excited for today's round, Hammer, because today we will most likely have some decisions among the top players, because the top two players, Jennifer Yu and Dina Belenkaya, are facing each other today. And right now we're seeing that Andrea is facing Linda and the game has started. And what my expectations are exactly, I'm expecting a lot of fights, but it's hard to say who will be the favorite in all of these matches today.
Yeah, really interesting, like you said, that today we have the number one placed player playing against the number two, the number three placed player against number four, 5 versus 6, and 7 versus 8. This round today could definitely decide a lot of the final placements, seeing as how after today there's only 2 more rounds. In the meantime, we are getting quick moves on the board, and I guess that's not too strange, as Linda is not going to be surprised by the fact that Andrea plays the Jabava London, or tries to play into it. I'm really interested by Linda playing e6 on the second move, because this does invite white to go into the French. But as a French player yourself, I guess you would be fine allowing that. And apparently Linda is too.
Yeah, it is surprising, because from what I can recall, Linda usually played the Sicilian. In this tournament, she has played the Caracan. So the fact that she was basically okay with playing the French is surprising. I'm not sure if she would actually be ready for it. And I think that she simply expected Andrea not to play e4, as she is not an e4 player herself.
Yeah, and instead bishop to f4. I was really looking forward to this right now, because last time we had this position on the board was Anna Kramling with the black pieces against Andrea. And Andrea ended up in quite a bit of trouble there out of the opening, even though she had the white pieces. And Anna Kramling, she played bishop to b4, immediately putting that pressure in towards the white knight and the white king. And in fact, this is what Alexandra had prepared for Andrea when they faced off against each other in their European adventures earlier this year. Unfortunately, for some reason, Andrea actually played bishop to f4, and she never did go for knight c3. She didn't want to be her normal, predictable self. But that being said, we are now in a territory where Andrea's opponents are very certain what she's going to play for the game. And Andrea has to face targeted preparation that's trying to knock her out of her comfort zone.
Yeah, especially because Linda hasn't really played much recently. Her last classical tournament was, I believe, 7 years ago. So it's been quite some time. So it's really difficult to prepare against Linda, especially seeing that throughout this tournament already, she's been changing her openings quite a bit. So it's really hard to prepare against Linda. It's really unpredictable. And I remember from the after the game against Alexandra, you were talking to her about how she's preparing a lot. And I am a little bit concerned that she also spent a lot of time preparing on this game as she has to look at a lot of different lines.
And Linda brings the queen out early. Quite a surprising move from her, trying to point that queen in towards the white knight and the white king. A familiar sight for Andrea. It's quite similar to the game she had against Anna Kamling earlier, because well, it's this time it's the queen, not the bishop, but the idea is a lot of the same, pointing down towards White's king very early on.
She spent some time on this move. She did not play this move Queen A5 instantly. Do you think she's already out of her preparation and that she's on her own now, or do you think she was trying to recall some lines?
I think she was trying to recall something because
Okay.
Queen A5, I feel like that's not the kind of move you're just going to play on instinct. Bringing the queen out early is a controversial choice, because sometimes the queen gets knocked around and it harms your development that you spend so many times moving the queen, especially if it gets attacked in the future. And of course, the queen is more prone to getting attacked when it enters the game early. So I think this is preparation. It was one of the computer's top choices, and it put some instant uncomfortableness for Andrea towards her king.
Right, that makes a lot of sense. Now, seeing that her knight on c3 is pinned, and one of the main ideas in the job of Alon is when you want to play knight b5. So what are the next options for Andrea here?
Well, I think she needs to go queen d2, right? Queen to d2 would try to counteract the immediate pressure Black has created down towards the white king. And I think it's very important here. There's a tricky move that I think is going to be absolutely key for Andrea. Because here, if pawn takes in the center, should Andrea just casually recapture that pawn? I'm very concerned about the bishop coming in, pointing down towards the knight, queen, and king. And if we get the knight out to try and help, the knight to d5. This is the theme we saw Anna Kamling use in her game against Andrea. And the idea is still very much a good one. The knight putting immediate pressure, in particular against White's bishop. But even if the bishop saves itself, Andrea cannot avoid getting a situation where she ends up having two pawns on the same file. But also note that this is what we call a half open file, meaning that Black has no pawns on that there. And that is quite beneficial for Black because it enables them to put a rook pointing down towards these weaknesses very easily. So, so for that reason, here's my thinking. Okay, I think I got this all wrong. I was thinking maybe Andrea could go knight b5 and try and threaten the knight coming further in with a fork, a double attack on the king and rook, as well as threatening to recapture in the center. But for some reason, I just didn't realize that after the trade, this pawn can continue forward and give a check on the king.
Yeah.
So my idea is
that
just no
doesn't
good.
work.
And as a result, I don't really like Andrea's position already.
Already on move 5.
Well, to be fair, I didn't like it on move 2. And chat will know that I have worked very hard trying to get Andrea to play a different opening. And every time the Jabava London shows up on the board, I make a point out of critiquing it. And maybe we're finally starting to see some of the problems of developing this knight early. Right now, we would very much prefer to have the pawn there so that we could
Yeah.
have like these pawns defend each other up the board.
What is her reasoning then? Because I'm sure she has something against your word, and that is why she keeps playing this opening.
Um, I mean, Chad has been saying that Andrea's coach has been trying to lure Alexandra into playing the Jabava as well.
Oh, I
So
see.
I think it's just that she has a bad influence.
Oh, okay, I see. So it's like a coach difference, but you're biased here, I guess.
Yeah, no, coaches fighting, that's always going to be a tricky thing. Have you ever had a situation where you had two coaches and they disagreed on something?
Not really. I usually never really had two coaches at the same time, so I never really had this issue. I
See,
guess
that's the smart thing.
I guess maybe like over time, being taught an opening and then some other coach a few years later is like, no, like this, you shouldn't be playing this from like that. I have no active memory of a specific moment, but I'm sure it's common, yeah.
Okay, Andrea chooses to capture on c5. I really don't like this move. We're inviting Black to bring their bishop into the game quite quickly. But also now I kind of like this move knight to d5. Frankly, this pawn on c5, it's not going anywhere. Like you Black can capture it now, but you can also capture it on the next move. And here I'm thinking knight to d5 um, attacks the bishop, attacks the knight, and still keeps the attack on the pawn strong so that you can take that one later on. This seems quite nice for Black in my mind.
Yeah, I agree with you. I am no expert in this from either side because I just never played d4. I tried to jump off of London once because I was facing a 2600 and I thought if I'm going down, let's try something else. And of course I went down
You're facing a
quite badly.
2600 and you think the best idea is to play a bad opening?
Well, a bad opening is a bit harsh, but to be fair, I did get a good position out of it, Hammer. So the surprise element was there.
Yeah, no, that's fair. The Jabava definitely has some tricky stuff, but
Hmm.
I think you're onto something when you say the surprise element, right? Because right now
Yeah.
there's no surprise element for Andrea. She's playing it every single game, and people are really targeting her in this to try and find some new ideas that she may not be familiar with.
I guess it's one of those things where you see those top players play this opening a lot, and they can afford to play this because they play very different chess than us mortals. So I guess it's not easy to play this if you're not that experienced, right?
Yeah, no, it's very tricky.
Yeah, and for those that are joining the chat now and are surprised to see a game, today we're starting a bit early as this game between Andrea and Linda is starting earlier. But we have in 1.5 hours, well, now it's in a bit over an hour from now, the other games will start as well. The game of Nemo against what was it again? Nemo against Jules is starting a bit later. That one is the evening game for today. The others are starting in a bit over an hour from now. So that's why we have a bit of a different schedule today.
And to reiterate that, a very exciting day with number 1 playing against number 2, number 3 against 4, 5 against 6, and 7 against 8. The round today could decide so much for the standings.
Unless we have draws all of a sudden, then it's gonna be very tense still in the final 2 rounds. But honestly, I'm not really expecting draws today. The players have been showing such fighting chess, and I feel like anything can happen.
Linda, in the meantime, has played this knight to d5 move that I was concerned about. And this puts Andrea under immediate pressure. The queen pointing down towards the white king means that the white knight may not capture its black counterpart. And this knight now putting pressure against the bishop, against the knight on c3. The computer's top choice here is to go bishop to d6, trying to trade these bishops and actually defend the white pawn from in front of it. But then after knight takes knight, you got to make sure that you don't recapture, because then the queen comes in, check on the king. You want to put your queen in between, but then the queen has left the protection of the rook in the corner, and black wins, capturing that rook. So it's already tricky for white. You're going to need calculations, accurate calculations, to figure out how to kind of untangle yourself from these early issues. And I'm guessing Andrea is going to play. Actually, I don't even know what she's going to play.
I mean, bishop e5 feels like natural, but at the same time also just terrible because it can be targeted so easily by, let's say, knight c6 or even f6.
So she can't really save her own bishop to try and help defend the knight. And when we've taken that off the table, I mean, you could go knight to e2. I guess that makes quite some sense to defend. But the problem then is that you're not very happy about losing your bishop. Your London bishop, that's supposed to be your pride and joy. And in fact, this has been Andrea's move.
Yeah.
And now after Linda captures the bishop, Andrea's going to have to recapture. And then we get some kind of position like this, where black has 2 central pawns against white's 1. And in addition, black has the 2 bishops, which can be an advantage in a long game. So already, I would say black's position is for preference.
I mean, this is exactly what you want with black, especially getting rid of that bishop on f4. It's one of the main pieces of the opening. And on top of that, the white lost its center. So the whole idea of the Jobava London has basically collapsed already. And black is just out of the opening already in a pretty good position.
Yeah, I was going to make a snarky comment there. What is the point of the Jobava London? But I don't. I try to tell my students, I try and tell them, like, you don't want to put in these queen pawn openings, you don't want to put your knight in front of your c pawn, because then your c pawn is unable to participate in the control of the center. And that has been that is already becoming quite a problem for Andrea in this position, because she felt like she couldn't keep her center, right? She had good control in the center, but once she makes this trade, suddenly we have this 2 versus 1 pawn in the center. And when that's not necessarily a bad thing, because white gets to open up the d file through the center. So having 2 versus 1, like that's not necessarily such a bad thing. However, when that does happen, you would very much prefer having the pawn in front of the knight than behind it, because then the pawn would have some real good influence, for instance, towards the d5 square, and it would make it a lot more difficult for black to advance these two central pawns.
Right. So how would you feel about the London then? Do you think do you still feel the same about the London as the Jababa London, or do you think because of the C pawn there's a clear difference there?
No, I think there's a big difference between the Jabava and the normal London. And I think the normal London is definitely a lot better, because then you're reinforcing in towards the center, and you're making it like in the London, you would never capture this pawn, right?
Right. Right.
That
Yeah.
would be crazy. You want this
That much I do
pawn
know.
in the center of the board. And that's kind of a key part of your strategy. You're controlling the e5 square. Very often you just try and move your knight up there, and then you go crazy with the pawns on the king side. But you don't really have that option here. Like, there's a reason why Andrea felt like she needed to capture on c5, because she was starting to be concerned about what if black captures and then moves their bishop up, and my knight is being targeted. So the Jabava London, I think, it's an opening that is very reliant on putting immediate pressure on the opponent and exploiting the fact that you've prioritized the development of your pieces over some strategic benefits. However, and I've said this to Andrea in the past, the problem with the Jabava is that it puts so much emphasis on you being very accurate from the get-go.
Right.
The Jabava doesn't allow you to try and think about what is a sensible move here. The Jabava requires you to have a lot of opening knowledge, because if you make a little mistake that loses you that development initiative, it will mean that then you're prone to just being worse. Whereas a normal opening, one of the benefits of those, if you follow the opening principles of using the pawns to control in the center, the advantage of that is that while it may have a lot more options for the opponent, so it's still a lot of knowledge you kind of feel like you need, but it's much easier to navigate, say, a Queen's Gambit than a Jabava if you don't have like 100% opening knowledge, because in the Queen's Gambit, you can rely on some general opening principles to guide you to figure out the way forward. Whereas in the Jabava, there's so many lines that requires weird solutions,
Right.
because it's like it requires weird solutions because the opening in itself is not intuitive.
Yeah, especially when you're playing with white pieces, you don't want to put yourself in such a position. And when you play d4, I guess you also expect to have a more solid game. So to be facing this is pretty rough. And Linda has been spending quite some time, but she did decide to take the bishop. I was going to ask what other move could she be considering, but she did take the bishop on f4 after all.
I think that's a good decision from her. She values the bishop pair. I'm 2 thumbs up for that. It took me some time before I started to realize how good bishops were. I was like 2,500 before I realized that bishops are the greatest thing ever. Before that, I was a big, like I would play a lot of openings where you move your bishop up and try and trade for a black knight on the c6 square. But suddenly something clicked in my mind. And I realized that no, I shouldn't be trading off my bishops. And thus I started respecting the bishops from there on.
So you're not a fan of the Rosalimo, for example?
The Rosalimo is a fantastic opening.
Oh,
But
but
I
you don't
am
take.
no, I do. No, the
Okay.
Rosalimo is an exception. Rosalimo
Okay.
is great for white. But I
Okay,
stopped
noted.
playing like the exchange Spanish.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And yeah. Actually, I still give away my bishop for a knight. The thing about trading bishop for knight and giving your opponent a doubled pawn is that it creates a very interesting um, imbalance in the game because the bishop and the knight are the two pieces that we think are approximately equal in value, yet what they do is so incredibly different. If you're a stronger player, then it makes a lot of sense trying to go for positions where you trade bishop for knight and you preferably give your opponent a doubled pawn at the same time, because those strategic imbalances are more likely to showcase you as the stronger player, because it requires a greater understanding of the game.
Right. Yeah, so Andrea took the knight back on f4. Linda took with the bishop on c5, as expected. So now black with a great center, and white. I mean, I guess the knights are out, and the knights can get annoying, but without that pawn on d4 and the lack of center control, it makes things much more difficult because the knights are having a hard time maneuvering around now.
And Andrea still needs to watch out for the queen and bishop working together, pointing down on the king, which is why I'm happy Andrea played this move a3. That was the move I was suggesting for white when we analyzed this position. And it's just a very important move to prevent the bishop from increasing that pressure on the diagonal. As an added bonus, if Linda castles here, then Andrea can actually just win the game outright with a little fork.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Linda needs to defend this against this threat now. I guess you'd either have to move the queen or bishop. You have no other choice. So what would be the better choice here? Do you retreat with the queen now?
Well, I think the question is, if you want to move the queen, where do you go?
Right.
Do you go all the way back? Do you go slightly back? Or do you try and stay as aggressively placed as possible? The easiest one of those to eliminate is actually queen to b6,
Mm-hmm.
because then Andrea can go knight to a4 and attack both the queen and the bishop at the same time. And Olinda just, she went through so many hoops to be able to get a dark squared bishop, while Andrea does not have one.
Mm-hmm.
And she doesn't want to give that back so easily. So then I guess the second option is queen to c7. But there's some problems with that too. My first instinct is just once again to move the knight forward. Number one, I really hate this Jabava knight. I am so happy that I can move the knight away and then push pawn to c4 afterwards, because then this pawn is now going to be a good contributor to the game. But as an added bonus, there's some variations here, I think, where we can try and chase the bishop back and then go for a queen trade. And we have some ideas of trying to get our knight into the c7 square potentially. So, and frankly, if the queen goes all the way back, that's the almost the easiest now that I thought about it. Because then knight to e4, once again, moving that Jabava knight away so that the pawn could participate. But here, the added bonus of attacking the bishop. And if the bishop moves, the knight comes in with a check. And here, Andrea would be very, very happy about the outcome of the opening. So I think just all the queen moves, what they have in common is that the queen would then no longer be pointing down on the white king, enabling white's knight to find a better placement.
So yeah, the queen has to stay on a5, so I guess we would have to move the bishop then. But yeah, you'd have to retreat, and I guess retreating moves are not really the type of moves you want to make, especially so early on in the game. But yeah, since a3 has been played, black has no other choice. You can't really play moves such as knight c6 because the tactic when after b4, capturing that pawn on b4 would not really make a lot of sense.
So yeah, I think we've basically concluded that Linda needs to retreat her bishop.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, I think retreating the bishop is a very prudent and good thing to do here. Because we talked about this one of the earlier days that bishops, they're supposed to be good when there's not too many pawns on the board.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, even with lots of pawns on the board, the bishops can be amazing. But they can be amazing because we're predicting there to be some pawn trades later on so that they get to show their strength. So we've started to say the bishops are good in long games. And here, a long game could definitely happen. There's no pawns pushing against each other, which means we're not going to get like lots of trades in a clarified situation anytime soon, which again speaks to the bishops potentially being a force for the future.
Yeah, especially because if you put the bishop on e7, you make sure you're not getting targeted by the knights anymore. They can't access that bishop, and it is hard to see how the knights can really improve white's position. A lot of the potential entry squares are covered. Let's say the square d6 is covered. You'd have to put a lot of effort to try and reach that square d6. And other than that, you don't really have a lot. I mean, of course, as you mentioned, you want to play knight b5 in a Jababa London, but that is not really going to happen anytime soon. And even if you get to play it, you just face a6 and you have to retreat. So not an easy position to play with white. I'm curious to see how Andrea will handle the position, but for now, Linda has played the move bishop e7 indeed, and she seems to know what she's doing here.
I think Linda has executed this really, really well so far.
Mm-hmm.
And I was, so Alexandra played with the white pieces against Linda. So I've been looking at some of her black games. And I gotta say, she struck me as a incredibly aggressive, let's create some chaos ASAP kind of player. But that is not the player that she is showcasing right now at the board. Right now, she's playing mature positional chess, preventing her opponent's plan, grabbing the bishop pair, and being happy with the retreat, as long as she then preserves her long-term strategic advantages.
Yeah, exactly. So it's good to see that she has this position under control. The players did spend quite some time already, but the next couple moves should be much easier, as the players will need to develop their pieces, get to castle their kings, and black still needs to control the center a bit more. I'm expecting d5 to be played soon by black because you want to get that pawn moving. But then the question is, what do you do with that bishop on c8?
Yeah. You make a very good point. This bishop is going to be a problem. Yeah, a plan needs to be formulated on how to get that bishop into the game. I will say what I'm not gonna do. I'm not gonna play the move b6 with my queen on a5 because I'm kind of scared of that queen not being able to go back into defense. And yeah, I saw already the computer hated this b6 move. I'm not even sure why, but it goes to show that it's not for me. I'm starting to wonder, can you
Maybe
go
queen
something
f3?
like queen f3? What does that do?
Simply restrict black, but I guess there's just knight c6, right? I was hoping that d5 is forced so the queen gets a bit in trouble, but
Yeah, no, I definitely don't want to play d5. So I already kind of trapped my queen not being able to go back. I definitely don't want to put a pawn in the middle so that the queen cannot go along the fifth rank. I'm starting to wonder if there's something like knight d5 here, and then, like
that's
captures
crazy.
and then pawn b4, because you want to make sure that the queen has nowhere to go, right? So you're very tempted to try and prevent the queen from getting to the e5 square. Maybe you can just go bishop b5, and then pawn to b4, and the queen is trapped.
Wow, that's tragic.
Yeah, so that's what I'm not going to be doing. So this bishop is a problem. Very often, the solution to a problematic bishop is doing one of those fianchetto moves. The bishops are kind of a strange piece. They are one of few that actually thrive on the side of the board, because from the side of the board, they get to point in towards the middle. Whereas this guy who's placed in the middle is pointing out towards the sides, which is not really that effective. But this is not one of those circumstances because I'm afraid my queen is going to be in trouble. So I think this bishop, I think it's going to be, I think it's just going to be a problem for a while. And sometimes you got to appreciate your good pieces. And sometimes the good pieces come as a result of your bad ones. So this bishop is allowed to be bad because this bishop is so good. And I just mocked it for only pointing out towards the sides of the board. But this bishop is amazing. It's so good. And the reason for that is in white's position. White does not have any bishop that goes on the dark squares anymore. Linda managed to capture that one early on. And as a result, anytime this bishop finds a good diagonal, normally, like, you know how normal it is for both players to move their bishop out to the side, and then the bishop will just trade against each other. And it's not accidental that that often happens. Because if your opponent finds a good diagonal for their bishop, one of your main priorities is going to try and regain control of that diagonal yourself. The same concept applies to rooks. If a rook finds an open file, the priority for the opponent is almost always to move one of their rooks so that they're pointing against each other and neutralize each other. But this bishop on e7 cannot be neutralized because there is no dark squared bishop in white's camp. So I'm thinking sometime in the future, this bishop is going to come pointing down through the center of the board, and it's going to be an amazing piece for black.
And if you imagine you get rid of that bishop on e7, you just remove it from the board, all of a sudden, all those dark squares around the king will get extremely weak. c7, d6, e7, and especially the square d6 will get very interesting for white. So that bishop is doing an amazing job at just being a good defender for now. And as you said, in the long run, this bishop will get very interesting, and so will the other one. But it will really depend on how the position develops. But for now, it's too early to call anything. But Linda's position is very promising.
Yeah, and I put bishop d3 on the board, but it is Andrea thinking right now. I just assumed she would want get her bishop into the game.
Yeah, other moves are, yeah, it's just really difficult to see what's a better way to develop, but you'd have to get that bishop out. Is there a chance she might be considering bishop c4 just for the sake of it?
No.
No, you don't think so?
No, bishop c4 would just allow black to improve the positioning of their pawns while also attacking the bishop. In general, what bishops hate is pointing against a pawn defended by another
Mhm.
pawn. And so you're not going to want to voluntarily put your bishop in the position where kind of black's pawns just neutralizes it on the diagonal.
Yeah, she needs to castle as soon as possible. I was thinking maybe there are moves possible such as queen g4, but then you run into issues when it comes to this pin over here. And you want to castle as soon as possible to avoid any issues along the diagonal. So yeah, moves such as queen g4 seems nice to attack the pawn g7 and try to be aggressive, but I would be concerned about this pin over here. So developing this bishop would make much more sense. But I wonder what she's thinking about.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Chad is pointing out that Andrea is talking to herself.
Really?
I didn't catch it, but not just one person saying it. There has to be something true to it.
Andrea needs to castle. So bishop to d3 makes sense in terms of trying to castle kingside. But if you're kind of crazy, you could try and go queen to d2 and castle in the opposite direction.
That would be really crazy. I'll be so happy with black.
Why?
Because I want to sacrifice on a3.
Yeah, but then I'm going to be happy because I have a bishop more than you, or rather a knight.
Just so
I
tempting.
Well, I think if both players castle, you shouldn't be too scared about ghosts. Like bishop takes a3. We just talked about how amazing that bishop was. And so trading it for 2 pawns, even if it is the 2 pawns protecting the white king, I think that would be very, very ill-advised. That being said, one of the problems with doing this castles to opposite sides is that white doesn't really have a plan. When you castle to opposite sides, one of the main ideas is to launch your pawns forward and try and go after the opponent's king. But here, Andrea is struggling with the fact that even if she were able to push her pawn further forward on the side of the board, Linda could just use her pawn to block. And notice how she's blocking while the white pawn is on a light square, so that Linda is doing this so that she controls the dark squares. And in order to break down this blockade, Andrea is going to need her dark squared bishop to regain control of some of these kingside squares. But she doesn't have that one. And as a result, anytime she tries to like push further through with another pawn joining the attack, that pawn is going to be captured. It's going to be defended. Like, yeah, it's just not good news. And so castling queenside feels like a way to say that, okay, strategically, my position is not amazing, but therefore I will make this a tactical skirmish with like attacks for both players so that the more strategic features don't really matter as much. But here the problem is that after pushing the pawns up, Andrea's attack kind of just runs out of steam.
Yeah, so castling long would be not advised, as it doesn't really help much with the position. And you really have to play it safe here, I feel like, because if anyone has the advantage here, it's Black, and Black can easily capitalize on the fact that they have control of the center soon. The pair of bishops will come out soon. For now, Black is not really developed as much, so the danger is not as visible. But as soon as this knight comes out and we will be able to decide where we put this bishop on c8, then it becomes much more clear what Black is going to do. But for now, it's still early in the game. White still needs to develop, and I really think that Andrea has to go for bishop d3 to then go short castles.
Andrea's time management in the previous game against Alexandra was amazing. She actually managed to stay ahead on the clock. It would be great to see her continue that trend, but unfortunately, she is down 10 minutes at this stage. That being said, Linda also yesterday, or the day before yesterday, the previous round, she clearly had some issues with the clock herself. So maybe that's something that can be it's not going to be such an issue when you're facing an opponent who also has a tendency of spending a lot of time.
Yeah, and Andrea played the move b4, actually. She did not decide to develop her bishop, and even though b4 is really tempting to attack the queen and push it back, it's not really what you want to do when you haven't developed all your pieces yet.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna go with the opposing view on this one. I think b4 is a good move because it addresses the problem in the position, which is this freaking Jabava knight. Because now, after b4, the queen is no longer going to be pointing down on the king, and that's going to enable white to move this knight and then get the pawn forward. And imagine a position like this one, where the knight comes forward and then the pawn comes up. This would be fine for Andrea.
Mm-hmm.
She still would have some issues with that Black has the bishop pair, but her control of important squares into the opponent's half is gonna compensate for having lost her London bishop early on. So I'm just any move that increases the possibility of Andrea being able to play pawn to c4. I am all for it. And as such, I think this b4 move was a good one.
Right. Are we not afraid of a move such as queen to e5, attacking that knight on c3? And yeah, if you carelessly defend with queen d2, then I just want to play bishop f6 and target that knight even more.
Well, I think if this queen to e5 move, I kind of want to go queen d4.
Oh, really? You want to trade queens here?
Well, I always want to trade queens. And that is not necessarily Andrea's default. But I think in this position, the Black queen is so powerful in the center of the board. It makes sense trying to get rid of it. And if a trade happens, then we get our central pawn higher up on the board. And if black then goes pawn to d5, then once again, I want to point out now I can go knight b5, trying to get this fork, the attack against both the king and the rook. And while black is busy trying to defend against that threat, you guessed it, I'm getting to play pawn to c4.
Yeah, your move.
And finally, this pawn is actually having some influence in towards the center of the board. And when these two get traded, like white is going to have one pawn in the center and black has one pawn in the center. And I think this is acceptable for white.
You think that black does not have a clear advantage because of the pair of bishops here and the fact that this bishop right here has an easier time developing now?
I think black is definitely better.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think it's massive compared to what we had earlier. I am terrified. I am terrified of a scenario like if bishop to d3. I think what Andrea did was better than bishop to d3. But I'm terrified of some kind of scenario where white just ends up not really doing much and not having that many options for their pieces, and black just controlling here, controlling here, controlling there, controlling. Like black just has a very easy scheme of development and very easy way of having that 2 versus 1 superiority with the pawns in the center of the board. So I'm a big fan of anything that challenges that. And that's why I like Andrea's pawn to b4. But I do think it's very important she pairs it with the queen trade. Because if she doesn't go for the queen trade now, the pressure against the knight and rook behind the knight, and as you said, the bishop could join this pressure. That seems highly, highly, highly uncomfortable.
Yeah, especially because now it's evident how we're missing the dark-squared bishop in white's position. And usually you don't really see the queen move to e5 without having the other pieces developed. But in this very position, it's fine because of concrete reasons. We're attacking that knight on c3. And it's hard to see how white can really benefit from having the opponent having the queen in the center already. You usually don't want to move your queen out too early in the game, but in this very specific case, it's all right because of these concrete reasons.
For instance, it would not be okay having the queen here if white had their knight not on f4, but rather on g1, right? If the knight was placed somehow where you could easily attack the queen in the future, then that would be good for white. But here, part of the problem is that this knight is unable to effectively challenge the queen, which is why the queen gets such an unusually good central location on move 9.
Yeah, so this is actually the move that Linda has played. So now it's on Andrea to decide how to deal with this. And not so easy. Do you see Andrea feel confident in endgames, or does she hate to go into endgames?
I think to quote Dina, we've seen a lot of maturity. And Dina also has been very good at giving Andrea positive feedback whenever she goes for endgames. So I feel like there's been a trend in Andreas's games where she doesn't avoid a queen trade like her sister does, for instance.
Okay.
Well, let me just air some frustration, seeing as how we are in a white game against Linda. Because in the first round, when I was busy doing other commentary and couldn't join this tournament, um, Alexandra played against Linda, and Linda made a blunder very early on, losing a pawn.
Mm-hmm.
And having won a pawn, Alexandra could then trade the queens, giving her obviously winning endgame up a pawn. However, instead of trading queens, Alexandra chose to move her queen 3 times in a row, moving it back, allowing her opponent's rook to attack the queen, forcing the queen to move again. And then for I don't remember why, but the queen had to move again not too far afterwards.
Yeah, I
So
remember that. We
so
were
when
commentating
it
on that game.
yeah, when it comes to queen trades, Alexandra is the bigger problem than Andrea in the in the uh, irrational fair department.
Yeah, and speaking of that first game between Alexandra and Linda, it really seemed like Linda was starting off in not a great spot. She was spending so much time in that game, and we as commentators, but also the chat, of course, were really concerned about how she would do in the tournament. But we've really seen a character development throughout the tournament. Linda has been playing so much better every single game. She has shown so much resilience and so much more strength in her play. So yeah, this game is going to decide who is going to survive this tournament on the scoreboard, as Linda already drew the game before this round. But Andrea's still on 0 out of 4, and both players are facing such tough competition. So this game is, for that reason, super interesting to see who will survive the tournament. But yeah, Linda has shown a lot of progress throughout this event. So let's see if she will be able to put that to use in this game. But Andrea has to step up, as she has been having a really difficult tournament.
I did say in my intro, and I kind of meant it, that today we're either gonna see someone be very happy to get their first win, or we're gonna see two players still miserable about their performances. So draw is kind of like the worst possible result here, even if maybe it is the most likely one, because both players are upset about how the tournament has gone so far. They've not accrued as many points as maybe they were expecting. And a win here could change the tides and give someone, the winner, a boost before the final 2 rounds, while a draw is just going to kind of reinforce that they're both having a bad tournament. So I'm kind of hoping for a winner today, simply just because otherwise I feel like they're just both going to be miserable.
Yeah, Andrea also said in the post mortem the other day, she was really upset, of course, understandably so, but she also said something along the lines that she doesn't even want to win against Linda anymore, and she was very upset about her performance altogether. But yeah, I think if she wouldn't win this game, that would even be worse than it already was. Yeah, she's now under 1 hour on the clock already, Hammer. This is actually very concerning. Players have barely reached the 10th move.
Oh, are you new to this channel?
Well, I tried to be hopeful, Hammer.
Oh no, no, you don't need to be stressed out about having less than an hour left after only 9 moves. This is just normal. Like this is not sensational whatsoever.
Okay, I mean, I speak from experience that I also haven't done this a lot. I know how it's like to be out of book on move 3. But yeah, it's not a good look to be playing your opening and still spend so much time before move 10.
Ah, it's fine. We've gotten used to it.
You're confident in the time trouble play?
I mean, being low on time is definitely a detriment, but it's still part of who Andrea is as a chess player. This is part of the reason why I was so impressed yesterday that she managed to keep Alexandra's pace and was even ahead, because that was incredibly unusual from Andrea. And well, she also did a really good job of playing quicker without letting the quality of the moves suffer. She was playing quite good moves in addition to keeping up with Alexandra's pace. This is not bad. This is just normal.
Okay, you've basically accepted it and leave it as is. Because I'm pretty sure if this was your student, you would not be happy.
I mean, if this was me, then I would be unhappy with myself.
Uh-huh.
But I can't be the biggest critiquer. Is that a word?
Critique, yeah.
Of poor time management skills, as that is something I mean, I literally lost games on time, important games, representing my country. Yeah, no, I'm just amazed that there are people who are able to play quickly, and people playing slowly. I just think, well, that's how it's meant to be.
It just makes more sense to you to be playing slowly.
It's what I know at the very least.
Okay. Okay. That's good to know because as someone that is very used to being in time trouble a lot, I've been working on it quite well. For some reason, I'm playing faster, but I remember upsetting a lot of people with my time management. My parents would always tell me that for like the entirety of the game, I'm sleeping until I am down to 5 minutes, then I suddenly wake up. And yeah, I have been hearing that a lot over the years.
Your parents get involved in your coaching? Are they
Not
chess
coaching,
players?
but no, they just see things from the surface. So they see my time, they see, oh, she made a bad move. This is a blunder. Why did she do this? The computer is saying this. Why did she not just play this
Oh
move?
my
So
God. Your parents are toxic Redditors? That's
no, it's not
harsh.
that bad. I guess in some way, but yeah, it's classic. I guess it comes from my parents not being chess players, so it's easier to judge then.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, my parents have no idea about chess, but they would never dare second hand kind of questioning decisions I made during the game.
Oh,
But
really?
no, that would just not happen. But I mean, I guess part of why it wouldn't happen is because my face would turn red and I would start yelling at the top of my lungs. And I would, yeah. No, yeah. Trying to affect a chess player's rhythm and tendencies and stuff like it is one of the trickiest things ever.
Yeah. Yeah, true. I mean, it's uh it's really easy to judge things based on time usage and just based on blunders and inaccuracies, but yeah, it's always really difficult to explain to those that do not really play chess to explain why you made certain moves because every single time you look at the computer's move, then chess makes so much more sense. But of course, during the game, we do not have access to these sources.
Yeah. Yeah, no, honestly, I'm amazed that your parents are coming in with input. To be fair, I mean, my dad has sometimes said, "Oh, it's gonna be okay. Oh, you were better even though you lost." And that just, oh my
Oh,
God, I
that
get so
hurts.
tilted.
Yeah,
Yeah, no,
that's
I'm
very
like, I
tilting.
know I was better. I'm a pretty decent chess player. Of course, I knew I was better. I just couldn't find the right moves to execute it. I'm not like a complete idiot. It's much easier to realize you're better than to actually manage to convert the advantage to a win. And yeah, no, my mom at some point, normally it was always my dad traveling with me to tournaments,
Hmm.
but as I got older, my mom started joining a bit as well. And then we started a policy well, of course, she never, ever talked about anything from the games. That's number one.
Hmm.
And then number two is that she contributed in a way where she could be the most useful. So if I had lost a very frustrating game, she would hold up the biggest pillow from the hotel, and then I would actually just punching bag my frustrations. And
Oh,
that was pretty good. If you're going to a chess tournament and you're expecting to lose a lot of games or be frustrated, maybe don't punch your mom, but bring a proper punching bag. I think that would be good for Andrea right now.
wow. Those are very wise words. But yeah, it's nice to have someone around that, knows how to handle a chess player's emotions because it's a lot. Especially from family. Family is it depends, I guess, but from experience, my family is very supportive, but them not really knowing chess has been pretty difficult to deal with. They were very fanatic in my chess career, so they want me to win so badly, sometimes even more than I do, which is pretty crazy.
Wow. In the meantime, Andrea has made a move and she goes knight to b5. I don't like this at all, but mostly because it's not the move I suggested. But secondly, because I'm not sure what are you doing now if pawn to a6?
Hmm.
Because pawn to a6, I still want to go queen d4. I still want to trade off this incredibly well placed queen in the center of the board. But right now, the issue is that if the queen comes up and offers that trade, black can just accept the trade. And now, well, you got to save your knight so that the knight doesn't get captured by the pawn. So you have to recapture with the knight, but then you allow the pawn to move forward and do a double attack, a fork on the knights. Computer didn't like that. Ooh, computer
Knight
didn't like
d5?
that. Knight d5. You just allow one of your knights to be captured, then you bring your knight in, check on the king, pressure against the rook in the corner. And normally, when a knight captures the rook in the corner, it's usually a complete disaster. But here, somehow, the knight is actually managing to escape back into the center of the board.
I wonder if Andrea has calculated all of this and if she's just a genius for figuring this out and trying to get Linda into this line because it's very tempting to go down this line with the fork.
Joe asks, what about king f8 and then bishop d8 to try and control both these squares the knight needs as it tries to get back into the game? I'm thinking here maybe we can go pawn a4.
I guess you have time for it.
We can try and just push this pawn up so that it controls the b6 square. And then we're going to get the knight out. I guess you can go knight pawn at a5 to prevent our pawn. Yeah, I don't know. This knight it's not safe, but it might be okay. Maybe we just take in the center here. Because now anytime you try and open up for the bishop to try and attack the knight, then we can go for the trade. And we open up for the rook to start counter pressuring. This whole discussion is completely moot because frankly, I guess that was predictable. When going knight to b5 instead of queen to d4, Andrea had already decided that a queen trade was not really something she was interested in. So after Linda attacks the knight finds its way to the center of the board. And look at Andrea. She spent 2 moves now moving her knight around, seemingly not accomplishing much, but it's actually kind of clever what she's done, because now she is able to move her c pawn, either that the pawn just moves 1 step forward and helps the protection of the knight. That makes sense from the point of view that when you only have 1 bishop remaining, you often want to place your pawns on the opposite color to the one your bishop is controlling. And Andrea's kind of done that. She moved these pawns to dark squares. She already had these ones on dark squares, and now she can get another one on a dark square to support the knight. But it's also possible for her to go pawn to c4 and try and get some good control in towards the center of the board. Either way, I like it, but may I suggest for the future moving this pawn forward before you get your knight out, because then you can save yourself. Yeah, save yourself a couple of moves having to move the knight around in order to get the pawn involved.
Yeah, the 2 knights in the center are a bit unusual as well. It feels like they're not supposed to be there. I believe other pieces are supposed to be there. So yeah, it looks like a strange position, but if Andrea gets to move c4 in, it makes a bit more sense, and I can see her having a better game. But yeah, I can't help but wonder what these knights are doing in the center.
In the meantime, I want to point out that we have another game starting in 10 minutes. And that's going to be the top matchup currently placed in shared first place. It's Jennifer Yu and Dina Belenkaya. And the winner of that game, I would say, is very, very likely to win the entire tournament. So that match is starting in 10 minutes. And after that, at noon local time, in 1 hour and 10 minutes, we will have currently number 3 versus number 4, or rather shared 3rd place on equal amount of points. It's Alexandra Botez versus Anna Kamling. So we got the games starting up at a staggered pace today. And we've got good games all around.
Yeah, it's going to be super exciting today. Some of the games are starting earlier today, so we have a different schedule than usual, but it should all be back to normal as we're used to in the final 2 rounds. But today, super exciting round, and we may see already a winner sticking out at the leaderboard already today. But it really depends what happens between Jennifer and Dina. If one of them wins, they are more likely to become the winner of the tournament.
So that's going to be high stakes right there. Have they changed the lighting at the venue, or is it just very early in the morning? The picture's a lot darker than it was the other days, right?
Yeah, it is. And a little while ago, it was super bright. So I feel like they can't really control the lighting as much as a lot of sun comes from outside. Or perhaps they covered the windows so that the players do not face the sun in their faces.
Wow, chat is teaching me that the sun moves throughout the day. Ha ha ha, chat. You're so clever.
And maybe they got blinds.
Well, I mean,
That's also my
I
theory.
did commentary at this exact hour
Oh, right.
yesterday. Well, the day before yesterday and the day before that. So I feel like that part of the equation has been considered.
Hmm.
Knight to queen to c7 happens. I don't like this move from Linda. And she's getting in that thing where once you start moving your queen once, you may end up moving the queen over and over and over. And then the queen is still kind of looking for a good placement. And frankly, I'm not sure this c7 square is it. She's threatening to go queen to c3, giving a check in towards the white king. But I really like pawn to c4 here for
Hmm.
Andrea, because there's no need for her to be afraid of the pawn trying to push forward and do a double attack on the two knights. Because then one of the knights can just push into the center and make a counter threat on black's queen. So the queen is definitely not long-term safe at its current placement either. And this is just an excellent opportunity for Andrea to, like someone in chat put it after, what I've been explaining, solving the Jabava problem, which is getting this pawn to actually influence the center now that there's not a white knight blocking its path, because Andrea took care of that on the previous moves. I'm thinking Andrea is fine here.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, it's a major improvement from a few moves ago. And now it will be Black who is much more passive. And Black still needs to sort of solve this issue of this light squared bishop here. I guess now it becomes more interesting for Black to play b6 and develop the bishop to b7. But yeah, other than that, it's hard to see what Black can do else. As you pointed out, you don't really want to play e5 because that gives away the square d5 super easily. And also, the other knight can jump to f5 at some point. So yeah, White has much more space now all of a sudden, and that's all because of the move c4. And just as we were talking about this, Andrea moved the pawn to c4.
Yeah, good move. Black is behind in getting their pieces into the game. Andrea is strategically worse because her opponent has two pawns in the center versus White's one, because Linda has the potential of the two bishops long term. But um, previously, I feel like Linda both had the long term and the short term advantages. But right now, I feel like in the short term, Andrea is the one cooking up some stuff right now. She's got that good control in towards the center of the board. She can potentially try and punish Black. For instance, if Black castles and then goes pawn to b6, trying to get this bishop on the diagonal, suddenly there's like very interesting short-term ideas for Andrea, such as queen to h5, pointing with the queen and bishop together towards the black king. White's pieces have all, entered the game, and they're also very well centralized, whereas black's pieces are still stuck in their initial squares, not really doing much, allowing Andrea to start thinking, if you move your pawn up, maybe I will start sacrificing and take out the protection in front of the black king, which could be a bit awkward to deal with. Also, some ideas that's coming to my mind is like she could potentially do something really crazy, giving
Wow.
away one of her knights in order to get the other knight to a well-placed square in the center of the board. The execution here leaves something to be desired based on the computer bar on the left side, really just hating what I did. But maybe we can refine the idea and find a moment where it is a problem for black that this pawn is trying to limit the options for both of white's knights.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe we can lure the pawn away in one direction to give the other knight the opportunity to thrive.
Yeah, and someone in chat asking, why can't Lena just push the pawn to attack the knight? I'm assuming it's about this pawn move because that exposes, that releases the cover of those two squares, and the knights would love to go on those squares. And any other pawn move is just weakening a lot. You can't just move this pawn in front of the king, even if the king is not castled. You don't really want to play g5 so easily because it simply weakens a lot. Black is down in development, so you really need to think of developing moves here, which is why we really want to get this bishop out. We want to develop the knight from b8, because now it seems like white is doing much better in development, as Andrea just took a lot more space than she had a few moves ago.
Okay. Keep going, Anamaya. Alexandra is saying there's some opening changes.
Okay, all right. Let's hear it soon. But yeah, now it's just to go back in the live position. It is currently this position. Linda is taking some time here. And I guess short castle is one of the most logical moves here. I have a feeling that Linda really wanted to play e5 soon because it just feels right to play e5. The two knights in the center are the targets, and they just seem like they are in very odd places. But as I pointed out earlier, you simply allow this knight to jump to d5. So you can't play e5 that easily. Then what else is there? You have to develop this queenside somehow. So I guess other options include moving the knight to c6, or we play b6, bishop b7. But I guess it all depends what does Linda want to do first. And I have a feeling that she will keep the king in the center because castling is not really urgent right now. I think she may want to focus on playing b6 first and then developing the bishop to b7, because controlling this diagonal could be very helpful for black.
Okay, I have taken care of the emergency opening debate, but I cannot reveal the contents of what I just discussed with my client until the start of their game.
Okay, so we will hear it as soon as they start.
Yeah, I think that's
Okay.
fine. Alexandra is starting up against Anna Kamling. Big matchup. They're starting in an hour. Right now, we're expecting at any moment the top game, potentially the tournament deciding game between Dina Belinkaya and Jennifer Yu to start out.
I'm so excited for that game. That game is quite something. Both players, they've had a different path up until this point. Jennifer has been playing really well, consistently playing well, and she's had really good games overall. Whereas Dina has had quite a rocky start, but it got her to where she is. She didn't lose a single game so far. But she was definitely in trouble in most of her games, and she definitely had some luck in there. But yeah, both players on 3.5 out of 4. That game between the two of them is going to decide who is going to take the lead in the tournament. Unless the players go for a draw, but I think draw is an unlikely result. I think one player is going to take the win today.
And if you had to guess, the person with the white pieces?
Ooh, okay, this is putting me on the spot there.
Well, you kind of opened the door by saying I think one of them is going to win. Jennifer has
That's
the
true.
black pieces. That's
Hmm.
you would prefer being white in this very, very crucial matchup.
Yeah, for sure. I guess based on how the tournament has been going, I think Jennifer is going to win today. Because I feel like Dina has been playing really well, but she has been in trouble a lot of times. And I feel like her opponents did not punish her for that. And I feel like if there's anyone in this field that can punish Dina for this kind of allowing these kind of situations, I think it's Jennifer. So I think that will be my reasoning. Also, yesterday the players participated in the Blitz tournament, and Jennifer also won that tournament. I believe she won all the games even. So I think that also sets, the tone of this game. That she is a really strong player, and she's the favorite in this one as well.
I think personally, I just think she's better than
Yeah.
everyone else. And well, she's showcased it so far.
Mm-hmm.
Jennifer gave away half a point, and that was a draw against Nemo, where she had a big advantage during the game. And like you said, where Dina has been in trouble a couple of times, Dina was worse out of the opening against Nemo. She was lost at some point against Jules. She was completely dead lost against Anna. So Dina just hasn't shown the same level as Jennifer. But I do think the fact that Dina has white, like Dina can also be a bit cynical, right? She can try and speculate and just playing it very safe.
Mm-hmm.
And then just say, okay, I'm just gonna stay safe against Jennifer. I know she's super good. And then I'm gonna beat my last two opponents and actually guarantee myself a share of first place at the very least.
One thing that surprised me quite a bit is seeing Dina switch from E4 to D4. I've played against her quite a few times, especially online, but also over the board. And I remember her playing E4 against me. And then in recent times, I suddenly see her play D4, and she completely changed her repertoire. Do you think this could be affecting her play, that she's playing positions she's not used to as much? Or do you think she has been doing just fine?
So here's the thing. In the Norwegian school of chess, um, we're all about, having fun, trying new things, and responsibility for your own. The in I'm not sure there is a Norwegian school of chess, but
Just made it up.
let's say there is.
Okay.
It's very much based on doing whatever you feel like doing and cultivating a community where you get to have kind of like you're pushed further because of you're in a group with other people who also are trying to be good at chess and you're kind of pushing yourselves to be better, but you don't have like the external pressure necessarily that you have to be better or else.
Mm-hmm.
um and the part of the reason we can say that we have kind of a Norwegian school of chess is that all the top players in Norway, or almost all, have gone to the Norwegian chess high school in Oslo. And why is there a chess high school in Norway? Well, you could think, well, you have Magnus Carlsen, so that makes sense. But this school existed before anyone knew who Magnus was. This school is the brainchild of Grandmaster Simon Agdestein, who was one of the top players in the world. He also played on the Norwegian national soccer team and as a striker, and even got some appearances there and scored a goal. But I digress. Seaman, he is a big influence in all the young Norwegians, Magnus included. And what Seaman always emphasized with me and Magnus and, well, everyone, is that you got to try and renew yourself. You don't want to stagnate. You don't want to look at the same thing over and over and over. So through a very, very long preface, I'm starting to realize I'm coming to the point. The Norwegian school of chess really emphasizes Siemens' philosophy, which is you gotta learn new stuff. You never stop learning. If you play the same thing over and over and over again, you're gonna get bored of the game. So this is part of the reason why Magnus and I and other Norwegians as well we've always had an emphasis on trying new openings all the time. I've played the English, I've played d4, I've played king pawn openings. Like I have played almost everything other than the perch, and I've played pretty much anything that puts pawns in the center of the board.
Not a job
And
of a London.
I do not believe. I know I've played a Richter, and I regret it to this day. But my point is, playing new things and having the ability to kind of take that challenge of, okay, I'm playing something I've never played before. How exciting! Instead of going, oh, I'm playing something I've never played before. This is going to be a disaster. I think that is an important attribute to have. And I think I have it very naturally as a result of spending so much time with Magnus and Agdestein. And sometimes that comes so naturally to me that I forget it's not other people's kind of first choice, right? Because the reason I'm where I'm trying to go now is that the day before yesterday in the previous round, I tried to get Alexandra to go with the king's pawn against Andrea. And to me, that's like the most natural thing in the world, because it's like, okay, she hasn't really ever played it before, but trying new things is exciting and it's going to be good. And you're widening your horizons. You're becoming more unpredictable in the future. You're exposing yourself to new pawn structures, new ideas. So that's kind of like, that's part of the reason why I recommended to Alexandra that she should use the king pawn in the previous round against Andrea. And frankly, in hindsight, I'm not sure it was such a good idea.
Right.
Because Alexandra, she needs the confidence of feeling like I know the plans of this opening and stuff like that. But wait, what started all of this?
I asked, what did I ask again? Oh yeah, it was asking about Dina switching from E4 to D4.
I strayed somewhat.
I almost forgot it was the question about Dina. But
To answer your question,
yes.
no, I don't think that's a problem. I think it's a good thing exploring new things.
Okay. No, it was very inspiring to listen to your story because as I'm also trying to improve, I have been hearing a lot of different opinions on this topic that no, you should make sure that you know your openings well, try to stick to the same over and over again and make sure you know your theory in your own opening and be confident in it. But recently, I really love playing the French, and I want to continue playing the French. But there have definitely been lines prepared against me that I had never seen in my life, despite playing the French for 10 years now, 10 plus years. So at some point, you do get to the point that you want to explore and try different openings here and there. And I've been doing that for quite some time, especially with the white pieces, but it is challenging. It is not easy to switch from, let's say, e4 to d4. I've noticed that with d4, I'm just struggling to gain an advantage out of the opening. It's just so solid and so boring that I'm more of an attacking player. So because I'm just playing solid positional chess, I'm very impatient and I just want to move the pawns up the board and start
Are
attacking.
you
But
saying you cannot get attacking positions in 1d4?
I have been failing to hammer. I don't know why. The positions get so boring.
This seems like an attitude problem.
It could be. I'm not denying it, but it is why I have been struggling to accept D4 and get better at it. But perhaps it requires a bit more in-depth analysis than just preparing it for one game and trying to winning it.
I think both king pawn and queen pawn opening, they both have good strategic variations, and they also have like crazy stuff. So I don't think I think a lot of people oversimplify when they say like, oh, king pawn openings, that's that's, oh, I'm an attacking player, I have to play the king pawn. Or like, I'm a positional player, I have to go with the queen pawn, because the
Right.
reality is there's so chess is a pretty rich game, and there's so many different possibilities that it would be crazy if the first move were to set the stage for the game so much so that it means you cannot play attacking chess, because I think that's just wrong. And I think if you want to be attacking with d4, if you want to have like crazy openings for that, I really would recommend looking into like early f3 and stuff, just trying to occupy the center with pawns.
Right. Yeah, I guess when I play with black pieces and I face d4, I know this is going to be a very long positional game. It's going to be grind, but I guess there are some openings that challenge it, such as the King's Indian, but
Yeah.
for that you require to know a lot of theory.
No, but if you're complaining about your openings not being attacking enough, and then at the same time refusing to put in the work to play the King's Indian, I don't know what to say.
So you think it's worth trying the King's Indian?
I think there are many other attacking options
Okay.
beyond that. Off the top of my head, I'm thinking the Dutch, the Benoni.
Those sound like very risky options.
I, yeah, but you're the one who said I can't play boring chess. So you got to make up your mind. Do you want to play risky stuff with what that entails? Or do you want to play, in your words, boring?
Yeah, I guess there's a trade-off there, huh?
Does anyone like the Benoni? You're not supposed to, but I think the Benoni gets a bad rep. People say the Benoni pawn structure is, the worst thing to happen in chess ever. But I just think that's plain wrong. I think the Benoni pawn structure is quite good for black. And the problem is that you have, a bit too many pieces remaining on the board. But the pawn structure itself, I think, is quite good. Which is not, the common thought. But yeah, this became a very chess specific discussion. But
Yep.
I'm all for it. I'm all for it.
Yeah, it's always nice to hear advice or thoughts from a grandmaster, and especially someone like you who has had so much experience with some of the best players in the world. So I'm sure the chat appreciates it.
Yeah, but yeah, to be fair, I only play boring openings. But I guess the difference between you and I is that I'm able to win from these positions you refer to as boring, and you don't have the skill set to do that.
Yeah, it may just be the only difference, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I'll take that. That's not a lot.
Okay, Andrea's getting her bishop into the game. And we wanted this bishop to d3 move earlier, but chess is a tricky game. We wanted bishop to d3 earlier, but now I'm going to say this is a mistake. And the reason is because Linda committed to this b6 move. It's very obvious that she wants to put her bishop pointing down through the center of the board. And Andrea then, she went bishop to d3, but I think she should have just gone bishop to e2. The point being that then if the bishop comes pointing down, white can immediately challenge the bishop and make sure that whatever influence it thought it was going to have down the board just results in white trading off black's bishop pair.
You see Alex in the chat. I think it's Alex.
So I think Andreas should have tried to kind of challenge this bishop immediately. And then bishop to d3, while it is a good placement, it's also allowing the black bishop to get a good placement in return.
Right. So bishop d3 makes sense, but it is helping black to develop the bishop. And I guess for the time being, I see a world where this king just stays in the center. Maybe you don't even want to castle short. It depends what white's plans are, but I feel like if you play short castle with black, you should be at least ready to counter some attack on the king side with queen h5. So I can see a world where this king just stays in the center.
Yeah, I'm curious what happens now after bishop to b7. I'm assuming Andrea is going to castle. And then now that the bishop has taken control of the d5 square, now there's a real possibility of going pawn e5, attacking both the knights at the same time. And this time you don't have that counter threat against the black queen, because now that one can just be captured. And what's fascinating about this is that even though this variation results in Andrea losing a full knight, the computer still feels it's super interesting. Okay, it didn't like that move though. Maybe rook here, attack the queen. Queen has to step back. Then maybe we go pawn to d6. No. Queen to f3 maybe? No. Yeah, okay. Computer is saying there's some interesting possibilities for white, but
Maybe just e4.
e4,
f4, e5.
No.
No. You really don't like aggressive attacking chess, do you?
aggressive attacking chess. You're down a knight and you want to start spending your time giving away every dark square control you have.
Okay, F5 is a bit too much, Hammer.
Well, I mean, even before then, I think it was too much.
Wow.
But yeah, no, here you're just down a knight for no good reason. I feel like you need to open up something against the king, which is why I wanted to go pawn d6, because I felt like maybe I can get the queen up here or pressure here or in this direction.
How about queen g4?
Queen g4.
I want to prepare queen e4 and d6. D6, please.
Ah.
No, d6 first.
D6, that's brilliant. So first you bring the queen in, then you sacrifice the pawn. And when the pawn is captured, you get the double attack with the checkmate and the rook in the corner. That's good.
Finally, we're seeing the tactics. I'm so happy.
But if this is the kind of thing Andrea has to kind of, deal with, then I think that also brings into question this bishop to d3 move. Because if she had been able to challenge the black bishop immediately, she wouldn't have to deal with all of this. Imagine if she had gone bishop to e2 first, then pointing the two bishops against each other. And now if pawn to e5, white would be very happy to bring the knight into the center, have that attack on the queen. The difference being that the knight still gets captured, but now instead of recapturing with the pawn, Andrea can recapture with the bishop and get the threat against the rook in the corner. So, yeah, I'm starting to be concerned about the well-being of the knights.
Yeah, I was expressing this concern as well. Ever since I've seen the knights in the center like this, you don't really want to put the knights in the center when they can get attacked so easily. You want to be a bit more careful with them, and the knights cannot really entry into black's position, which is, I think, the main issue. And it has a lot to do with the fact that black is the one controlling center. So where do you go with those knights?
And now I am starting to get a bit worried about Andrea's time. The good news is that Dina has followed Andrea's time management all the way. So this is going to be a huge time scramble between them. In the meantime, we see Dina and Jen getting ready for their game. A lot at stake in that one. And you said, Anamaya, you had some intel on Dina's change in opening preparation.
Yeah, so she used to play e4 almost religiously, I believe. I remember preparing against her. I played her in classical and she would always play e4. But the one thing I do have to note, when I would play e6 or c5, she would always try to go for close positions. She was not going for open positions. So seeing the change to d4 is not too surprising because her playing style was already such that she was playing relatively more solid chess and not as much
we
attacking.
all know that if you use the queen pawn to start out, it has to be boring strategic chess, right?
You have to be ready for it, right, Hammer?
I disagree with the very generally the generalness
Okay.
of your statement there.
Like, I guess it depends on black, right? I don't know how white
Well, it
can
also
make it more
depends on
exciting.
white, I would say. But Dina definitely probably going to go for the more solid variations then. After knight f6, c4 has been played. E6, knight to c3, and now Jennifer plays pawn to d5. She is staying true to her openings, and she always plays this queen's gambit declined with pawn to a6 later on. So I'm curious if Dina has some vicious idea to try and punish Jen for just playing the same opening over and over. This is so far the same thing that happened in Jen's game versus Linda earlier in the tournament.
Right, so she's taking her time for now, but I'm curious to see which line she will go for here because there's many moves you can play with white. One of the most sort of forcing lines is c takes d5. You capture the pawn in the center, and then you go for this call spot structure kind of positions where white has a lot of different ideas, and black is usually a little bit on the passive side, at least from my experience. I know I should be playing this line better with black, but I've always liked the prospect of white more in this opening.
And it's interesting you mentioned that because Jen has a game in this exact position from earlier in the tournament, but where she had the white pieces instead of black, because she played this against Anna Kamling.
Right.
And the start so far identical as Dina brings out the bishop to point down towards the black queen.
Right. So, it's easy for white to develop the pieces, but oftentimes against these d4 openings, you kind of get cramped up with the pieces with black. And the ideal scenario is that you trade pieces and maybe not per se get into an endgame, but you want to trade as much as possible to free up some space and to develop your pieces properly. Because you usually don't really get this light squared bishop out that easily. It either has to go in an awkward spot like e6, or you play b6 and then either play bishop a6 or bishop b7, but these moves are quite awkward. You want to play bishop f5, but you oftentimes don't get the chance to play it. And if you played here, it feels like it's too early to play bishop f5.
I mean, it is the main line of the opening almost, though.
In this very position too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you don't know this? This is like the Berlin endgame of the queen pawn openings.
Okay, I did not about that one.
Because here you go queen f3, attacking the bishop. The bishop has to move back, but then you capture the knight. And after the trades, the queens get traded off. Black gets doubled pawns. But at top level, this position is discussed quite frequently because it kind of resembles the Berlin endgame, which is like a very infamous way of trying to deal with the king pawn openings. But in the Berlin endgame, you also have black getting the bishop pair. You have black getting a doubled pawn. But you also kind of say that, okay, I have some disadvantages, but I have a really solid position and you're going to have a hard time breaking me down.
I think I need to check into that Norwegian school of chess because in the Dutch school of chess, we do not have this kind of stuff. But I remember vaguely playing one game
What do you
similarly
mean?
like this.
What do you mean? One of the main proponents of this opening is Erwin Lamy, whose entire playing style is just sitting there and just waiting and blockading everything and making a draw. And I gotta say, I respect his style. I wish I was as good as Irvin. But yeah, I remember there's a very, very cool game in this variation that Irvin played, and it was like he just shut down everything and made a draw against quite a strong player. Yeah.
Well, he did not teach us well, Hammer. What can I say? In the Dutch school of chess, we're used to tactics and aggressive play and playing e4 on the first move. d4 is not what they teach us at first.
Okay. Yeah. No, I'm making a face, but I guess because like the number one rated Dutch player is, complete opposite of everything you just said. But I guess he is from the Russian school of chess, so
Yep.
it makes sense. Knight to d7 has been played by Jennifer.
No.
So she's completely abandoning any kind of plan of trying to develop the bishop early on.
Right. Which is more what I'm used to. But yeah, in these cards, but type of combat type of structures, you obviously develop this bishop to d6, but you have the opportunity to delay this bishop development with some crazy maneuvering of this knight. It depends, of course, what white plays, but you have these type of Schlechter variations where you play bishop d6, you maneuver the knight all the way around, and if you play g6, knight g7, you get the bishop out to f5. And usually there is this bishop on d3 ready to face it. And yeah, this is it is a nice setup. I really like it if I get to play that.
Dina's gone bishop to d3, with bishop to e2 in return, trying to prevent the white bishop from pointing down on the black queen. And you know who's had this position multiple times in the past?
You?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
I
so
gotta
surprising.
say, I think part of me really liking what Jen is doing this tournament is also just she has like this very old school, solid first positional playing style. And I gotta respect that. I like her style.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this will play out, but yeah, this is a very well-known classical way of playing chess, and yeah, there's a reason why it's played by a lot of people.
In the meantime, Andrea has played a move the computer absolutely hates. But if I'm honest, I don't really see the problem. Rook to c1. The reason Andrea is doing this is she wants to have her rook pointing down towards the black queen because she wants to be able to face this pawn forward in the center with knight to d4 counterattacking the queen. And now we looked at earlier takes, and then the black pawn captures the white knight. But here, because Andrea moved that rook in, the rook is now attacking the queen, which means black doesn't have time to take the knight. They're going to have to save their queen instead, but then the knight becomes an incredibly powerful attacking piece in on black's side of the board. So pawn to e5 would be a terrible, terrible move here.
What about g5?
Sorry?
I know you're going to call me crazy for this, but I want to play g5 because I'm seeing that this pawn g2 is a little bit loose.
Oh. Wow.
You see, Hammer, this is my favorite move, to move g5.
Well, you said earlier, don't make me check the VODs, but
I know what I said.
Very long ago, you said, and of course, black never wants to play the move g5, weakening in front of where they are expecting to castle their king. Even if the black king stays in the center, you don't want to play the move g5. That's what you said.
That's what I said, but in that position, I was not winning a pawn. And I would like to win the pawn on g2.
Okay. Yeah, no, g5. But I mean, as Linda, do you play that move? That's incredibly weakening. Very, very risky, but high risk, high reward. The pawn moves forward, attacks the knight. If the knight just moves out of the way, then you're not just winning a pawn, you're actually winning like 3 pawns maybe, because the bishop comes in attacking the rook. The rook only has 1 safe square, but then the rook abandons the pawn on h2, allowing the queen to come in as well. But now the queen is attacking the rook. So you got to move your king out of the way to keep the rook protected. But then the queen is also busy protecting over here. And it feels like something is going to go very wrong here. At the very least,
that
just
looks
moving
really
the bishop
ugly.
back. Yeah, just moving the bishop back, attacking this pawn. And it's not great for Andrea.
Yeah, this is not great at all. And if your king side disappears that easily, that's going to be very problematic for Andrea. But Linda first needs to find this move, and
Yeah,
it
no,
may
but
not just be on the radar.
Yeah, but also let me counter with 2 reasons, not just one. There are 2 things that can stop you from finding a good move. And I think both of those reasons are in play right now. Number 1, after g5, even if you realize the benefits of having that bishop and queen pointing in the same direction, what about knight to d5? Like, I was suggesting moving the knight here to sacrifice it even earlier, before you played pawn to g5. But after g5 has been played, if you take that knight now, I have incredible access to this f5 square. You can never get that square under control again. I have access with my queen to the h5 square. My rook is pointing down here. Your king is never going to castle queen side, but frankly, now you can't go to the king side either. Because the bishop and queen pointing down there, like, your king is going to be stuck in the center of the board. And what about your knight? How are you getting your knight into the game? If the queen moves back, then I'm just going to defend the pawn. And now you try and go a5 to get the knight out here. But worst case scenario, I can just go pawn to b5, and your knight is completely stuck. It's not getting out on these squares. This is tremendous compensation for a piece.
No, absolutely.
But that was only part 1. Part 2.
Oh, no, here's part 2.
Yeah, part 2. So one way of not finding the good move is that you think your opponent has a good counter. Number 2 is that you have such a tempting alternative that you just don't notice the good move whatsoever. And here for Linda, pawn to a5, I believe, is very, very tempting. Because she's trying to attack in towards these dark squares. If here Andrea tries to go pawn to b5, restricting the movement of the knight, well, then the bishop can capture the pawn behind. And if Andrea instead tries to attack the queen with her knight, well, then the queen can just step back, maybe. And now she's facing a problem because she cannot avoid the potential trade and the potential pressure between these 2 pawns, because she put her knight in front of her pawn. So I don't think this was too much of an issue for Andrea. And in fact, somehow Linda hasn't played either a5 or g5. She's just developing her pieces. But I don't even think that was as bad for Andrea as the computer made it out to be.
Yeah, I guess it's one of those moments you get tunnel vision because you focus on development, and these kind of moves don't really appear on your radar when you're focused on improving the position. And sometimes these kind of little tactical situations, they just don't really appear on your radar. Because it's so sudden, out of nowhere. A move ago, we would not even consider playing g5, but because of tactical reasons, it's suddenly a really good opportunity for black. So it makes sense that Linda went for knight c6, but of course,
So,
yeah, I
so
guess
you think she just didn't see this g5 move?
I don't think so. I don't think she really considered it as much, because I feel like if you're noted you're going to win a pawn and next
How are
one
you
on
winning
the...
a pawn?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? G5, knight d5, super dangerous counterattack.
Well, then I'm winning a piece, Hammer, and I'm very confident in my chances here.
Okay, but I thought you said you liked crazy attacking chess.
I do, so I don't mind this dynamic position from either side. Well, okay, with the white pieces, I'm not sure after e takes d5, c takes e5, queen e5. I wouldn't be so sure how to proceed here.
Okay, maybe queen e5 is a bit problematic, but yeah, maybe, I don't know, knight to f5. I feel like Andrea would still have good chances in a position like this. Sure, the engine might hate it, but it's uncomfortable for Linda, and both players were getting low on time.
Yeah, this is true. It's very dynamic, and there are some tricks on the position for white, but yeah, with accurate play, I feel like black should be fine here.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, anyway, knight to c6 has been played. And I feel like I have to mention, because Andrea is going to play it 100%, knight to d5 is still an option. Knight can come in here, attack the queen, and if the knight is captured, then Andrea unleashes the energy of her pieces by recapturing, opening up for the rook to point down towards the queen. The knight cannot move away from the white pawn capturing it, because then you would lose your queen. And here I would say Andrea is better. I think it's like a 98% chance Andrea is playing knight to d5.
Really? You're that confident about the...
Oh yes, yes, yes.
Wow.
Trust me. I've watched quite a few Andrea games over the past couple of months. She is the queen of bang bang bang. The only thing she looks at in every position, even if it's like a super strategic game, even if she has no pieces in attacking positions whatsoever, she is looking for the sacrifices, for opening up the energy of her pieces. I am so certain I can be that she's going to move this knight into the center. And it's good news, because I think that's a great move.
Yeah, it's very classical in Sicilian type of positions, and black setup kind of reminds me of a Sicilian here, with the pawns on a6, b6, and e6, and the way that the pieces are developed. It's very similar. And now this rook on the c file, moves such as knight d5 appear and seem very good. But the question is if Andrea is going to find this, because she is known to like to sacrifice her knight, but yeah, I don't know. It really depends.
And both players closing in on the 30-minute mark, they're way off 20 completed moves, which means that at this point, it's going to be about who spends the least amount of time, who feels like the more intuitive about what moves to make next. And as such, I think it suits Andrea very well that she's going to be able to have an attacking position, because it matches her style.
Right. So let's see if she if she decides to play the move knight d5, because I guess otherwise the direct threat in this game over here. Let me make sure that I move the right board. In this position, knight takes d4 is a direct threat, right? So after knight takes d4, you would simply lose control of the knight on f4. So it kind of feels natural that you have to do something with the knights here. And you don't want to trade this knight on c6 because then black adds a lot more space. The bishop becomes active again, and yeah, black will simply be enjoying the pair of bishops, whereas white is kind of hoping to do something with the knights over here. So you don't really want to trade off that knight so easily. So because of that, I feel like there's a big chance indeed that knight d5 may be considered by Andrea. Because I'm just failing to
Considered.
see.
Oh my god, you are just the diplomatic language is just off the charts with you, huh?
I can't help that you're the complete opposite, Hammer.
Oh no, that it is the only thing she's thinking about right now. May consider.
I'm sure you would be like this if it was for any other player except Andrea and Alexandra. There's some bias happening on this channel.
What do you mean bias? Knowledge is not bias.
Hmm.
I am sorry to say, for my own mental health, I know how Andrea thinks. That is the consequence of my many commentator sessions here, but it is also then the reason I know what's going to happen ahead of time.
I wonder how she feels about this.
About me knowing that she just goes for I think she's fine about it. I think she's fine about herself having that approach. Because like if she didn't go straight for the throat, always attacking her opponent, she might feel like chess is a bit boring. Maybe you should play the Jabava London.
Me?
Yeah, if you said you wanted to avoid boring openings.
Wait. Where is this coming from, Hammer?
I'm just saying, Andrea is super aggressive and she still plays d4. It's kind of ruining your you can only attack with e4 mentality.
I thought you were 100% against the Jabba London. This is
I
this is
I
new.
am. But
You just don't want me to win in chess?
Well, I just strategically it's favorable to promote bad openings because then it's going to be easier for you to. Oh my god, Andrea, no.
She blundered it. No. I warned it. I warned for this to happen.
No, Andrea, she castled. No, and look at her reaction. Oh my god. Oh, knight takes knight. The pawn can not recapture and defend at the same time.
This is a disaster, and this is what I was so well. I was not concerned, but I thought she would spot this. But this hurts. This hurts a lot.
I guess she did go for the knight sacrifice. I was technically right about that.
But you did not know her well enough to guess the right knight sacrifice.
Yeah. Oh my god, poor Andrea.
Yeah, how do you even recover from this? It's a full night, you have no compensation, and
it's just over. The worst thing about this is that she had a similar thing against Anna earlier, where she just gave away a full bishop in one move. And now she did the same thing again. With the white pieces again. It's even the same freaking first three moves, but a completely different theme, though.
I would not know how to recover this if I was in her shoes, because this is devastating to lose in this way. It will be very difficult to convince her to finish the tournament. This is as tilting as it can get, chat.
Yeah, Temple of God, I feel like is onto something here. She's not really losing against her opponents, she's losing against herself.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing really the opponents are doing that's making her lose. It's just that she's making these mistakes that like she's this is not her level.
She is much better than this, but it's been mentally draining this tournament because she is one of the lower rated players in this tournament, and some of these players are so experienced for so many years that they have been playing competitive chess at a very high level. So going into this tournament, it was very brave of her to be playing in this field, because knowing that you're one of the lower rated players by quite a few hundred points is really challenging.
Hype Man says, I think this game's blunder is going to hurt her the most because this was the, in brackets, easiest matchup for her to get a point. And at the same time, what Anamaya is saying is also right. Like, there are no easy matchups when you're one of the lowest rated here, but still, this was supposed to be an even game. And frankly, it was up until this point.
She was playing really well.
We were looking forward to a big time scramble. And well, frankly, I'm kind of disappointed she didn't sacrifice her knight to try and attack towards the Black Queen. Even that, I think, also, I mean, the castles just blundering a piece is not really what we're used to from her. But also the fact that she didn't go into attacking mode and instead castled, despite that, if you just ignore the fact that it was a huge blunder, I still don't think it's like the kind of move that we would normally expect from her.
Yeah. The move that you were pointing out, it was right there. It's in her nature to play this, and it made even more sense tactically, since knight takes d4 was the threat, as we pointed out earlier. But sometimes you just have these blind spots. They just happen out of nowhere. But as you mentioned, it may just be a mental game at this point, where she's playing herself and not her opponent anymore.
The solution here for Linda, after Andrea went with the queen to counterattack the pawn while at the same time offering protection to the knight, Linda should just retreat her knight back. And then, even though Andrea gets to capture a pawn, the key here is that Black is able to bring their queen into the center of the board, provoke a potential queen trade here, but also importantly, the queen in the center gives indirect protection to the rook in the corner. And then Linda is going to be very happy with a bishop in trade for a pawn.
Mama Botez in the chat. Besides chess, they have been doing so many other things, and she and Alex are the hosts and the planners. And yeah, that makes so much sense. They have been putting in the effort and time into organizing all of this. So to be playing in this event while being the organizers and putting all of this together, because this is not just a usual chess tournament. It's a very special one. They're doing so much behind the scenes as well. So a lot of time and effort is put into that. So props to them for still wanting to play in a tournament while being being with not a lot of time left in their hands.
And Linda, she is taking good care of the present she was given. After all, she does retreat the knight back, and she's not concerned about losing the pawn on g7. Should be a win for Linda now. In the meantime, we've also had some moves come in and from our top game. Jennifer and Dina, they are the two players who are in the lead of the tournament right now. I also want to briefly mention that Alexandra and Anna Kamling is going to start their game very soon as well. So even if we lose Andrea right now, we will have Alexandra to follow.
Yeah, that matchup is going to be very exciting as well. But yeah, let's take a look at the game between Dina and Jennifer. As you pointed out earlier to me, Hammer, to make things exciting in the d4 openings, to go with the move f3, which has been played by Dina. So she's trying to control the center and prepare the move e4. For now, our bishop is under attack, so she has to move that. But do you see White playing e4 very soon, or does White rather want to wait with moving that pawn forward?
Well, I don't think e4 is going to happen very soon now. In fact, I think Jen's previous move maybe was a mistake.
Right.
It makes a lot of sense pushing that pawn forward when you have the queen and the bishop from the opponent pointing down. But I'm not sure you needed to do that here. In general, for White, the best placement for this bishop is the f2 square. Because once you go with this plan of pushing your pawns forward in the center, you're going to need something to keep things defended on this diagonal. So the bishop really wants to step back here to help the advancement of the pawns. But by playing pawn to h6, Jen she's kind of forcing her opponent to make moves. The moves Dina wants to play anyway. She wants to retreat this bishop, and she wants to bring it back to give defense to the central pawns. So I'm thinking, if I was Jennifer here, I would rather do something like knight to h5, because in that way, I'm making sure there's going to be a trade between the bishops. The white bishop cannot escape this trade. And when it happens, I'll be able to put that immediate pressure down towards the e3 pawn. So even if white captures the black pawn with a check, I don't really care about that, because afterwards, I'm going to have the pressure against the central pawn. And because you no longer have the bishop to come back and give those pawns the defense they need, I think such a situation would be in black's favor. I saw the computer reacting, and the computer didn't like this knight to h5 move. Maybe white can do something crazy like pawn to h4.
Oh, wow.
And say that, okay, we'll just trade here but then I'll get to open up for my rook as well as my bishops. But I don't really see this doing anything because the queen can still, okay. Computer thinks this is great. It's a very complicated position. But
Right.
Jennifer played h6 pretty quickly. So clearly she's not been pondering all the complicated consequences of moving the knight out and trying to force the trade between these two bishops. And after h6, now Jennifer cannot get the trade between the bishops because anytime Black tries to say, ooh, would you like to trade? Dina's going to go, no, I want to keep my bishop to help defend my center.
Yeah, and by playing h6, you also lose control over g6, at least when you want to put, let's say, a knight over there. That's not going to happen anymore. So it also limits you a little bit. And yeah, it becomes harder to see where this bishop on c8 is actually heading to, because it seems quite difficult to develop this piece. Usually you want to play b6, bishop b7, if you're not able to develop on the other side of the diagonal for that bishop, but that feels very passive and slow, and playing c5 so easily. It's one of the ideas, but yeah, not one that I really particularly like here.
Yeah. Actually, sometimes Black even goes pawn to b5, combining the plan of moving the bishop out while also trying to put pressure in towards the white knight. In general, I find these kind of positions very, very interesting because there's so many different plans for both players.
Right.
But I'm curious what Jennifer's going to do next, and I'm shocked, absolutely shocked that Dina's thinking.
Yeah, I was about to say there's not a lot of moves on the board possible, and you want to put that bishop all the way back to f2. It makes that's why you played f3, to make space for that bishop.
Yeah. So and also if you move your bishop back to f4 instead, that allows your opponent to make sure that they can capture your bishop with a knight, because now the bishop is out of escape squares. And you can try to be clever. People have tried to be clever with knight takes d5. They try and make the argument that if the pawn captures the knight, well, then the bishop comes in to trap the queen. And there are situations where this is a very, very clever idea for white. This, however, is not one of them. Because here, Black can move their bishop, check the king, and then the king has to save itself, but that has opened up a new path for the queen to escape the white bishop.
Yeah, so interesting ideas for both players, but that bishop needs to be safe on f2 and does not have much business to do on that diagonal anymore.
Yeah, and she's getting invited to go to the desired square, so I really don't understand what Dina's thinking about here.
This is what I was trying to say. I guess when you switch from 1e4 to 1d4, let's say, you get into these positions that you're not that experienced in, and even though bishop h4 to f2 is very logical, it may just not be so logical to you during the game because you're not familiar with the positions. You start to overthink, and that may be part of the reason why she's spending some time now. But I do wonder what she's considering instead, because the options are very limited. And if there's one thing that you definitely don't want to do, and I think Hammer would absolutely despise as well, is trading the bishop for that knight on f6.
But surely she's not considering that. Like, Dina is I gotta say this. You can say a lot of things about Dina, but I consider her my ally in the fight for giving the Botez sisters some chess culture, and trying to infuse them with some classic chess strategic pawn structure knowledge and that kind of thing. Dina, she has this thing she calls the Russian school of chess. And I think it's some sort of a training program. You can go to her Instagram. She's promoting it all the time. But basically, what Dina is all about is, understanding pawn structures, which plans to use when and whatnot. And Dina, she has quite a bit of strategic chess knowledge. So much so that if we even mention afterwards, did you consider capturing the knight on f6? I think she's gonna feel insulted that we would think that she could ever consider such a move that goes against any sort of chess strategic principle. So I feel like there's got to be another reason she's thinking. I just don't understand what. Sometimes you just get stuck on a move and you're not really thinking about alternatives. Because bishop here is obviously a bad move because then the opponent takes the bishop. And bishop here is obviously a bad move because then the opponent takes the bishop. So for Dina not to move, I think the only move she's considering is bishop back, but maybe she's calculating further on thereafter, which I think is a kind of a classic mistake. Because sometimes, especially in this phase of the game where the opponent has so many different plans to choose between, you should just, if you only have one good move, you make that good move. Don't overthink what you're going to do next. Because frankly, there's a chance you're going to spend quite a bit of time thinking about something your opponent isn't going to do at all. And then it would be better to just make the move and then think when the opponent has decided which direction to go.
Yeah, I mean, there's only 3 moves that are not losing material over here. And 2 of them are most likely, well, they're definitely losing the pair of bishops. And I wonder if she's stuck on the idea of playing bishop f4.
H4, like Linda did.
Oh,
We talked
it's so
about
unusual in d4 openings.
Yeah. No, we talked about how Jennifer had played this way with the white pieces against Anna Kemling, but she also played like this with the black pieces against Linda previously. And then Linda surprised us by going pawn to h4, allowing her bishop to be captured with the idea that after the recapture, there were so many pieces attacking down towards the black king. So I guess
that would be a very good explanation. Yeah.
Well, it has to be what she's considering. But then again, didn't we just discuss the fact that Dina's more of a strategic player than a crazy piece sacrifice one? Oh, she just played h4.
Oh my goodness, she goes for it. We're living like in an alternate dimension today. We're seeing some crazy incidents happening today.
I wonder how Jen is going to respond to this, though. Because against Linda, she just didn't consider capturing the bishop at all, and rightly so. But here, the computer actually hates Dina's move because of the capture. And that means we got to explore this, because normally you would say this is very scary with the rook pointing down towards the black king. And as a matter of fact, the knight is actually trapped. So Dina technically isn't even sacrificing her bishop, because if that bishop is captured, there's nowhere for the knight to move afterwards. But then why is the computer saying this is so good for black? I kind of want to go knight g4.
Yeah, and I guess all those pawns of white are super weak, right? The pawn e3, pawn g5.
Knight g4, eval bar doesn't flinch, which means that's the best move. And now if the queen could jump in, of course, that would be checkmate. But the problem is you can't get rid of the bishop and allow the queen to move in with the attack first. White probably is going to capture the knight, but then after bishop takes pawn, both the bishop and the rook are targeting the pawn on e3. And here, this is kind of similar to the problems Andrea was facing, that once she had given away her dark squared bishop, she had a real issue of keeping the dark squares under control. Andrea kind of managed in her game until the unfortunate incident that shall not be mentioned. But in this game, the lack of dark square control in Dina's camp is just going to be her demise. Because, yeah, you can give a check, but the king is always just going to run away. And this pawn is in big trouble, and you can't really protect it. And even if you just give it away, black is going to be able to bring more pieces close to her king in order to keep the king defended afterwards. This is a big test for Jennifer. Yeah, Jennifer said no to the bishop against Linda. Now we have a similar situation. And if this time she takes the bishop, I think Jennifer just is going to win this tournament, and so deservedly so, because then she's just made all the right decisions, and she's showcasing with this game that she understands the nuance, and that in that situation I shouldn't take the bishop. Here is a different circumstance that is favorable to me.
Yeah, and it's crazy to see that Dina is so aggressive in this game, because we've seen her in her earlier games in this tournament that because she wasn't aggressive enough, she was running into major problems. And I was surprised to see her play passively and not be active enough. But perhaps she feels the need to play aggressively against someone as strong as Jennifer. Perhaps she doesn't want to go for these kind of solid grinding positional play, and when it's possible, go for the attack. But yeah, I wonder if Jennifer is going to take, because it's right there. The bishop is there to take, but you'd have to calculate and evaluate everything accurately. That may not be so easy behind the board. And especially in this line, I feel like it's very uncommon for white to do something like this. Usually you just see the bishop move instantly. So let's see what Jennifer decides to do. But yeah, I wonder if she will just let the bishop stay there or capture it.
The thing is, when she decided not to capture the bishop against Linda, that was the right call, even though it would have given her an extra bishop. Whereas here, capturing the bishop is the right thing to do, even though the knight gets trapped afterwards. So in comparison with the game against Linda, Jennifer is not even going to win the piece. She's still going to lose the knight right afterwards. And even so, it's a better situation than the one she had against Linda. Like, when she was up a bishop, that was losing for her. Now that it's just a trade between pawns, now it's winning for her. And that despite, like, she's not going to be up on material I guess she is going to be up on material if she finds this knight g4 move, because then the next two moves are going to be capturing white pawns. But allowing white to have the open rook pointing down on your king just to win a pawn, that is some ballsy stuff right there.
Yeah, that's a bit much, and I would not be surprised if she doesn't go for this line. I mean, if you prepare this, if you study this line, you don't really expect h4 to be an option, and you kind of neglect it. And
But the thing is, what else are you gonna do?
you mean with black here?
In order to do something other than pawn takes bishop,
Yeah.
you need to have a reasonable alternate move.
Hmm. Right, because any move that black plays here other than capturing, you will be able to at least retreat the bishop, and then you can go back to h2 because now
I don't think I'm retreating. I'm committed to this. But I don't think any move you can make is going to make taking the bishop on the next move more enticing.
Mm-hmm.
Like the only real alternative I can see here for her is knight to f8.
Yeah.
But after knight to f8, I'm not going to move the bishop. I'm just going to castle. And compared to you capturing the bishop on the first attempt, now I've gotten my king to safety. Like I've done something useful, and moving this knight back is not useful. In fact, it might even be detrimental, because now the king is unable to move to that square, which means that if you now capture the bishop, recapture, knight is under attack. Sure, now you can save the knight, but the bishop comes in, check on the king. The king cannot move to the left, so it has to move to the right, but you then just put your king on the same file as the rook, which looks terrifying. Computer is saying there's nothing better than a draw here, but still, like, you wouldn't want to expose your king to this, right?
No, absolutely not. This is torture for black.
I don't
Just
know
to
if
go,
it's torture, because computer is saying it's a draw, but like,
yeah,
how do you
computer
get
always
yourself?
knows how to defend this.
Yeah,
Was wondering
it's
what if Jennifer just doesn't want to take whatsoever, but here, let's say we play 96 and we're just going to threaten to take it now.
I kind of just assumed that was going to be bad somehow.
Not all my moves are bad, Hammer.
Fair enough. The part I was skeptical about wasn't you making the moves. It was rather that I felt like somehow if black just doesn't do anything, it's just going to give white even more time to build up the attack. Okay,
I guess it's hard to
this
follow
is
it
gonna
up.
be a little crazy, just a little bit. But how do you feel about bishop takes pawn?
Ooh. Oh, you're speaking my language, but this time I would not want to be with the white pieces.
Uh, but I mean, if you're gonna be aggressive, you got to take some risks, right?
Yeah,
So I'm
true.
assuming you're gonna take my bishop,
Yes.
and then I'm gonna go pawn g4. Because having given up the bishop that moves on the dark squares, I'm going to try and get my pawns to take over dark square control. I just gave away a bishop for a pawn, by the way, but I'm still acting within the general positional principles.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah, I think I would like to create some square for this knight, because if I just go this way, then I'm just abandoning my king side altogether. So I was thinking, I somehow just want to retreat and get this knight on h7 and wait for you to come at me.
I'm coming. Don't be. You don't need to be insecure about that. I am coming.
Okay.
If you put out cookies, I will come even faster. Come on, chat. Damn it. It is a perfectly legitimate verb. I don't know what you guys are on about.
Okay, they don't know what they're missing out on here.
Okay, but you see what I mean, it's kind of crazy, but is it more crazy than what Dina's already done? Like when you've already committed yourself to a big attack, you might as well, keep sacrificing, putting the pressure on the opponent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so there's many ways to complicate matters. I see Jennifer not taking the bishop yet and just maneuver the knight to e6 and ask,
Yeah, no,
now what are you
I
going to do
agree that.
next?
Yeah, I agree.
I feel
That
like
could
it's
be a
more
thing.
likely to happen than taking directly.
But at the same time, it is a mistake. Like not
Mm-hmm.
taking the bishop is technically a mistake. Computer is saying taking the bishop is basically winning for black. But here there's a very typical thing for competitive chess players is that you sometimes just you trust your opponent. Dina just spent 15 minutes, if not more, calculating all of this. She chooses to sacrifice her bishop. And sometimes, especially if you're facing someone higher rated, what will happen is you just, oh, they calculated this. This must be good for them. So I'm not going to capture. Also, it's like very innocent situations. Oh, my opponent offered a queen trade. Well, if they want to offer a queen, I don't want to do that. Like a little 3-year-old, you go, nah, they want to trade queens. Nah, I don't want to. And then you do something else because you're trusting that your opponent knows what they're doing, and that the queen trade benefits them, or in this case, that sacrificing the bishop and opening up for the rook benefits Dina. But the key is don't trust your opponent. They're not your friend, and they might be wrong. And yet, so many times I've kind of just, oh, they want to do that. Well, then they probably calculated that and have it under control. Have you trusted your opponents, Anamayo?
Uh, Most likely subconsciously. I try to calculate, but then I cannot really find the reason why their move was bad. And it, I guess when my opponent plays their moves quickly, let's say we play some opening that I'm new to, and my opponent plays the moves very quickly and get into a sharp position, and they're still playing really fast. Then I start to question myself, did I just misplay this opening because I'm out of book already and they are playing much faster than I expected them to? But yeah, I guess it's one of those cases where if your opponent plays really quickly, it's easier to trust them because, oh, what if this is, something they're used to, part of their preparation, and they just know this position better, and because of that you start to doubt yourself. Because Jennifer did nothing wrong. She played all the right healthy moves. So I feel like that should make her realize that Dina is not playing from her preparation anymore. So there must be something going on here. It cannot be 100% correct because this is a very normal playable position for both sides if it wasn't for h4.
Yeah.
So Jennifer's still thinking about her move, but yeah, this is a very critical position now, whether she takes or not. And I'm so curious to see what she will decide to do because, yeah, if she calculated all of it and takes, then she's in a really good shape and looking to win that game. But it's so tempting to just it's tempting to take, but also to just let the bishop stay there and make sure that your opponent does not have an easy attack on the h-file, because opening that h-file in many openings, that's just disastrous and so dangerous that you just don't want to consider it whatsoever. I think maybe even in like a blitz game, I would not even consider taking because it just looks too dangerous. So I'll just let the bishop stay there and do anything else. But yeah, now she has a lot of time for it and she can calculate a lot and decide if she wants to take the bishop or not. But deciding to take the bishop will depend on if she can evaluate the position properly after what we discussed after. Oh, it's not what I wanted to play. Takes, and then knight g4. This is the crucial move because the knight doesn't really have other squares, but still understanding that this move makes matters so complicated for white is not easy.
Yeah, no, it's so easy to kind of stop here and see, oh, my knight is trapped. I'm not getting anywhere here. But then to realize that since the knight is going to be captured anyway, you're going to give away the knight in such a way that kind of splits up the entire white pawn structure so that these pawns are now unable to protect each other, which in turn means that you're able to recapture on g5, you're going to capture on e3, and frankly, you're probably going to capture on g4 in the future as well.
Yeah, too many weaknesses in White's camp, whereas White's attack is not that clear just yet. You need to prepare the attack quite a bit, and not sure if White has the time for that.
Very exciting, very exciting moment in that game. Jennifer is taking her time to make that decision. Okay, we're gonna move on to Alexandra versus Anna Kramling. They are starting out right now. So we're going to have 3 concurrent games. We're kind of working on the logistics on the back room, trying to figure out how we want to do this. Maybe we should let chat decide. Who in chat wants to revel in poor Andrea's suffering after she blundered her piece? Okay. Wow. I really thought the way I formulated that was gonna work a little bit differently.
I'm afraid that we have a lot of trolls in the chat. So anything
Andrea's
you'll ask them.
suffering is very popular. So I guess we're gonna move away this Jennifer versus Dina game for the moment. We'll come back, I assure you. And we're gonna replace this with Alexandra's game until Andrea and Linda are done. And what's happening there is that Anna Kamling, with the white pieces, she always plays the same thing. So after knight f6, c4, g6, Alexandra goes for the King's Indian defense, which is one of the very tricky ways of facing the d4 opening. I hope you're taking notes, Anamaya.
Yes, I'm very curious. Yes.
Not wanting to play boring openings against d4. Knight to c3. So Anna, she always plays the same way. She always plays this early pawn to h3 move. I think the idea is that you control the g4 square so that the knight cannot come forward and attack the bishop. But frankly, there are some other ideas here as well. Sometimes white pushes that pawn very aggressively forward, which very much limits the options for black's pieces. So this can be a thing. And then after castles, Anna has tried bishop to g5, knight to f3, and bishop to e3. She's tried 3 different moves, but getting to this position is something she does pretty much always. Here, castles was Alexandra's prep for today. I made it myself. I spent some time on it. It was based on Benzea's recommendations for Andrea.
Oh.
So we're ripping off some Andrea prep here. But I'm very happy to say that this was Benzea's stuff originally. Because remember when I had to focus on Alexandra sending me a couple of messages earlier in the cast?
Yep.
Well, Alexandra messaged me to say, yeah, by the way, I'm not going to do what you recommended, and I've come up with a different plan on my own. And frankly, that is not the first time that happens. I would even go as far as to say it's become a regular fixture that Alexandra knows that Alexandra kind of deviates from the prep because she wants to do something other than what I've recommended, or that she feels like what I did was not good enough. But this was Benzea's prep, not mine, so I don't care today.
But is that not a nightmare of a coach that student last minute changes their mind and goes for something completely different?
I worked for Magnus. I am very accustomed to what's happening on the board is something completely different than what we discussed prior. No.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Actually, the only game, I don't know if anyone has revealed this, but it's been 10 years. I think it's fine. The only game Magnus lost in the World Championships, the 2 he played against Anand, he changed his mind right before the game about which opening to play. And then he made a blunder in the opening because he couldn't remember the complicated stuff, and he lost very quickly.
Ouch.
What
do you say to a player of that caliber then? Well, why did you not listen to me?
I value my life. Thank you. No, I mean, what I'm, that's Peter Heine's job. But yeah, there were some people sitting in a far away resort in the middle of the winter, cursing some slight curses with him not. But you need to realize that we, the players who try to help Magnus, we spend way more time looking at these openings than he does, right? Because we're sorting through, we're studying, what about this move? What about this move? What about this move? And because we're doing the investigative work, that also means that we're much more into what plans are good, what works, what doesn't, and so on. Magnus is 10 times the player we are, but very often it will be more easy for us to remember all the variations because we spend so much time making the analysis. Whereas Magnus, even if he spends like an hour just studying all the moves, he's not gonna be as familiar with the plans and the alternatives and stuff like as we are, and that kind of thing really helps you commit something to memory, having a lot
Right.
of context.
Right. Wow. That's interesting because I don't think any of my coaches throughout my career, I mean, I've never really deviated from prep, but I think they would scold me if I ever even thought of changing the preparation last minute.
Well, but here we are. Alexandra sent me a message and she said, "You know what? I'm not going to castle so early." And frankly, to her credit, I gotta say, I think it's a brilliant concept. I think it's
Okay.
so good. I think she genuinely figured out something better than what I did, or what Benzea did. That I kind of just looked briefly over and said, "This is fine." I think her plan is brilliant. So she decided here, instead of castling bishop e3 and then e5, this was our prep. But she decided on her own that she wanted to delay castling because there are many lines where white really starts rushing these pawns up on the king side. Where having the king committed to that side might not be the best thing. So she goes e5, Anna goes d5, and now pawn to a5. This is a classic move within the King's Indian. We've seen Andrea play like this previously in the tournament. Maybe Alexandra too. No, I don't really remember that as well because she's playing the late games. But this is a classic move. You're enabling your knight moving towards the c5 square, where the knight will put further pressure in towards the center. Anna goes bishop to e3, which is what she's normally doing here. And then after knight to a6, the classic move here for white is to play, I think, g4.
Okay.
And this
so you're
is
still committing on the
king
king's side. Right.
Yeah, because there are some things that g4, it is kind of an attacking move, but it's also limiting the options for black. So for instance, now black can no longer try and maneuver their knight forward. And with the knight not being able to move forward, I think Alexandra is planning to go backwards. Because this is what in preparation for today's game, I've been studying some Andrea versus Anna internet blitz games. And they have played this variation many times. And they often end up in this situation with the same plan here, with pawn to g4, whatnot. And then the knight moves here, and the knight moves to g3. This position, Andrea and Anna, I think, have had, or something very similar. Alexandra is basically aiming for this same thing, but without having committed to castling, which means she's less prone to the immediate onslaught from the pawns. So if we take that as the kind of where we started, and then compare it to where we're at right now, Anna might go g4, and then knight to d7, knight here. And now we have almost the same position as the one we had earlier, with one exception. Black has not castled, and white has not gone knight to g3. And this could be beneficial for black because white has a lack of control on the dark squares here. And now Alexandra was sending me before the game that she was planning to go bishop f6 here.
Wow.
moving her bishop out of the normal fianchetto position, but with a plan of kind of just blockading the dark squares. And she's going to put her bishop on this h4 square before she castles. And by doing that, she prevents the pawns from advancing. I'm kind of proud. I don't even care that because last time she said, I don't even like your stuff. I'm going to play something else. I felt slightly offended. I'm not gonna lie. I was a bit unhappy. It didn't help that it was Jules who had helped her with the alternate plan. And I was like, oh yeah, so you changed your favorite 2600 Grandmaster. I'm not even 2600 anymore, by the way. So I can't even call myself that.
Oh no.
But yeah, there was some jealousy. I'm not good enough anymore to be her coach. I didn't know it was possible not to be good enough for a 2000 rated player when
Getting
you're one of
personal
the
now.
best in the worlds, having previously coached the literal world champion in a world championship. But I did digress. This time I'm kind of just proud. This is an amazing idea she found.
Yeah, it feels very unusual, and I guess if she has never tried this before, then Anna will also be pretty surprised about this. So, I also see it as a win.
And Anna has not played g4, but she plays knight to e2. And I will bet you all the dollars in my pocket against all the euros in yours that Alexandra will go knight to d7, and then after pawn to g4, we're going to get into her prep.
Ooh. She did it. 97 is on the board.
I must admit, just as I finished that sentence, that I'm just proud of her. It kind of dawned on me that is Alexandra good enough to figure out this brilliant idea on her own? And may she have had alternate help again. But for the moment, I'm just not. I'm gonna try not to be jealous, and I'm gonna be so happy that she's found an incredible opening idea. And I really like her position here. Computer thinks it's equal, but I think the fact that white has no control of these dark squares is going to be very annoying for her in the long term.
Wow, this is some epic insiders info we're getting here behind what is happening behind the scenes. But yeah, this seems like super exciting stuff. It's very unusual to move your pieces twice when you haven't really finished your development. But this move bishop f6, it's there for a reason. As you're pointing out, blocking the dark squares, making sure that you cover them. And I'm also failing to see what else is here with white. I mean, I'm thinking of moves such as f4 because if I can't play g5, then I would like to play f4. But then you open up this diagonal towards the king. So that doesn't really seem pleasant to me.
So you're liking black, I assume.
Yeah, I mean, it feels very unnatural for me to have my knights this way, and it feels a little bit stuck. But seeing that white is similarly stuck and unable to make progress, I can't help but like black's position.
Prague won with this position 2019 in Sitges.
Wow.
So are you saying Prague is advising her? That would be an upgrade. I'm not gonna lie.
Hmm. It does seem quite new, this position. It hasn't been played that many times, as far as I can tell.
It's kind of brilliant though. Because the thing is, if black had already castled, there's some very interesting variations where white goes pawn to h4. And sure, you can capture the pawn, but then the white rook is pointing down towards the black king. But since black hasn't castled, capturing that pawn on the edge of the board is not a problem whatsoever, because there's no kind of dangerous attack coming in here because you haven't committed the king to that side of the board. It's really good.
In the meantime, Hammer, Andrea resigned and she made this gesture that she just completely missed that she was going to lose the piece there, I think.
Yeah.
This is a devastating result for Andrea. This was her one chance, I think, one clear chance to get on the scoreboard, because her next two opponents are, I believe she's playing against Nemo and Jennifer, so they are no less. They are one of the toughest opponents in the tournament, so yeah. This is really
is a
unfortunate for her.
rough pairing for Andrea.
Yeah.
Just the way she just didn't feel like herself this game. Because never mind the blunder, the fact that she wasn't pushing forward her pieces to try and sacrifice and open up an attack against Delinda's king. To me, that's such a big surprise. Like, of course, you can never predict a blunder, but to me, like I was telling chat, 100. Well, I think I said 98% sure. Andrea is going to sacrifice her knight here and try to create an attack, and like that would be such a typical Andrea thing to do. And the fact that she didn't go for the computations, the sacrifices, I think that really shows that she wasn't really herself today.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate that she has not been able to get on the scoreboard and also not really show what she's capable of, because she can do much better than what she has shown in this tournament. Even her last game, the game that she played against Alexandra, she played so well, but it's just unfortunate when your opponent also plays really well. At some point things happen and she was unable to get much out of that game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Andreas played very well most of the tournament, but the game against Alexandra was legitimately good. And she also had such incredible time management. She was ahead of Alexandra on time, which you're going to notice from this game today, that being ahead of Alexandra on time is not an easy thing to make happen. Anna Kemling is already 20 minutes down, and trust me when I say it's going to get much, much worse. Because Anna kind of is similar to Andrea in time usage normally. But the fact that Andrea managed to muster her best in the sibling rivalry, I think that was excellent. But at the same time, it shows what she has in her, but then what is going on when she's not able to show that level in the other games? Like, how is it that she's playing so much better against Alexandra than against all the others? And I mean, as a older brother myself, I will say that well, to be fair, my sister and I have always had, like, we haven't had competing interests at any point, but I'm sure that if we had, there's just the sibling rivalry just unlocks something different in you.
Yeah, and Andrea has been doing so well recently. She's been improving so much both in online chess but also over the board. She's been doing super well, and she has been really showing some good chess. She's showing that she's capable of playing really well. But there have been these moments where she hasn't been able to recover well from her losses, or things spiral down, and that happens so easily in chess, right? Especially when your opponents are higher rated, or in previous tournaments they were even underrated, and it's just a big challenge altogether. So she has been fighting really well. She's not giving up, but she is struggling to recover from her losses mentally. Once you start focusing so much on the result, that's when things start to go downhill, because all you think about is winning and nothing else matters anymore. As long as if you don't win, then it doesn't matter how you played, it doesn't matter what the results, it doesn't matter what you've done previously. It matters now that you need to win and come back somehow in the tournament. But yeah, recovering from losses is one of the biggest challenges of chess players.
In the meantime, we have big news from the top game, you against Belinkaya. Jen chose not to capture the bishop, and she has instead pushed the pawn forward to try and counteract in the center. Please bear with us as we correct our layout here. Hammer coding. Let's just say if Hammer ever coded, it would be as much of a disaster as that layout was.
We're
But
back
yeah,
now.
the bishop was not captured. Instead, she's trying to make some pressure in towards the center of the board. And based on what we talked about earlier, Anamaya, I feel like here, like she already got away with the bishop not being captured on the previous move. Do you think maybe she could have gotten away with it a second time and castled?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, might as well. It would stay for a move and get the rook in the action already, which you really want to have on the H file.
And now if you capture and recapture, you've opened up on the H file, but now it's like white has gotten a very useful move to castle, whereas black has just lost more control in the center with the pawns no longer protecting each other like they did earlier. So I think kind of what happened here is that while Jennifer was thinking, Dina realized that the bishop could have been captured. And now when Jen went with a different direction, Dina just moved her bishop out of the way as quickly as possible, even though she probably didn't have to do that because now she was scared of the capture since she had spent time while her opponent was calculating and figured out that actually maybe she could have taken that one on the previous move.
Yeah, it's quite surprising to see Jennifer go for this c5 move, but in a way it makes sense. When your opponent is sort of trying to attack on one side of the board, you want to strike in the center and open files, especially because this king is still in the center. So that could be the reasoning why she went for the move c5 instead of going for this complicated line with taking the bishop and then suffering with the attack on the king side. But she did spend a lot of time on this. She spent 34 minutes on this move c5, and now she's down to 42 minutes on the clock. And yeah, you can't really afford to spend so much time. I guess it was a critical moment, but it's one of those situations where if you spend a lot of time on a certain move and then you play, let's say, the easier move, then it feels like kind of a waste of time. And it's hard to get that time back and recover from the loss of time. So now Dina is up on the time with 59 minutes on the clock. So yeah, she's looking good here, but of course, Jennifer's not going to make it that easily because yeah, she is going to face this attack, I think, on the king side.
And normally you say face an attack by counteracting in the center. But Jen just played pawn c4, which is a very, very controversial choice, given that black no longer has pressure in towards the middle, giving Dina more of a free rein to rush her pawns up the side of the board with those attacking intentions. In addition, this pawn attacks the bishop, and the bishop only has one safe square to go to. So Dina gets a quick move there. And now knight to h5 from Jennifer. Wow, that is quite the move. Because now the knight has abandoned the protection of the pawn in the center of the board. That pawn can be captured by white's knight. I guess then she goes with a check on the king and pressure on the knight, but the knight can just retreat. And the queen is pointing towards this bishop, but that bishop is protected. And now knight takes bishop, knight takes back. Dina has an extra pawn here, and I feel like that pawn is quite valuable. It's a 2 versus 0 situation when it comes to pawns in the center of the board.
Yeah, I guess the pawns are quite weak. So I would consider playing bishop f6 here because I'll be threatening bishop takes d4 and rook takes e3. I wonder if there is a way to defend this properly. I guess after bishop f6, you can play queen to d2 at least. Oh no, that leaves the bishop alone. We can't do that. But yeah, after bishop
But
f6.
speaking of bishop,
Uh-huh.
what about bishop e4?
Oh, such a sneaky move.
Just
Yeah, that seems to cover all of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems convincing.
Well, I think Dina's going to spend a lot of time here because now there's so much to think about. Do you want to keep your bishop? You can retreat the bishop. Yeah, you lose the pawn on h4, but you kind of wanted to open up an attack anyway. So you're not super unhappy to lose that pawn. You can always just counterattack the bishop and capture in the center after. Okay, apparently we cannot do that. Okay, apparently we cannot do that again. Ooh, but here we can just push this pawn. Yeah, but look at this Anamaya. Like we gave away a pawn, but that is just opened up for our rook. And basically Dina earlier was willing to give away a bishop to open up for her rook. So a pawn is it's a very, very low cost. I think Dina has absolutely no concern that this pawn is under attack. Yeah, I think bishop back is going to be very tempting for Dina. Also tempting is knight takes pawn. And so because she has 2 tempting moves, she's going to spend quite a bit of time thinking here.
You don't think long castle would be on her radar just to get the king out of there? And
oh yeah, that's also fair. Yeah. Okay, 3 tempting moves.
I just don't want to get checked on h4, so
yeah,
I just want to get out of it.
And well, I don't want to get checked from a5 either. So
right,
both these directions where the black can try and check in towards the king, it makes sense that the king tries to escape. No, this is going to be a very, very tricky, but also very time-consuming next phase of the game. In the meantime, Anna has played queen to d2. She's trying to regain control of the dark squares with the queen here taking control of the g5 square together with the bishop. And Alexandra instantly replies pawn to h6. because that was part of her preparation. In fact, the current situation on the board is the position she screenshot and sent to me 2 hours ago.
This very position.
This very same position.
Wow. That is some insane stuff. And Anna knows, of course, that this is some heavy prep because you don't play h6 out of nowhere. You would not consider this as much, or you would at least spend some time on this, but she played this very quickly. Because, of course, after bishop takes h6, you just lose the piece because of g5. The bishop is trapped. So that is a free bishop. So you cannot take that pawn. And if you have to come up with that move on the spot, that will require some time. So Anna knows that this is some crazy prep going on. And she's already down 30 minutes compared to Alexandra.
And based on, because I'm looking at the screenshot Alexandra sent me, her screenshot includes what the top games in the current position is. And let me tell you, this position has occurred twice in top level play previously. And Black won both times. The first game was mentioned that Pragnananda won as Black back in 2019. He beat Nino Batsiashvili, the Georgian grandmaster. But there's another game as well from 2022. Hans Niemann, with the white pieces, lost against Ivan Saric. So it's 2 wins out of 2 for Black in this position, including a Niemann loss.
Wow. Yeah, the results, I'm seeing some games in Explore tab here, and the results for Black look pretty good. I see 100% score for Black, which is crazy to think of.
So I'm very, very optimistic on Alexandra's behalf. She also has now a 30-minute time advantage against a Anna who has a tendency of spending more time than she should. So I'm optimistic on behalf of the Botezes there. Dina, in the meantime, King f2. Like we said, there were 3 very tempting moves, and somehow Dina hasn't played any of them.
This is completely crazy. If there is one place where I don't want the king to be, it's on the king side because it feels quite exposed there. There's a bishop ready to capture that pawn with check. But I would be very hesitant to take that pawn in this very position. What do you think, Hammer?
I'm loving what Dina's doing. She's taking control of the e3 square. She's expecting that to be a potential weakness in her position as she allows her bishop to be captured. And after capture, the pawn on d5 is in some trouble. And like you said, bishop takes pawn. We're not really scared of that. We're just going to counter threat against the bishop. And when the bishop moves, we'll be able to capture our central pawn. And now we've managed to open up for the rook along the edge of the board. We have 2 pawns in the center, whereas Black has none. We're even attacking against another Black pawn. So, like, this looks great for her.
Yeah, such a strong center, and that king is, funnily enough, super safe there. Maybe even more safe than if it was on the queen side. So, yeah, it's just that Black is so undeveloped, and they just cannot really move the pieces as much. So I really like White's position here.
It's going to be super tense. And let's just say Dina and Jennifer, like, they don't have the same problematic relationship with time as, for instance, Andrea and Anna. Yet, they've spent way more than 50% of their time uh, in a situation that is definitely not 50% of the game. So because of the complicated nature of the position right now, I'm expecting both of these girls to end up in time trouble, and I'm kind of all for that because I think this tournament deserves being decided with a super exciting final game. Well, not final game, but top game, where the tension is high, and the person who controls their nerves the best comes out on top.
No, I agree with you. And this game is already looking so exciting. It's going back and forth already with that sort of bishop sacrifice that Dina initiated, but was not accepted by Jennifer. And now we're in this crazy position where Dina just plays King F2 and asks Jennifer the question, what are you going to do? You cannot do anything to my king. And she is playing bold chess. And we have seen her beat grandmasters with this kind of style of chess. So I'm very excited for this game. And the one thing, I mean, as a spectator, as a commentator, I'm very excited to see Time Scramble, but I'm also concerned for their players because if they get into Time Scramble this early on, then we might see a lot of craziness happen on the board.
I don't mind that though. I'm all for that. Knight G3 has been played by Anna, and now Bishop to G5 instantly from Alexandra. Notice how White has placed almost all their pawns on the light squares. When you have a strategy that is so revolved around one of the colors on the board, you're very, very, very dependent on your opposite colored bishop, the dark squared bishop in this case, to take up the slack, take control of the squares. The pawns then are unable to control. And what then would be your biggest nightmare? That your most important piece gets traded off. And that's what Alexandra is doing right here. The bishops up against each other. Black's bishop on e3 is absolutely White's bishop is so important to keep some of the dark squared weaknesses under control. And Alexandra now, with that incredibly clever plan of maneuvering her bishop around and trade off White's most important piece, I'm kind of confused by the fact that the computer feels this position is equal. As far as I'm concerned, Alexandra is completely outplaying Anna so far, and I'm really, really happy with the prep she did, even if it was not my plan for her in this game, even though she found a better plan than what I had prepared, even though I'm probably getting fired because frankly, who needs a coach whose opinion you can't trust and whose opinion you can improve like it's nothing? But it's okay. The important thing is good positional sense is on display.
I think she still really cares a lot about your opinion, Hammer. Otherwise, she would not even share this with you, that she changed her mind and she's going to play something else. So I think you're
her
good,
literal,
Hammer.
let me quote. This is her 2 hours and 12 minutes ago. I think I will make a slight adjustment in your line, just so you're not spooked with commentary. I looked at both, but I think not castling right away is more tricky.
Okay.
And then she sent a screenshot delay castle so that I can get this.
Okay. Doesn't sound too bad. She cares about
She
your
cares about the
feelings.
broadcast. And that we're not surprised in broadcast. Yeah. But she was very casual about the fact that she found a much better idea than the one I was recommending.
Well, it could also have been content to not share that she decided to change her mind, and then
I
we
don't know.
would have been enough.
I think it's better content that she's ignoring her coach yet again. But what do I
Yeah,
know?
imagine the surprise on your face if you actually didn't know.
I suppose. But Spy Pearl has a good comment in chat. Classic Alexandra delaying castling. Because she really doesn't like castling in the first 15 moves. It's spectacular how often she just avoids castling.
It makes sense as a French player. That's, I don't want to say the standard, but it's common.
Right now, though, it is very important what she does next. Alexandra has chosen to trade off the good white bishop. That's, of course, completely fine. But now that that trade has been made, white is threatening pawn to h4. If white gets to play pawn to h4, then white can regain control of the dark squares and then go pawn to g5 afterwards and gradually move more and more pawns to the dark squares on the board. So I would strongly suggest in this moment that she should go queen to h4 and prevent the advance of the white pawns to stand on dark squares.
She played queen g5.
Queen g5 is fine. Queen g5 is fine. It doesn't prevent pawn to h4, but if pawn to h4 is played now, Alexandra gets to trade off the queens, giving white long-term doubled pawns. Big weakness can be exploited, hopefully. Oh, actually, now that I think about it, it just wins a pawn. The pawn on g4, it's impossible to protect it. It can advance.
It's pinned after hg.
But then you just trade, and go after
wait,
it.
knight h7. Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah, so pawn actually she did prevent pawn to h4. And if Anna captures on g5, then Alexandra recaptures and she's got this dark square completely under control. I'm super happy with how she's playing.
This almost feels like positionally winning. Like it feels like it would be heartbreaking if black doesn't win this because of how much control black has, and that pawn on h3 is going to become a major target.
The only thing is that Alexandra has no way of getting her knight to f4. And that's kind of what's saving white in this situation, and probably why the computer doesn't think this is crazy good for black. Because in order to get to this f4 square, you have to go either from g6. Well, that's not going to happen because there's a pawn there, and that pawn cannot advance because of the doubled pawns. You want to go via the e6 square, but that's not going to work. Definitely can't use the d5 square to get over here. And you can't use the h5 square because that's completely under control. So she would really, really, really like to get the knight to f4. It's just not possible.
Yeah, that seems very difficult. So I guess you don't have enough pieces to attack that pawn at h3, so.
Yeah. But I still think this should be much, much better for black in practical play. But
Right.
we'll see how it goes. Also, like the time advantage Alexandra is amassing has is gonna matter down the line.
Yeah, this is
Wait,
already a
what did
crazy
happen in the
advantage.
game?
She
Anna
Anna
played
played
h4.
h4. Yeah.
Oh, so now Alexandra's just winning.
Yeah, she took on e3 already.
Takes, and knight f6 wins a pawn, wins the game. Wow, the one move Anna didn't think for ages about, and she's blundered a pawn. That is so
Yeah.
typical, though. Like you have this problem with time management. You tell yourself, "I've got to make a quick decision now." And you make a quick decision, and turns out it's the worst possible move. I think h4, from a strategic point of view, made a lot of sense. The problem is just that this pawn is just impossible to defend in the short term.
Yeah, knight f6 played by Alex.
GG's.
Wow.
What a prep.
I'm taking notes. I'm almost convinced to play this too, Hammer.
She nepoed her? Yeah. No, there's definitely I think I said that previously, right? Alexandra is like a nepo light. Or maybe light. A very mini nepo. Nepo is very famous for playing extremely quickly and as such putting a lot of pressure on his opponents. But sometimes he makes some mistakes due to playing so quickly, and sometimes he just wins and makes his opponents look like idiots. And I would know. I have had that very unpleasant experience.
First-hand experience.
Yeah.
Oh, that's rough.
Nano Nepo. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's just crazy that Anna is just already losing a pawn, and she also doesn't have the greatest pawn structure. This is insane. Amazing preparation by Alexandra, and yeah, this is a tough situation for Anna. I mean, she's facing this prep, and on top of that, being so low on time compared to her opponent, and already losing a pawn is just so detrimental.
In the meantime, we've had some developments in the big Belenkaya versus you matchup. Jennifer did what we basically said was not going to happen. She took the pawn on h4. Didn't we say that was a bad idea?
I was questioning whether it was a good idea because it's tempting. There's a reason why you play king f2. You want your opponent to take the pawn on h4, but yeah, at the same time, it's hard to say no.
I guess also there's maybe a lack of different moves.
Yeah.
Because you're facing the trouble you're facing anyway, so you might as well get a pawn for your trouble. After bishop takes pawn, we've opened up for the rook along the h-file. Dina blocks the check on her king with a pawn, countering against the black bishop. If the black bishop moves, then you lose your little horsey on the side of the board. So therefore, Jennifer first makes the trade, horse for bishop. And if now the bishop is captured, then the knight will capture white's knight. So Dina just recaptures. And after bishop back, last time we looked at this, Anamaya, I suggested knight c takes on d5 because I wanted to open up for my queen to put pressure on the c4 pawn. Computer wasn't too happy about that. And I think I've realized something about why. Because now I'm saying maybe we go with the other knight. And you may ask, what is the difference? But
Mhm.
now we do have the option of later on, after something like, oh, we can't do that. Wait, what are we supposed to do here?
Uh,
Well, at some point, pawn to f4 kicks the bishop back was going to be what I was saying. I just needed to make a sensible move first, and then the pawn would move forward and attack the bishop. But knight b6 is a very sensible move because it attacks the knight, it attacks the bishop, and if the knight trades for the black knight, well, then we've moved away from
yeah, you lose
controlling
e3.
the e3 pawn. And the bishop can interject there, the so-called Zwischenzug, intermezzo, in between move, depending on your preferred chess language. But regardless of the languages, this is just very good for black. So that's a big argument in terms of for the other knight.
Yeah, it's still quite complicated, and that's why this move King f2, it's safe there, but it's also in danger if you start moving pieces forward easily. If you start trading pieces, then this king gets exposed quite easily. So yeah, you gotta be more careful now with white, I guess.
Okay, Dina has captured and she has used the C knight to make that capture. So no pawn moving forward to hit the bishop, but then at the same time, no bishop pointing down towards the E3 pawn.
Yeah, this seems like the safer option. Because now this bishop is restricted at least on g5. But I wonder what black can do here. Does the plan with knight b6 still work?
Yeah, I think knight b6 looks great. And there's the added benefit of putting these two bishops up against each other that if you capture, then black can just recapture with the rook, and the rook is perfectly placed to support the pawn that white was trying to target. Ooh, and actually, bishop takes bishop. Maybe black can even capture the knight in the center. And there's some issues with all these black pieces pointing towards the e3 pawn.
Ooh. That is really unpleasant.
So a very, very tricky position. But actually, the more I'm looking at this, the more I'm liking Jen's position.
Yeah, because all those pieces of white, they feel so loose. They depend on each other, and once the pieces get traded off, suddenly this pawn on e3 is so vulnerable. And once e3 falls, then white's position completely falls apart. So you really need to hold on to that pawn. And you can't really move e4 that easily either, because these two bishops are staring at each other. And you can't really play e4 and then allow bishop takes f5 so easily. And especially now it's tactically just wrong because this knight on d5 is hanging.
But I guess you just have to go back. But the thing is, this still is strategically dangerous for black because the white rook does have access trying to attack towards the black king. And white has two pawns in the center, whereas black has none. Right now, black is trying to argue that it's beneficial not having pawns in the center because that allows the rook and queen to point down towards white's king positioning. But say that white manages to get the rook into the center and start supporting the advance of the pawns, then then I think things could turn around and it could be an advantage for white having those central pawns.
Yeah, but you gotta be really patient to retreat the knight after being offered so many trades, and it looks so appealing to go for these trades because the pawn on c4 is such a weakness, right? So if you get to capture that, that would be great, but unfortunately for white, it's not that easy.
Okay. I need a bathroom break. Are you fine to take over for a couple of minutes?
Of course, Hammer, you go ahead. I'll take over from you. So you know what they say, guys? Once the how does the saying go? Once the cat is once the boss is out of the house or something, the mice are how's that saying go? When the cat is away, the mice play. Yes, exactly. I know how it is in Dutch, but in English it's not really printed in my head. Don't your cheeks hurt from so much smiling? Yes. Yes. My face muscles are not trained well enough for this. But yeah, in Dutch it's very similar phrasing, but the wording is what complicates things. But anyway, we have two super exciting games, guys. Alexandra in a much better position against Anna. She has played amazing preparation. She has done amazing preparation, and it paid off. She has officially, well, almost doubled the time of her opponent, while not having spent, well, barely spent her time, as she is on 1 hour and 30 minutes still, which is the starting time of the game. And Anna is down to 45 minutes. So big difference on the clock, and I'm sure that Anna realizes that she's going to lose this pawn. And just to illustrate to you guys one more time why she's losing this pawn over here, well, first of all, it is attacked twice and only defended once. There's no way for white to defend that pawn other than moving the pawn forward. But if that happens, then you can capture this pawn. You take this rook with check, so white has to recapture. And you play knight h7, and suddenly the pawn on g5 is undefendable. So because of that, white is just losing the pawn. These two pawns over here are not the greatest. Black simply has a passed pawn, and with careful play, this should be quite easy to convert with black. It's really difficult to find counterplay here with white, and as I'm saying this is actually what they're playing in the game. Let me, oh no, my game is freezing. Okay, I'm back. Knight h7 is not on the board yet, but should be played very soon. Okay, there you go. This is actually on the board now in live position. So Alexandra on her way to win that pawn on g5, and yeah. Yeah, that was a great picture. I would have loved to have a blonde hammer as a picture, but this will do as well. But yeah, Anna going to lose this pawn on g5, and soon the other pieces of black will come back in the game, or will join in the game. This bishop will probably be developed to d7. You can either go long castle or simply go king e7. Rook comes to h8, and yeah, just a really tough position to defend for Anna. Oh yeah, I see what you mean, Zratnok. Yes, I know I have to be careful with you guys. I've noticed quite some trolls in the chat. I am aware. Sometimes, most of the times. Long pass has been played by Anna. And yeah, it's a very logical move. She has to get the rook involved as well. Alex is going to capture this pawn on g5. And she did it. She still has 1 hour and 31 minutes on the clock. We're on move 19, guys. Have you ever seen anyone on 1 hour and 31 minutes on move 19? I have one friend that does this, but admittedly, it's not because they have good preparation or, well, they prepare well, but it's not because they end up in such a good position that they can just easily make the moves and win. But yeah, this is absolutely insane. They start with 1 hour and 30 minutes, and you get 30 seconds for every single move. And hey, Hammer, you're back.
I am, yeah.
Good to see you again. I was
What are
already
we
starting to
talking
miss
about?
you. I was just praising Alexandra for her time management because I was pointing out that she is still on 1 hour and 30 minutes while being on move 19, which is, I think, a very rare occurrence. Not just specifically to her, but in general in chess.
Yeah, no, but I don't think it's the first time this year though.
Really?
Like, yeah, no, she's been playing crazy fast lately.
Wow.
But the trick is playing fast and well. It's the combination of the two that's difficult to accomplish.
Right. Yeah, I was just pointing it out as well that I know people that play super fast, but it doesn't really come with the guarantee that you get in a good position or that you play well. But this, what we see here in Alexander's game, this is what happens when your prep is amazing and your opponent makes a mistake early on and suddenly you're up a pawn.
Yeah. Well, up a pawn, but also look at the pawn structure, right? White's
Mm,
pawn structure is pretty broken. And it means that Anna is unable to in any way whatsoever challenge the Black Knight. So it's not just a pawn, but this knight is an absolute beast. And that's just going to be so helpful as she tries to go bishop d7, king e7, and rook h8. Because this knight is going to keep white on their toes and keep them defensive.
yeah, I mean, besides the fact that Anna is down a pawn, as someone is pointing out in chat as well, it's so intimidating when your opponent plays this fast, and it's really difficult psychologically to handle this. I mean, if my opponent had 1.5 hours on the clock and I was down to 40 minutes, I would almost think that I'm already lost just because of that. But on top of that, Anna is down a pawn. It's like things couldn't get any worse. And that's
No,
just
and
so detrimental.
we talked about how it is playing against Nepomniachtchi, and
Mm-hmm.
what you've described is kind of like precisely how you feel when you let Nepomniachtchi just completely destroy you. And Alexandra is doing an amazing job of replicating those emotions here. And I mean, so far she's played a perfect game. It's not just that she's played super quickly, all her moves have been fantastic.
Yeah, she plays flawless chess. Her preparation working out really well. Now it's her task to prove that she deserves to win this game, uh, because she has to convert this. And
I have a thing I want to
okay,
mention.
okay, go ahead.
Um, if Alexandra wins this game, she has Dina and Jules left.
Right.
So if Dina could beat Jen right now, and then Alexandra beats Dina, Alexandra's suddenly in first place.
Yep, that's
I'm
true.
I'm I'm just saying. I'm just saying. The way she's playing right now, like she could easily fight for the win in the tournament.
No doubt about that. She's been showing some amazing chess this tournament as well. She has been very confident and one mishap maybe opening wise in the game against Andrea, but she recovered really well from that and played amazing afterwards. But yeah, really great performance so far. So I would not be surprised if she would end up leading the tournament either at this point. But it's a long road still.
Yeah. Let me also mention that there are big prizes in this tournament. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I know it's $10,000 first prize.
Yes.
And then there's prizes for the top three. And
Yeah.
if Alexandra wins this game, like she's very likely to be in the top three. Because she's pushing back her biggest opponent. Like Anna is her biggest rival for that third place spot.
Yeah.
So big things happening.
Yeah, this is a very exciting round. Players have made a move. Alexandra is simply developing the bishop, of course. And yeah, I guess in this game, she wouldn't want to castle either, right, Hammer? I think you would rather play king e7 than castle alone.
Yeah. In fact, she might even want to spend two
Oh.
moves with the king and go to g7. Because the thing is, Anna is gonna go she's gonna go rook h1 now to try and control the open file. And in fact, actually now king f8 would be somewhat of a mistake. Because then check on the king. The king has to move, but your rook is on pre behind it. And so here you might want to actually play king e7, followed by king f6, followed by king g7, and then rook over. And that's a very cool, very kind of long-winded but effective way of playing. Because you don't want white to control the open file. You want to counter yourself. And then after these things get traded off, now you can focus on getting this pawn forward to become a new queen. Because if you start advancing the g pawn while the rooks are still on the board, you're very likely going to get a rook pointing down towards your king and towards your pawn. So yeah, just go the long way round to get the rook trade. I think that's a good plan.
How difficult is it to convert this up a pawn? Because I would say a lot of things need to happen still for this to be an easy win. But do you see any possibilities for Anna to somehow equalize this? Somehow. It sounds like you want to say something, but not really.
Well, I mean, there
It's
would
okay,
be
you
no.
can just say it.
There would be no hope at my level.
Okay. Okay, so we can derive from that what you mean.
I didn't say it. That is just your mind.
Okay. I mean, there's a reason you're holding back.
Jinx? That's not a jinx. Jinxing would be saying, of course Alexandra's gonna win this. Well, I know from experience that weird stuff happens.
Okay.
I think she's gonna win this.
Okay. I like seeing that you have belief that you believe her, that you trust her.
Well, I mean, why wouldn't I, right? She's played a literal perfect game so far.
Yeah, as a coach, you have to believe in your student.
You don't have to. But it's a better atmosphere when you do, probably.
Yeah.
preferably believe in them when they're around. And then, you know, if you don't believe, you should probably keep that talking behind their back, like now.
Yeah, you're usually always so honest.
I honestly, I do think Alexandra's going to win.
Okay. Okay, that's good to hear. Because I think so too. But it's gonna take some time, I think. It's a long grind.
Okay. I mean, you say it's a long grind, but Anna only has 38 minutes left. So I'm going to say it's under an hour grind.
Oh. Okay, how about moves? How many moves do you think this would take? You know, usually.
30?
30 more?
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds, you know, long for an
No, it's a long, but you're confusing number of moves and time elapsed. Classic mistake. You're gonna need some moves because the only way to win this is getting the pawn over to becoming a new queen.
Yes.
So the number of moves are gonna be somewhat high, but as in terms of how much time it's gonna take, like she's gonna go king up next move. That's like whatever happens.
Mm-hmm.
And then rook over she's going to want to do. And if rook over is not possible due to white's rook already having made its way over there, then you add on these king moves here.
It'll take some time. But I think 30 moves is fair.
Should that be the strategy? Try and promote the pawn, asks Amy. I think so. Because Anna has this, there's one major weakness in white's camp, and that's the pawn on e4. And we got our incredibly strong knight that's impossible to chase away. That knight is eyeing the e4 pawn constantly. And we can get this guy in to increase the pressure. But even so, like if we have two knights attacking and Anna has two knights defending, that's not going to bring us really any joy. So we're not going to win this game by winning another pawn. And then we got to look at other options. And basically, I want to try and get my king up here. I want to have my king on g3. I think that would be fantastic. But the problem is, in order to get my king up there, I'm going to have to deal with this white rook pointing down on the king side. And my best strategy for dealing with that rook is probably going to be just trading it off. So we're starting to formulate a plan. We're going to trade the rooks. Well, if we could get our rook up here, then we would win. Like a rook coming in, putting pressure in from the side, that would be impossible for white to deal with. So let's assume that white has to go on the open file to prevent black from doing the same. And that means whenever we go to the H file with our rook, we're going to challenge whites and we can force the trade of rooks. So let's say we're at something like, I don't know, this position. So we've traded the rooks. And now that the rooks are traded, there's no more rook that can annoy our king. So now our king is free to try and make its way forward. And then white, it's not really clear what white can do in the meantime. But let's say white just positions the bishop so that it reinforces everything. And then while white is doing that and moving the king over here, now is the time for us to figure out how to get the king forward. And I'm just going to move the knight back. Like, move the knight back, and then we move the king up, and then we move the knight back again. Maybe we even push this pawn and then move the knight up again.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't see what white is doing in the meantime.
What concerns me is that it's not easy to figure out that you have to move your king first, because you're up a pawn. That means you have a passed pawn, and you want to push that pawn. So I think the natural way of dealing with the position is to move the pawn first, and it could go even as far as moving the pawn to f5, which is what I'm concerned about, because that can easily lead into drawing territory.
Nah, f5 I think is quite easily
Still
winning
fine?
as well. Yeah.
Okay.
Because the thing is, after these trades, there's more space for the king to walk into. So I didn't want to do f5 just from an aesthetics point of view.
Yeah.
That it lets white undouble their pawns. But from a let's win this game point of view, I think it's completely fine.
Okay, that's a good thing, because it feels like it's helping the opponent.
Did I move the knight back to move the king up and then move the knight? I could have just gone here.
But maybe there was a bishop on d1. Maybe.
Yeah, but yeah, I guess
I guess you moved that bishop just now.
I think this should be fairly straightforward.
Okay, let's see it. At least since f5 is still winning, that's promising, because f5 feels so logical to play, because you're just moving the pawns forward. If you move g5, oh, what about my pawn at f7? It will be a backward pawn. What if I get stuck, you know? But if f5 is fine, then it's looking good for Alexandra.
I'm getting reports that Jennifer has moved bishop to e6.
She spent a lot of time on that too. She's now down to 14 minutes after that long thought.
Yeah, I'm a sucker for a pawn. Can we just capture?
I guess you can. What? Is there maybe bishop f5?
Here?
Yeah. I want to try and see if there's some tactics, but I guess you just drop the c4 pawn too, huh?
I could just go back also, right?
And then gets interesting.
Well, I'm fine with making any trades, right? Because at this point, I'm up a pawn.
Mm-hmm.
And I got that amazing central control.
That's crazy how many pawns there are.
It's about to be one more.
I'm honestly surprised the engine is not that happy. It's not more convinced about White's position.
Yeah, me too. I would think White had a bigger advantage than what the eval bar is saying. Okay, what are the options? Can we capture the bishop? That's my second instinct. Because a lot of times people underestimate opposite colored bishops. They think like, if I have a bishop that goes on dark squares and you have a bishop that goes on light squares, it's going to be a draw. And to be fair, that is the case some of the time, but not all the time. And the question here is, like, after we take the bishop, would we then be able to kind of push this guy away? The problem with taking the bishop, the problem with taking the bishop is not so much that it's giving opposite colored bishops, but I think part of the problem is just that this knight is too important defensively to protect against the threats. that Black's bishop is trying to have against this e3 pawn.
Interesting. It's not easy to play here with white. As soon as you move forward with your pieces, you're weakening a lot of squares, and especially the pawns in front of the king of white. Those look quite vulnerable.
No, I think you just take the pawn. I don't really see an alternative. Maybe a4 if you're like crazy good at the game. Maybe a4. Okay, computer engine didn't like that.
What about knight h5 right away?
I
Because
just don't see
I want
what
to
it's
get this
doing.
bishop. Maybe with f4 a bit too ambitious.
Well, I mean, you can play f4, but it's just you're very concerned that
Mm,
the stuff that previously was very well protected by pawns, suddenly this bishop lost its foundation. And you're scared that this pressure and this pressure is going to be very difficult to deal with.
right. Can I take on f6, and if you capture the queen, take on b7?
You can, but then the situation becomes again that if you're going to capture that pawn, you would probably rather want to do it when you had more defensive pieces around your own
Right.
king.
Yeah, and I can't really play e4 that easily because my d4 pawn is hanging.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
If you go back, like this bishop is establishing itself.
Yeah, that doesn't look
inside.
great.
You can't go pawn in between because then you lose everything in the middle. You can't really take the pawn because then the rook comes in and gives a check. And it's like here we see the eval bar just boom in multiple variations, right? Because it's
Yeah.
just it's so scary. One wrong move and you're just completely dead.
Yeah, suddenly that the black bishop is much stronger than the white bishop, which is in a way surprising, but yeah, the white pawns are just too weak here. Well, they're
I
weak,
don't know.
but
It's like it's a very tricky position throughout.
yeah.
And in general, I think the player with the more time is going to have decent chances here, and the player with more time, that's Dina. 23 minutes more than her opponent right now, and that's despite Dina already having been thinking for some time. So Dina looking good right now.
Yeah, I guess the one thing is that she has spent also a lot of time so far. So in terms of time management, when looking forward to move 40, she's not doing well. So the danger here is that she starts spending too much time and also gets into time trouble very soon. So let's see how she handles this situation, being up on time, but still being on the lower end of time management because she needs to make her moves fast. Because there's still 21 moves to go until move 40.
Ironically, Alexandra and Anna started an hour after Dina and Jen. And yet it's looking like Jennifer and Anna, they're gonna have similar situations on the clock fairly soon.
And just because of Alexandra playing so fast.
Yeah. The time scramble in these two games, despite starting an hour apart, it's going to be somewhat similar.
Wow. Yeah, and I mean, Alexandra is also sitting behind the board all this time. So she is taking her time while Anna is thinking about her move. So she's really not wasting any time whatsoever.
Okay, Dina moved. She's putting her rook in the center, ignoring the free pawn. I've never seen a free pawn I didn't want to take. I guess it's
But
not going to run away though.
yeah, you don't really want to play moves such as rook e7. That looks quite ugly.
Although I would probably play it just to defend my pawn.
Well, rook b8 makes more sense so that you can at least play b5 on next move.
Yeah. So if pawn to b5, then that loses your rook to the bishop. So rook to b8, it's not just about defending the pawn, it's also enabling the pawn to push forward. I don't know. I'm convinced. That move seems fine to me.
Yeah, I wonder if she wants to play d5 soon.
I really don't think so. And once again, like Dina doesn't have a bishop on the dark squares. So then you want to have your pawns controlling the dark squares. If you go pawn to d5, it's like you're giving away all this dark square control
Yeah.
in the center of the board. You just can't allow that.
I guess then the question is, what is their idea behind rook ad1? Because you put the rook behind a pawn, that's why you probably want to move the pawn forward. But if you're not moving the pawn forward, then what else is there for white?
It's a good point. Maybe rook d1 was a mistake for that reason, right? No, but she really shouldn't push this pawn forward. I just thought she's, protecting stuff just in case.
Okay. I guess time will tell, but it's just hard to see different plans for
Maybe she
white.
can go rook e1 afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
Because she in this position, she cannot go rook e1 because then after takes on the side of the board, if you take with the e pawn, you lose the pawn in the center. And if you take with the other pawn, here's the problem of moving this rook away. Now you're no longer controlling the h4 square, allowing the black queen to get in there. So with that reasoning, the point of rook d1 could be protecting this pawn so that you can play the other pawn of rook in afterwards. And now if the trade bishop for knight, you can recapture away from the center, isolating your own pawn. I realize that's not optimal, but at least then you have, your rooks, one rook is protecting the pawn and the other rook is suddenly on an open file.
Yeah, and you don't really want to take with the g pawn because that weakens your king side a lot. So yeah, not an easy position. It's very complex.
Rook b8 has been played, and quite importantly, Jen plays it after not spending too much time. Like she realizes the time situation has become precarious, and now you just got to make some quick decisions. Rook b8 makes a lot of sense in that regard because you get this nice plan of pushing the pawn on the queen side. And so you know what you're going to do on the next move, and white gets the responsibility of figuring out what's next.
Yeah, not easy to see what white can do here because if you don't take the pawn b7, if d5 is not the way to go, then what else is there? Because usually you want to move your pieces forward or at least pawns to make progress, but I don't really see any other plans. Knight h5 did also not really seem like the right approach because it weakens
it's just fewer defenders around the king.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I could easily see Jen winning this actually. Computer really favoring Dina right now, but it's such a tricky position to play. And right now, I do think Black's plans are more obvious than White's. Because as Black, you're just gonna boom, boom. Then you can pause to think after that. And Jennifer playing her move reasonably quickly, that means she has 12 minutes remaining. And earlier there were 10 minutes between Jen and Anna on the opposite board. But that difference is being reduced every second that
Mm,
Anna is thinking, and Jen has given the task over to Dina.
yeah, but I guess the one thing that Jennifer has going for her is that she is actually quite good while being low on the clock. I have seen her play in online chess, over the board rapid and blitz chess, and she is really strong. She has had some really good results in the shorter time format. So don't count her out whatsoever just because of the time, because she can really play well when she's low on the clock. So
Rook to g1 played by Anna. Very easy move for Alexandra to face. She's just going to go pawn f6.
she does.
This is also going to save Alexandra a move. Because remember how we earlier said that she needed to move king forward, up, and then back again? Now, after rook g1 f6, Anna has nothing better than moving her rook to the side again. And here, king up and king over, and then rook over. That actually sees black saving one move because white was kind of messing around, moving the rook back and forth. Actually, maybe it saves two moves because I saved one move by the path being slower, faster. I mean, two moves over here as opposed to three. And then I also saved a move on the white rook first going here and then going here. Yeah, actually, Alexandra may have saved two moves in this variation.
Right. She doesn't have to go around the pawn anymore. Previously, she had to go around that pawn to get to g7.
Yeah, so that's pretty good. And Anna made a move trying to avoid catching Jennifer on the clock, but a counter move very, very quickly from Alexandra. And yeah, why is Alexandra so much up on time? Well, she just played a lot faster than her opponent. And she came to the game today with incredible preparation. Kudos to her coach. What an amazing job he's doing.
Pedrosa mentioning in the chat that Alex used to always get in time pressure. Then one day she said enough of that. Do you know exactly like what happened that made her play so much faster all of a sudden?
Uh, I don't think I should yeah, I think that has to be a professional secret. I mean, you can ask
Oh,
her if she wants to
oh,
talk
so
about
you
it.
you know something that we don't know.
I think I know something that you don't know. We had a
Oh,
conversation at some point.
okay, wow. Wow, Hammer has a secret for us. Damn.
Well, Hammer knows all the secrets. You would be amazed. All the secrets I know.
I thought you would be so transparent with us.
I mean, I am not the best secret keeper whatsoever. But the thing is, your secrets are kind of safe with me because I don't have any friends to share them with. So you're reasonably good.
But we are your friends. Your secret is
Yeah.
safe with us.
Yeah. Not
I
sure.
guess we're not even friends, guys.
If you're gonna tell someone your deepest, darkest secrets, make sure that they have no one else to tell them to.
Okay. All right. We respect your decision to keep it secret.
How are you
Probably the
going
best
without a
as a
break?
coach.
I need another break. I need to fill up my water bottle.
I'm used to this, Hammer. I'm a streamer.
Oh wow. No way you just did me like that. You know, when I was a chess streamer, we did 2 hour streams. None of this modern 6 hour bullshit. I don't understand how anyone can stream chess for 6 hours. My head is completely fried after two.
Well, to be fair, I guess like 6 hours of blitz is the recipe of disaster to get fried, but we've been having a good time. We don't have to, we're
Yeah,
not the
so
ones playing.
when you're streaming, like how long do you go and what do you do to make sure that your head is not fried?
So usually back in the day when I was playing a lot of blitz, I would like put a limit on 4 or 5 hours, and after that I would do at least something else. If I wanted to continue streaming, then I would do something else because more than 4 hours of blitz is just torture and yeah, only gonna cause trouble. But I guess like switch
Okay.
to puzzles, other games, I don't know, anything else. But yeah, more than 4 hours of blitz is asking for a lot of trouble and rating losses.
Uh, Metaphys knows what's up. I think Hammer's 24. That's the lore of the channel, isn't it?
Oh, so we're the same age. Amazing. He just left me. Well, I guess it's just us chat. He didn't seem to be happy about that one. I started playing chess when I was 6, so it's been a hot minute. But yeah, it's our stream now. Yeah, so no, he always leaves me alone when there's no updates going on, guys. It's okay. Oh, you're back. Wow. Hey, you're
I
missed.
genuinely only needed to fill my water bottle. But I
Okay.
will admit that when I said I needed a bathroom break, yeah, that was not the truth. I did a lot of, yeah, I got some food and whatnot.
It's okay. It's okay. I mean, it's getting really exciting on the boards now that we're approaching time trouble situation. But you can always go to a break if you need.
Did Anna actually just surpass
Yes,
Jennifer's time?
she did. Yes.
Oh God. Chess is tough. You know what your weakness is, and you just cannot do anything to fix it.
Yeah. It hurts. It hurts watching this because sometimes you just have to make a move. Even if you're in a worse position, even if you are, you know, you're hesitating a lot. Sometimes you just have to make a move and just go by intuition. You have to trust your intuition sometimes and hope for the best. Because yeah, this is not the way.
But it's so embarrassing also when you look at your opponent having every single minute still left on their clock. You feel kind of silly. I'm not saying that's what's tripping Anna up right now because she normally spends way too much time. She has done so in the other games as well, even when she's winning. But yeah, no, the what Alexandra is doing today is almost rude because it really, yeah, but it really makes your opponents feel so silly. Like she's not spending any time whatsoever, and she's still completely crushing me. Like, how is that fair?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would feel much worse than how you described what Anna could be feeling because this is like This is so detrimental. Like I'd rather lose like within 20 moves and like sign the score sheets and leave than having to deal with this kind of torture.
And I mean, I think Alexandra's prep was amazingly good, but it also has to be said that Anna playing the same opening over and over and over again, it makes her easy to target. And that's how Alexandra was able to, an hour before the game, know what the position was going to be on move 12.
Yeah, it's having this confidence in your own openings, which is not a bad thing, but it makes you vulnerable to heavy prep. And we have all been there in some way that we get prepped against, and you suddenly face some of the craziest lines, some things that you've never seen before, even though you've played this line for, let's say, a decade or two.
Okay, bishop to g4. I think that's a good move by Anna. Her bishop is, well, it was on the light squares and it was kind of being blocked in every direction by the pawns. So it makes a lot of sense trying to improve that bishop's positioning. And in addition, now after the trade, the knight is going to start making some counter threats, which has been a long time coming. There hasn't been a lot of pressure on Alexandra's position throughout this game. So here, for instance, if the king moves to f7, that would probably be a bad idea, because then the rook and knight could coordinate together against the black pawn. So you'd rather go king up, straight up, so that if now there's an attack on the pawn, you can, well, actually, you can maybe go rook over here and counterattack. But even if you use the rook just to defend, that's fine as well.
Right. And soon you also get to play knight c5, and someone has to protect that pawn on e4.
So you're going to be able to force the knight back in order to defend when you come in from the edge of the board to attack.
Yeah, so that's difficult to play with white. I mean, you're already down a pawn, and then you also have to be the one playing passively. That's not making matters easier.
I think what she needs to do is she needs to kind of try and move the rook up. The problem is, even if you move the rook here, this incredible black knight is not only attacking white, it's also defending by taking control of the h7 square and thereby preventing the rook from coming in and starting checks against black's king. So yeah, I guess here you would just attack in the center, and if white retreats, you just rush over with the king, and then you go for the rook trade, like we discussed previously. And this seems pretty convincing to me.
Yeah, Alex has played the move knight c5 first. She did not trade the bishops.
Not sure I like that. It's fine. Actually, it might be clever because by not trading the bishops, you're not allowing the knight to come forward and attack against the f6 pawn. So it makes sense not wanting to activate your opponent's pieces. Makes more sense than what we were discussing, frankly.
Is there a way that this knight can get kicked away? Usually you want to try to move the pawns up slowly so that you can attack the knight. Is that a viable plan for white?
I mean, I think it's a viable plan, but first you got to see what's going on right now.
Mm-hmm.
And well, the bishops are looking at each other. Are you going to trade? Are you not going to trade? I guess if you want to kick the knight, king up makes sense. and then trade rook takes, king up. Now suddenly you're threatening to invade along the h file. So now you got to move the rook over, and then white moves the king over. There's a trade of rooks, and then I guess you're very close to getting the knight chased away.
Right.
Yeah, I agree. This kind of thing makes the most sense. Try and play for slowly building the white pawns on the queen side, because that's also so far away from whatever this king is doing.
Yeah.
But time is going to be the main problem for her now, right? So after knight c5, she's played rook to h1. Now Alexandra presumably just going to go king e7.
Yeah, just taking it easy. Black is not in a rush because white doesn't really have much to do here. So
It's kind of important to avoid the trade of bishops now, because that would allow the white rook to move in, check on the king. But other than that, it's like, well, actually, I'm saying other than that, but frankly, you only have two moves to prevent that plan. Alexandra castled. I hate that. That I don't like that at all.
she usually doesn't castle, but now she does.
Yeah. She's moving her king very far away from the pawn that I thought was going to be needed to become a new queen. So she's not supporting the pawn stream.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you need the king to support here.
yeah, I'm not super convinced by this canceling. But we're gonna get some quick moves in here because Anna is she's down to 7 minutes. Jennifer, on the other hand, still has the same 12 minutes she did like half an hour ago. And Dina plays d5, which we talked about this earlier, right? And I said, no, d5, there's no chance whatsoever that you would move a pawn away from the dark squares when you don't have a dark squared bishop. Yet that's what Dina has done. And I think Dina is definitely on the wrong track right now. Rook to d4. I have no idea what that's doing. Black is just going to play b5. Black has these 2 versus 1 making their way up the board, 3 versus 2, if you will. And this pawn in the center right now, this pawn is just blocking the knight, bishop, and rook. Like, that's such a bad pawn. Computer says it's equal, but I would definitely prefer being black here. I think Jennifer has a big advantage.
Yeah, it almost feels like these pieces are basically it's just a wall of pawns in front of the other wall of pawns because the biggest purpose they have there is to block the black pieces, but I don't really see them do much other than that. And that makes white's position so difficult to play here.
To be fair, even in this moment when the computer still thought white was better, I thought this was pretty good for black because black had such an easy plan forward. I do think that Dina's mistake was not capturing the pawn when she had the chance to do so. I feel like just take the pawn, and then you have an extra pawn, and maybe good things will happen later on.
Yeah.
But the thing is, she ended up in a position where it was very difficult for her to find a plan. And it would be better then to snatch a pawn and try and defend, as opposed to what's happening right now, which is just having a bad position and not being up a pawn, the worst of both worlds.
Yeah. Yeah, that pawn on d5 is also not really going places, blocked by that bishop on d7, so What else do you have here with white?
Okay. Anna chooses to trade off the bishops. Alexandra
Alright.
needs to decide what to recapture with. I'm going to say king is the right choice, but then that puts queenside castling in somewhat of a weird light. Since why did you go with your king to the right if we are now prioritizing moving it to the left? That being said, Alexandra does capture with the king.
I guess it makes sense because this way you're not allowing the rook to go to h8.
I think that's the main thing. Like if you
Yeah.
recapture with the rook, like there's potential immediate problems with like this pressure and then this pressure or something. Okay, I may have gotten that wrong. But I think king made sense. Dina is about to Dina was up what 25 minutes on the clock? Not very long ago.
Yeah, she spent most of her time, and this is what I was concerned about, that you're up on time, so you have this kind of false sense of, false perspective that you're up on time, so you're fine, you can spend some time and everything must be all right. But the reality is that they're not so close to the 14th move. So she still has to make her moves pretty quickly, and she doesn't really have the time to start spending a lot of time here.
On that 3 minutes, she needs to make a move.
Yeah. That hasn't been the easiest in this game.
Normally, staggering the games an hour apart would mean that time scramble happens one after the other. And that, frankly, could still be the case. But it's not, it's a bit surprising which time scramble happens first.
Hmm. Yeah, she still needs to play 16 more moves until she gets 30 more minutes on the clock. So, yeah, that's going to be something.
And when they get an additional 30 minutes, Alexandra will have significantly more time on her clock than when the game started.
That would be crazy. She would almost be on 2 hours. I guess the one thing for white is that it's hard to blunder here. We're in an endgame. White is the one controlling the H file. So at this point, you can't really make major mistakes because of time trouble. But the problem is that she's already in a worse position. So really coming back from this is the biggest challenge.
I'm looking at the camera. Anna doesn't seem very stressed. That's the thing I'm not understanding about all of this. She's down a pawn. She's getting obliterated on the time. And yet she's sitting there focusing as if this is just another day at the office.
I think it's mainly that she knows she's worse. She knows she's not doing great on the clock, and it's almost like you're giving up. You're still making moves, you're still trying, but you kind of give up already because you know you're not going to win this. You're most likely going to lose this, and I think that's why she's a bit loosened up.
Chad is saying she
Body
always
language.
does this. That she never looks stressed, even when her time is very low. I feel like sometimes that can be a bad thing. Like
Yeah.
if you lose your butterflies, then you kind of also lose some of that. You need some nervous energy to perform your best, I think.
No, it
'Cause
makes a lot of
otherwise,
sense.
yeah, otherwise you're just not kind of caring enough, focusing enough.
Mm-hmm. I think
Does
in
that
this
say
specific
1
case,
hour ahead on time? Spoosh, it technically says 1 hour and 20 5 minutes and 26 minutes maybe ahead of time.
Yeah, she's now under 1 minute on the clock. It's basically a blitz game for her now. Wait, isn't
And
that just dropping e4?
She's making the move so easy for Alexandra.
Wait, she just dropped the pawn on e4.
I don't think Alexandra's going to take it though.
I think she will, because I don't really see how to counter that with white.
Take the pawn, does protect on f6. Take, still protected. The reason I thought she's not going to do it is because this allows the white rook to enter and create some threats.
But what threat?
Yeah, part of the problem here is that if knight to h6, trying to go after the rook, there's knight g5 and the white rook is trapped.
Wow.
Maybe it's okay to play any other move as well, but trapping the rook is kind of cool.
Yeah.
And if you go rook over, yeah, then you can just push the pawn. Maybe you can, what about this, c5?
Do I have f5 first?
Oh, that's clever.
I can try to not
my idea was that if Anamaya were to take this one, then I can go d6. And then if she takes that one too, maybe I'm making some threats along the 7th rank. I don't know. Alexandra has captured the pawn. That's a great decision. It's so easy to be like, oh, you gave away your pawn. Well, then you want me to take the pawn. You probably have this under control. But to be fair, there's nothing really Anna had under control today. So I guess that's why she's taken the pawn pretty quickly and just being like, I'll take that pawn, no problem. Check on the king from the rook. Alexandra goes king c8. She's not keeping her king close, but maybe that's a good thing because now running away with the king means that any sort of knight h6, there's no like knight coming in to give a check on the king.
Yeah, it feels much safer on c8. It feels natural to go there, and yeah, you can always try to run towards the a file if necessary, but yeah, with Alexandra now being up 2 pawns, she can easily move her pawns forward soon. And yeah, this is very difficult to come back from, almost impossible for white.
Alexandra is about to play the perfect game of chess. Knight to h6 on the board, and now knight g5 is not as good now as it was earlier. Now, if knight g5, there's knight takes rook, and knight comes in to give a check and attack the pawn on g6. So this time, my idea of knight g5 would actually be a mistake. Alexandra just plays rook f8 so quickly, though. She wasn't close to falling for that.
Yeah, it was a bit too much, I guess, because you want to keep the rook, especially if you want to move the pawn
now
forward.
rook g7, like this is a bit awkward. Because if Alexandra needs to start thinking, she has so much time, do not mess this up. If Alexandra now plays g5, I think that's a huge mistake. Okay, apparently it's not a huge mistake.
Rook h8?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, you get the open file.
But it doesn't feel right to play g5.
Yeah, no, it feels very wrong giving white this incredible square for the knight. So she should definitely spend some time calculating here whether she can just run. Pawn, rush, pawn, rush, take, and boom, 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 supported by the knight, supported by the rook. That's what she should do. That's so straightforward. If you go with the other pawn, then suddenly, you know, white has well-placed pieces and you got to be a little bit careful. But this, I feel like, is super clean.
Yeah, it's almost impossible to stop that pawn.
I guess you can go rook g8, but takes,
Oh,
pawn
and F3
up.
king d1.
You can probably do something like this, right?
Yeah.
Attacking this
And then
pawn.
knight
And then
b6.
actually, this became a bit more unclear than what I was hoping. Yeah, knight b6, attacking here, and then when the knight protects, then king moves over to kick the knight. And then she'll be up 2 pawns. But it was a bit trickier than I kind of gave it credit for.
Hmm.
But yeah, it's time to give up the pawn. It's time to calculate. You've spent no time in this game whatsoever. This is the moment. Spend a little bit of time and just see that pawn cruise in to becoming a new queen. Wow, Alex is so good playing with black. Yeah, that has been an issue for some time. Alexandra with the white pieces has been very meh. But with the black pieces, like her French is so good. And now with her King's Indian looking good like this as well. She's so strong with black. She almost beat Nemo.
Yeah, she was that close.
In the meantime, I feel like we've had a massive mistake by Jen. Because Dina went pawn to d6. I guess she's trying to open up for the knight to go to d5.
Mhm.
And Jen took the knight to prevent it from jumping forward. Actually, computer engine eval had no reaction to that. So maybe it was the best move.
Maybe because the pawn d6 is weakened now. And you don't want to allow knight d5?
What? Yeah, I guess I can't go here because then I just get kicked.
Or knight h5 for that matter.
Can I go rook here? Like, I just feel like we had a good thing going with these pawns. And I really don't like giving away the dark squared bishop.
But what
I
about
don't
knight
think
h5 here?
I think knight d5 is not very dangerous because it always
Yeah.
just takes. Knight h5.
Something feels wrong about that queen position.
Yeah, it doesn't feel optimal. But if I can get the pawn advances, that would be nice. Yeah, I don't know.
Feels
I don't
slow.
know. I don't know. I'm not super happy with giving away the bishop, but maybe she had to. In which case, I definitely underestimated Dina's position as it was. After rook b6, Jen is trying to win the pawn. Oh, that's very effective though. Because now anytime you try and get this rook over to defend, then bam, suddenly your king is in trouble on the other side. So my first instinct is wanting to go queen d2 to protect like that. But after rook e6, still big problem. Why is the computer saying this is better for white? This looks amazing for black, no?
Yeah, good question.
Some queen a5?
It has to be some counterplay.
I'm so confused right now. Better for white? This?
Is there maybe some rook h5, rook d5 ideas, or is that completely insane? No, that's good, huh?
I don't know.
I was trying to make something work with the back
Yeah.
rank.
No, I like that idea because I was trying to make queen b4 work. And then same kind of ideas. I'm going to cheat. Computer says bishop d5, allowing the pawn to be captured. Because then
E4.
after pawn to e4, it's difficult to stop the advancement of the white pawns.
And the rook is stuck.
It's very stuck. Well, it's not that stuck. Can go over here.
E5,
But
bishop
if you
E4.
go over there, then bishop sacrifices
Oh, that
itself
too.
to open up for both the rook and the queen in the center. This is going to be such a thrilling finish. Wow. Queen d2. I guess she doesn't really have a choice. So she might as well go for it.
Yeah, she's...
And Alexandra is doing what I told her to. She's taking her time for the first move in the game. It's such a perfect game. If she takes her time now and then decides I'm just going to push the pawn, that would be like such a sweet finish.
Yeah, she has almost all the time in the world to figure this out, and it's the worst when you're facing someone that has so much time on the clock and you're the one down to 1 minute on the clock. Then, the moment that you have to wait for so long is just torture.
And Dina does go queen d2.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I assume Jennifer is going to go rook e6. I don't know what else she's doing.
Yeah, I don't see another move either. She doesn't have b4 either. So she can't really make progress.
Oh, she does have b4, apparently.
She does. Oh, because rook takes c4, rook takes d6, of course.
That's a very good play by Jen. She avoids what was quite a sneakily hidden trap, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And now rook takes pawn, and both of them lose the... Well, but then... and then if queen takes, the rook returns with an attack against the queen, and when the queen moves, there's 2 black pieces pointed in towards b2. That is some high quality stuff right there.
Yeah, Jennifer showing some class here. Let's see if it pays off, as the players are now in a time trouble situation with just a couple of minutes on the clock.
So definitely don't take. I don't think we should eliminate the possibility of taking. Because frankly, these 2 pawns working together against our 1 defensive pawn is terrifying. You want to make sure that something stops them, and capturing them might be the best play then. It's just that
c3 is already a threat right now.
So if Dina does a nothing move, then c3 takes. But the problem is, even though you took out the danger, then black manages to take out the white danger. Who's better here? Because like white has doubled pawns, but at the same time, all of these guys are pointing in towards the center.
I think black should be practically better just because of the weak king on f2.
But surely a queen trade is likely soon, right? Okay, so Dina took one of Jen's. Jen took one of Dina's. Pressure towards the queen. Dina goes for the trade in the center. That is the ugliest thing I have seen in quite some time. Dina's voluntarily. So here Dina has doubled pawns, but at least she has a pawn next to them that can help defend, and you can potentially set up some like pawns protecting each other up the board, even though they're doubled. But by going rook back to d4, Dina is saying, I'm going for this position where my 2 pawns on the same file are isolated, cannot be defended by other pawns. But it might be clever. Like if she can get this pawn a bit further forward, like that's going to restrict black's king side quite a bit. Actually, the more I'm thinking about this, the more I like Dina's decision. Jen went straight for the trades though. Jen saw this and she said, yeah, that can't be good. And Alexandra has played f5.
She did it. And she pushes the pawn all the way to f4.
That is a freaking perfect game right there. So good.
I'm assuming she takes back with the pawn.
She did.
Yes. There it is.
And
what
Anna
a
has
game.
to go rook g8. Like she has no choice. Because otherwise you can't stop the pawn. The pawn supported by the rook is too much. So you have to go and trade off the rooks.
Yeah, down
Anna
to 2
has-
minutes. She has
Yeah.
to make the move fast.
Well, she doesn't really have a choice, right? So she's going to find it just because there are no sensible alternatives.
Yeah, all other options, the pawn and knight and rook are working together really well. There's no other way to stop the pawn. Or
Actually,
you give
someone
her
in
material.
chat,
Hmm?
Lime Soul says that the knight can maybe make its way to f1.
That would be crazy. Huh.
Something like this, I guess. And then the knight goes
Rook
back.
h8? How about
Yeah,
rook
that's
h8?
that's the problem. Well,
But then king
if you
d1.
just immediately go for it, then
Right.
white is able to both protect the knight and start putting some pressure on the pawn. Okay, the discussion
on the
has
board.
been rendered moot by rook g8 on the board. And now we did find this plan, which it wasn't that obvious, right? But there is something about Alexandra being able to capture the pawn on c4 and then afterwards attacking the pawn on d5. And if Anna managed to defend that pawn, like this would be still a very interesting endgame. But the problem was that in the variation that's about to happen, takes, pawn up, king over, Alexandra should just give away her pawn as a distraction to the white king. And then the knight cannot be captured because you got to keep the pawn under control. And then the knight captures on the opposite side, attacks the pawn gets away, the knight attacks in the center, knight defends. And Anna is one move away. Like if Anna here could go king d4 and move the knight, this could be an interesting endgame, like very close, unclear who wins. But the problem is Alexandra gets there in time to attack the knight, force the knight away, and then you can take a second pawn. And one pawn up, you're not guaranteed you're going to win that. But two pawns up, that's always going to be, you're always going to win that.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a long calculation. I would think Alexandra has seen, yeah, I would think Alexandra has seen quite a bit of it before she went for this, though.
I wonder if this 92 idea you were pointing out, is that the only way to win, or are there other plans as well for black? Let's say involving the king.
I don't know. It looks like the best one to me. I suppose in this position you could insert a4. Is that good? Dina managed to get in this f5 move I was talking about. I feel like maybe Jennifer should have prevented that. But the problem here was that Dina was threatening both f5 and rook c1. Well, and also if you go g6 to prevent f5, you actually just lose a pawn on the king side.
Mm.
So there wasn't really a clear way for Jennifer to stop this. Like, I feel like maybe she should have gone f5 herself. But after rook c8, turns out this rook isn't actually doing that much because the c2 square is being controlled by the bishop. And now after f5, it's very difficult for black to try and chase that bishop out of position. Oh, king f8. Dina goes f6. Oh, apparently that was part of the plan.
Yes.
I thought we were just keeping the pawn here, but if we had, then the king would have come forward to chase after very quickly. Okay, Dina's playing well, but she's spending time 3:30 versus 6:30. Let's go to the current situation for Alexandra.
Mm-hmm.
Alexandra has a very straightforward way to win. She just needs to make the calculation.
She did play f3, yeah.
Would it be better for Alexandra to promote and then fork to win the pawn? No, Nick, but I'm glad you asked. Because that's a very... So here, the reason I go knight d2 is because when I capture this pawn, the white king is on f2. But if I were to first go in, promote, and then do the fork, then the king ends up on e2 instead. So by doing it the way I've been doing it, I make sure that the king is one step further away from the side of the board.
She did play this, Hammer. She promoted first.
But that's just a logic. Like, that's not even a chess thing. Like, do you agree with me? That's just a logic thing.
No, of course. I agree, yes. But it's tempting to promote first, I guess.
Why?
I don't know. You want to give the fork? You want to give a check? It's aesthetically pleasing in some
Chess
way.
is a logic thing. Yeah, but this is not like it's not like a chess theme or anything. But okay, it doesn't matter because game is progressing very quickly. And here, after the attack on b2, now knight b6. And luckily, it doesn't matter because whether the king is on f2 or e2, it's still 2 moves away from the d4 square to protect on d5. But this could have been a problem if there was something happening on this side of the board and the king was one step closer. So I get what I'm trying to say is that one option left the king with more of a choice than the other. So it's just a question of where you're allowing the opponent's king to be.
I guess in this very case, it doesn't matter.
Thing. Yeah, maybe it is a chess thing, but certain things come very naturally to me. I guess.
Yeah. It's okay. It's in this very case, it doesn't seem to matter so much because she's still able to pick up that pawn on d5.
True.
And
it's just the principle.
It's a principle, yes.
Because she was about to play 100% perfect game, and now it's only 99.8.
No, that's harsh. It's just you're not giving her the style points anymore.
I guess, yeah. Okay. But the game is coming to an end. Anna is trying to hold on to her central pawn. And she's so close, but not close enough. Alexandra will be able to chase the knight away just in time so that she's able to take the pawn afterwards.
Yeah, they did actually reach move 40. I didn't even realize they were so close to it already, but Anna got 30 minutes extra, but look at Alexandra's time. She got an hour and 46 minutes. She can do the ultimate troll move and just let her time run out and let us all wait here.
Oh,
I'm sure someone has done it.
oh yeah, for sure. But still, it's pretty rare. And I think this is the second time Alexandra's doing it this summer.
Wow.
Because she did play some kid or something, right? I feel like I remember there was this one game where she just went all out on playing incredibly quickly.
Don't remember. Yeah, I've never been even remotely close to having so much time on the clock to even consider doing this.
Must be nice for these quick people to
Yeah.
be able to have so much time.
Must be nice to be able to take a nap during the game.
Someone asked how long was it ago since Hammer said 30 more moves. It was 20.
Ooh, 10 more
So
moves? Okay.
I don't know. I guess either Anna is gonna resign here or she's gonna play on another 20 moves. So I don't think I'm gonna hit it.
Okay, she made so much progress. This is basically like completely winning, so.
King forward, king tries to get closer to the pawn, but the black king is just in time to kick the defensive knight out of position. The knight is gonna have to move, but then bam, 2 pawns for black.
Yeah, with this many pawns on the board, it's quite easy to win this. I have seen an endgame recently with knight versus knight, and one side had 2 extra connected pawns, and they didn't manage to win that. So,
Wow.
but okay, it was a tie-break blitz game, so anything can happen there. But
Did
it's
you
possible to throw this.
Yeah. Did you know that queen versus queen, where one player's up 2 pawns, H and G pawn, is a draw?
Queen versus queen, H and G pawns.
Yeah.
Uh,
I
my
would
queen
put
end
it
games
up
are
on the
terrible, but
analysis board, but we can't really do that. This becomes a very chess themed talk. But there are some very interesting situations where even 2 pawns are not enough to win.
wow. Yeah, I'm a little bit traumatized from queen end games. I just can't seem to win them when I'm winning. But it did teach me that you centralize the queen and that does the trick most of the time. Something that I underestimated to be so strong.
Why not just check with the knight instead of running away? Well, if the knight checks, the king will always be able to follow. So the king will follow, the knight has to return, and now the king attacks from a different square. But the different square means there's no more ability to give a check on the king right now. And then you still have to move. And the pawn gets captured. Although here you've lured the king away from the defense of the d6 pawn. So here you can go and try and take on a5. It doesn't matter though, because, well, okay, it matters a little bit. Like this would require some technique probably, but should be fine. Something like
Because
this.
you're just in time, yeah. And then checkmate.
Bang.
That'll be nice finish.
Yeah, it should be fine either way. In the meantime, Dina and Jen, it looks like it's gonna be a draw, right?
Yeah, earlier the rook trade was declined, which also looked quite drawish to me. But yeah, with the rooks on the board, I also don't really see how either side can make progress. Feels like all those pawns are stuck.
Who declined a rook trade?
I believe it was Jennifer, just a couple moves back. Or both.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, well, a rook trade sounds very good for the player who has this pawn out on the edge of the board. But the problem is, if the rook trade happened, it would allow white's pawn to become more dangerous as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that was sensible enough. And notice how Jennifer is allowing the rook trade to happen if it happens on the c8 square. And then Dina's like, no, you trade rooks with me so that my pawn gets further up. And then Jen said, no, I'm not going to do that. And actually, Dina offered a draw here, kind of, by moving the bishop back. So Jen could have gone back and forth here. But instead, she's going king e7. So I guess she's kind of trying to go for the win. Ooh, but computer didn't like that move.
I wonder why, because it's attacking the pawn on a2. So it has some purpose, and it doesn't seem like you're losing on the spot. Perhaps this pawn is moving forward, and then king comes in, and something scary happens there.
Well, the thing is, Jennifer is actively trying to provoke Dina into playing the move d5. Because, okay, yeah, it allows the white king to move further forward, sure. But it also means the white rook is no longer controlling along the 5th rank, allowing black to start rushing up the side of the board. And so Dina's going to be like, apparently this is good for white, but Jennifer is considering this a trap. Like she wants Dina to push forward. Because here, that pawn is genuinely difficult to stop.
Yeah.
And if you try and go pawn d6 to open up and just capture it, then unfortunately it's a counter check on the king.
Yeah, and having an outsider's pass pawn is so useful in endgames. So I can totally see why Jennifer wants to play on and have Dina prove that this is a draw. But if Jennifer gets too risky here, then things might go wrong here.
And here we have one of those kind of trusting the opponent situations, right? So Dina knows Jen is trying to provoke her into playing pawn d5, and she understands why. She feels like there's problems along the 5th rank. And so she goes for a different move. Although this is also a good move. Actually, I kind of like this move from Dina. Because now, even though the pawns got traded, the black pawns were so much more closer to becoming queens than whites. And now you can afterwards try and get the king in and capture the pawn on b4.
Yeah, so it seems like this pawn on d4 is going to cause some damage soon. And this pawn b4 feels very vulnerable there as well.
The biggest mistake Jen can make here is pawn to b3. Because then she's locking her own bishop in a cage. The bishop cannot return, and white's bishop is controlling the b1 square. So you cannot use that one either. So she needs to move the bishop, and then it becomes a question of where to move the bishop to. And frankly, it's a difficult decision. I'm guessing she's going to go bishop b3.
Hmm.
Bishop b3, rook up, preventing this pawn from rushing. She ends up going bishop e6. Computer is now saying serious advantage for white.
I guess because you simply play d5 and move the king towards that pawn.
Yeah, but the thing is, after d5, there's a counterattack on the rook.
Right.
So maybe we want to move the rook first and then push the pawn?
Maybe we put the rook on h8 and then push the d pawn so that we get our king involved, because the king can no longer step on the 6th rank. So let's say rook. Well, we can start with the d pawn and then bishop here, and then I want to go all the way around.
This rook is kind of stuck. The rook is completely unable to try and attack against any of white's stuff. It's a very straightforward plan to get the king forward. Is Dina about to do some endgame magic here? It's not that long ago that she took on those isolated doubled pawns, and I screamed inside. My chess aesthetic sense did not like that whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
But right now, she's the one with the more active king.
Yeah, and her pawns are the stronger ones, whereas the black pawns are a bit too scattered, unable to make progress. This H pawn, once you move forward, it becomes extremely vulnerable.
In the meantime, Anna has retreated her knight, as was necessary. But the unfortunate consequence is that she just lost another pawn in the center of the board, giving Alexandra the big edge there. King d4 as the follow-up. And Alexandra has so many different ways to win, but personally, I kind of like c6. Because after c6, I'm both defending the knight. Sure, that's not really my main priority. My main thing is just that I'm defending the square b5. And I'm making sure that the king cannot try to lure its way out towards the side of the board. This pawn on a5 is kind of like the only pawn that I don't have very safely protected right now. So just making moves that keeps the pawn safe is fine. I have all the time in the world to start afterwards and maneuver the knight to somehow get these guys started moving forward. But before I start focusing on getting new queens, I just want to make sure that I stay 2 pawns up instead of just one.
Makes sense. I'm wondering if he can start with knight b4. Just to poke that pawn on a3. Oh, on a2, I mean.
Yeah, that seems fine. Obviously, everything here is winning.
But you have to be careful not playing c5 too easily.
Yeah.
That you may run into knight takes c5. Then it gets tricky.
That's a very important point. There are some instances here.
And then I would like to take and ask black to find the right moves to win this endgame.
Yeah, I don't think it's very easy though.
Hmm.
I think this is genuinely kind of tricky. Even if the computer finds it immediately, I think in human play, it's
Yeah, maybe you have to. You will lose one of the pawns for sure. So you probably end up with the pawn on a5 and knight on b4. Well, you probably have to retreat to cover it, but Yeah,
Yeah, I
that's a
don't
tough
like
one
that
too.
at all. Yeah, no, I don't like that one. I think we have to
Mm,
give up this one and rather protect this one. I think you
yeah.
have to go here. Okay, I was wrong. And
So easy to
Alessandra
mess this
has
up.
gone, she has gone knight b4. This is kind of making me nervous now. There's absolutely no reason to allow white to sacrifice their knight for the pawns.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely no reason.
And she can play any other move and still be
Yeah, that's
winning.
true. That's yeah. So after a4, play b6. For the love of God, play b6. Just no need to rush whatsoever. Take your sweet, sweet time getting the pieces up the board. You're not in a rush, and then you can gradually push forward. Let's go. We're being raided by the Civ 6 gang. That is the most excited I've been about a raid on this channel ever.
Oh, that's exciting.
Civ 5 better than Civ 6, though. There, I said it. I don't know if it's better. It's just a lot easier. Have
I
you been
have no
playing Civ
idea.
6? I've had 2 computers collapse, and apparently the guy helping me feels that maybe it's Civ 6 making the egg collapse. I don't know if that's true. But I've never even completed a full game, which is part of the reason I don't really understand all the mechanics.
I feel really uncultured for not knowing this game whatsoever.
You don't know you don't know Civilization at all?
No.
The
Mm-mm.
franchise? No,
Absolutely
nothing.
no, nothing. Zero. I know quite a few games, but this one has not been on my radar at all.
Yeah, well, it's not your fault. It's your
Good.
generation.
Oh, oh really?
Yeah, it's a Sumer thing.
C5 is on the board, Hammer.
Oh my frick. Why?
Oh no.
Oh no, no, it's okay. It's okay. After takes, she can go knight c6.
But will she find that?
Yeah. Yeah, it's fine.
I mean, I guess if you understand that d takes c5 is maybe losing another pawn right after, then maybe knight c6 comes up.
Yeah,
But
yeah. No, but playing c5 is incredibly naive. But just when she takes it, do not recapture it. Just think a little bit. If you just think for more than 30 seconds after knight takes c5, you're fine. Just don't move instantly. It's the only thing you can do wrong.
yeah, if she has already thought of knight c6 right after this move, then it's completely fine.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
not having this information as commentators is quite terrifying.
So knight takes c5. After takes, we, who were pretty good at chess, I think is fair to say, we haven't figured out how black wins. Like, this is genuinely tough. Genuinely very, very difficult. But if you insert this check and then takes, king moves back. The king protects this pawn. The knight protects this one. And we're fine. No problem whatsoever. Easy win. It's just very important that we manage to protect this one and this one at the same time. If we lose all three, if we lose 3 pawns as a result of this move, then we're in trouble. I'm curious though, even if we allow this to happen, how are we supposed to win this?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Maybe knight d3, king d6. Yeah, this seems
Wait.
good.
Can we try to
And
move the
then
king closer?
Here,
No.
here, back. And then how
King
do we avoid
C6.
stalemate?
King. Oh wait. Huh? We have to move the king away.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
we
can go,
parked the knight on
go
A6.
here.
We
We
park
can
it on
go
A6.
here, and then we go knight here. This is winning.
It should not be this difficult.
Well, it kind of was. So that's good. And then, well, much easier to realize is that if the king takes here, then you manage to take this one and defend. But
Yep.
yeah, that was not straightforward. I would very much prefer she insert the knight check to keep everything protected.
Yeah.
If Alexander draws here, that'll be disappointing. Oh my God, that is the understatement of the year. If Alexander draws this after everything that's happened, oh my God. And Andrea being on 0 out of 5. I heard there was an earthquake in LA earlier today, but that is just peanuts compared to what the city is about to experience.
Yeah, I'm surprised Anna is spending time on this move because if she retreats, then she's just going to lose for sure. So might as well try knight takes c5 and hope for the best.
We are approaching move 50 though.
This is going on. This is gonna go on for quite a few more moves.
Well, 2 more moves. Knight takes c5.
Knight c6 resigns.
Knight c6 resigns. That's move 45. So when I said 30 more moves, it was 25. Still decent.
Yeah.
What if Alex plays b6? Like b6 here, like a proper person? Yeah, I wish she did. Then we wouldn't need to be concerned.
Yeah, let's see if Anna is going to stay, but she has to. There's no other way. I mean, the reason why I thought this line was cool was because, if you play king c4, d5, and I'm just going to capture the knight and win. But of course, Anna is not going to play that move. But if she doesn't take on c5, it means she will have to retreat, and retreating is basically resigning in this position. So I feel like she has to take to at least try to make it difficult for Alexandra and challenge her, that she has to find the right moves to still win. Too easy to lose.
I feel like Anna's best choice here would have just been to look very resigned and capture the pawn immediately.
Yeah.
And then because she looks so upset, Alexandra recaptures, and then boom, suddenly you're looking very fresh. Because you need to have some theatrics to take down your opponent. The problem right now is that the 10 minutes she spent on thinking about knight takes c5, Alexandra has realized she needs to go knight c6. Right now I'm very convinced Alexandra's got this in the bag, because she's had too much time to think about the position. Whereas if Anna just had taken the pawn and just looked very resigned, then I don't know. I think Alexandra may have recaptured the knight, which would make the position quite a bit more difficult.
Yeah, Anna already
Surely
down to 30
copium?
minutes.
What are you on? Copium. Knight to c6? You guys think that's a difficult move? You have no faith. Like, I get a lot of flack for speaking my mind and saying, speaking out when I'm unhappy about the girls' play. But then you guys come in and say here and say that you don't think Alexandra can find the most obvious move in the world?
See, I didn't see the move right away. But if I say this, I'll get flamed for my skills, so... I'm
Well,
not sure,
it's
do I
fine
side
that
with
you
Chad
don't
here?
see it right away. That's why I'm saying Anna should have just moved instantly. But after looking at it for 10 minutes, you're going to notice that, oh,
Yeah.
actually, recapturing the knight is not as easy as I thought. Do I have any alternatives? How about this move, defending my pawn on a5 while giving a check? I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Alexandra has seen it.
Yeah, at this rate, I mean, she has so
Making
much time.
sad face to swindle is next level hope chess. Sad rabbit, do you not play competitive chess? That is like the number one strat for swindling. Just because it seems, obvious to you does not mean it doesn't work. Like, what seems obvious to me no, where was I going with that? Just because something looks obvious doesn't mean it's not good. In fact, obviousness might often be the right way to go.
Have you ever been able to swindle like this? Like an obvious,
I must have.
let's say you were completely lost. You have this one final trick up your sleeve, and you pretend that you're about to resign because it's such a terrible position, but after making this move, suddenly your opponent made a blunder. Has this happened to you?
Not that I can recall.
You would say you would remember such occasion because
I
they're
don't
rare.
know. I played so many chess games, and the ones I lose, I don't remember. The ones I win, for some reason, doesn't feel. It feels worse losing than it feels sweet winning. And the losses I need to forget because otherwise, that's bad.
You didn't forget my loss, your loss against me.
I wish I did, though.
I was surprised. I thought you already forgot about it.
Yeah.
You almost know the game better than me. It's okay.
I was blissfully unaware that you had COVID, but anything to make you feel better while sick.
Yeah, I remember doing absolutely horrible, and then I had to face you. I thought, oh, cannot get worse. But then you made my day. That's so nice of you.
Yeah, I'm such a nice guy. It ruined my day for what it's worth.
Well, at least we can laugh about it now, right? I mean, the chat is having a field day.
Yeah, I'm completely over it. Hammer, tell us about your best day instead. Do you guys remember the time I en passant checkmated the world's best player?
I remember. That was
That
cool.
was good. That was a good day.
That was really cool. So I'm basically one win away from the world champion. From former world champion.
Well, he's still the Blitz World Champion, so as long as I can, I shall refer to him as the world champion. Anna's down to 8 minutes. I really don't understand what she's doing. I really think Alexandra has noticed knight c6 by now.
She has to, yeah. I mean, she's so focused the entire game. She has. I don't
it's-
remember seeing
it's
her
unreal.
moving.
It's unreal. And it's like this every single game. And I talked about this with chat many times. Like, I think it's genuinely bad to sit there and not take any breaks.
Well, it has paid off in this game, at least so
Well,
far.
it's paid off the last couple of tournaments. But like it cannot be healthy, right? You got to give your mind some rest. Like, you cannot stay 100% focused for 5 hours straight. That's just not how things work.
Well, I guess her stamina is just she's just built differently. But
Wow, and on a retreat, unbelievable.
no way.
That is unreal. Like, the one chance she had. Okay,
No,
maybe
this is
I'm
not the
jinxing
way.
this.
No, but really, like if you think about it, for example, now it's very logical to play b6 because you want to prepare d5.
Yeah.
And how can you possibly get tricked here? I mean, you'd have to lose a pawn somehow.
Yeah, you can't even attack this guy. Like, after d5, don't play d4. Just push the pawn, king up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Knight takes c5. Obviously, that's losing as well, but like, you got to try something. Have you tried Pia, played Pia before? Yeah, many times. I think I lost one or two of the first times we played. But in the last 2 or 3 games, I've done very well. So I think overall we're equal score. Maybe I have
Ooh.
one win more.
She did play b6.
Did you play Pia?
No.
Did you play Anna?
No, not over the board. No. The first time we were,
You're
I think,
a bit
in the
older
same.
than her?
Yeah, 2 years, I think. She's 2002, I believe. So we never faced each other in like European and World Youth. The first time I think we were in the same tournament, like we could have been paired up against each other, was the European Rapid and Blitz women's one in 2019. I remember seeing her there, which was just before both of us started streaming. So like a few months later, I see her stream and I'm also streaming. I'm like, wait, I just saw her a few months back, but we didn't get to play each other.
Knight to d2 sees the knight trying to attack the pawn on b6. That is somewhat transparent, I would say. Alexandra goes pawn d5, controls the c4 square, no entry. So the only thing Alexandra needs to be a little bit careful of now is don't push this pawn further anytime soon. Focus on getting your king up, and then you can continue pushing the pawn.
Makes a lot of sense. The white king is so stuck. So yeah. Can't
With
really
Jen
do
and
much.
Dina tied for the lead, what happens if this game is a draw? Well, then they remain tied for the lead. I'm not sure about the tiebreak rules. Maybe Papa Botez is lurking and can inform us. But there's still 2 more rounds remaining. So first order of business is winning the next 2 rounds, and then they can think about what happens if they end up on the same amount of points. I will mention that Dina has still left to face Alexandra. The way Alexandra's playing right now, I don't know. Maybe. King d6, I do not understand that move whatsoever. I'm so confused. Like king f6 prevents the knight from moving up, and it enables the king to move further up as well. Whereas king d6 means the king cannot go forward and does not prevent the knight if it's trying to jump around.
I guess the reason why she played king d6 is because she knows white has to make a move. So now the knight moved, she can go to e5 with the king. If the king had moved, she would have been able to play d4, king d5, and slowly move forward. I think that's why.
Ah, that's a good point. Although I
Yeah.
still don't like committing all of these pawns.
And on c4,
I guess it's
and
fine.
try to
Yeah, I
grab
guess it's
a4.
fine. Just the principle of trading queen and pawns, I'm not too happy with. King c6.
Okay, that I cannot explain hammer. I'm sorry.
No, well, the worst thing is I can explain it, but I'm not liking it. She's gonna
Because
go
she's playing
b5.
b5.
But when you're trying to win, you should avoid pawn trades. That's like the number one rule. Don't trade pawns.
Still fine, but not the direction you want to be going to.
Yeah, it's still fine.
Still fine. No need to stress just yet.
Yeah, would have been better to try and move the king up here.
Mm.
Then the king would support the pawn, becoming a new queen.
By the way, Vila mentioned in the chat, this SB score is the first tiebreaker, but there will be blitz playoffs for first place. Money is split equally in case of tight placement, regardless of tiebreaker.
That sounds good. I like that.
That sounds fun. Now we want to have the blitz playoff. That'll be cool. This is crazy. And I'm down to 5 minutes again.
Yeah, but somehow I feel like her decision to just retreat and see what happens has been justified.
Hmm.
Because
Right.
Alexandra is she went in the wrong direction with her king, and I don't know. It should still be super easy after b5, but it gives the opponent a little bit of hope also, right? Which can be cruel, but it can also make them try and find their last bit of energy.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't see Alex
Still
ever
not
playing
too
anything
late to
else.
return, though. The king can still go back and make its way up.
True. But that would be very counterintuitive, no?
Well, why did she not move then? Because she's thinking?
Maybe she realizes, maybe b5 is not a good idea after all.
Yeah, and then she could return. No shame in that.
Maybe she doesn't want to admit that she maybe made a mistake. Slight mistake.
In the meantime, what's happening in the top game? Are we gonna have a draw there now?
Seems like
Wait.
it.
Is Dina not winning a pawn right now? The rook
Let's
has to
see.
move, and the rook needs to keep the pawn on the right side protected. But if the rook moves along the fifth rank, then Dina can grab the pawn on b4.
Right.
And
Is
if
there
the pawn tries
b3?
to distract, oh, actually, I thought this rook h8. I thought that was
Winning the pawn, but there's
winning the
h3.
pawn, but there's
Right.
h3, and the pawn is protected. Oh, although here I have bishop f1. It is winning a pawn.
Rook a5?
In my defense, it is winning a pawn. It's just that black is regaining the pawn. Actually, no. Well, what am I on about?
I guess you just can't really make progress because
Sure, but I'm up a pawn. So
Yeah.
like
that's a fact, yes. You'll keep your pawn.
that seems a very reasonable way of trying to win a chess game.
Absolutely.
How are they doing on time?
Jennifer down to 10 minutes, but Dina on 27 minutes, so Dina doing well on the clock. She's been playing really quickly ever since move 40.
I think Jen could be in trouble here.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, it's difficult to find the right move here because, as you said, those pawns are basically loose, really easy to attack, especially that pawn on h5. So, how do you hold on to them, or how do you lose them in such a way that you have counterplay? That's the challenge for Jennifer.
Apparently, rook f5 is better than rook d5. I have no idea why. Rook f5 is also a lot less intuitive because then you're blocking your bishop's ability to defend on h5. And if you just move the rook back, then bam, and GG's.
Right.
Okay, maybe not GG, but it looks problematic at the very least.
Yeah. With the bishops on the board, it makes it more difficult to defend, I guess.
I don't know. I think Dina might she might do something here. Our fourth game of the round has just started. The classic 3 p.m. start for the late game. We will not be following that game on this channel. We're going to watch the conclusion of our current two games. And then we're going to raid Nemo for coverage of the final one, which is Nemo with the black pieces against Jules.
Yeah, that's also going to be exciting. I'm curious to see if Jules can survive Nemo, who has been playing pretty well this tournament. I mean, she has put up great fights against her opponents, very long games. So let's see how Jules will do there. But in the meantime, Alexandra has played b5, so she did the thing.
Yeah. It should be fine. It should be fine. It's she has two more pawns. She can afford some inaccuracies. And she'll still win the game. It's just, for me, it's the basic principle of just when you're defending, try and trade pawns. And then you revert that sentiment and you understand when you're winning, maybe try not to trade pawns. But it's going to be fine. She's going to win this.
Well, let's see it. But for now, her chances are looking very good. And
But yeah, Anna only has 4 minutes. So we're going to get a move.
Right.
Pretty soon.
And she has to take. I would not want to play any other move. I mean, I guess you can start with checks. You can try that.
Well,
but
the thing is, if you start with checks, the king will always be able to attack the knight in return. And so, as Anna would way rather have this position than she would like to have this position, right? The difference is just the placement of the white pawn. But if you allow the trade to happen on the A4 square, suddenly black has two pawns working together and then they have the ability to defend each other as they progress up the board.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't want to allow that to happen, and that's why after b5, to prevent pawn takes pawn, you have to take.
Yeah, it makes so much more sense. And you don't want to follow it up with a4. You want to win this pawn rather than trade it. But I'm a little concerned that Alexander really wants to trade more pawns.
Yeah, me too. So
It's
after
still winning, but
takes,
not easy.
check, king moves back, knight moves. Maybe it's a good thing that any time Alexandra goes king b5, Anna is probably going to give a check, which is great because that prevents Alexandra from going a4 and trading even more pawns. Although, of course, that's winning that too. Like everything is winning.
But the question is how winning, because it can be very difficult to win it.
Actually, a4, like when you have the two pawns that connected can defend each other, actually maybe this pawn trade is fine even. Okay, so we had some moves. The trade happened. After the recapture, Anna gives a check on the king. The king retreats to attack the knight. The knight will move again. Any piece to any square. Well, the knight to any square. Let's say the knight goes back. And now you have to go king d7, right?
Yeah,
you
that
cannot
makes a
go
lot of
here
sense.
because I suppose you can do something weird, like, I don't know.
I don't
You
want to
have
touch the
go.
d pawn just yet.
Yeah. But then if you're going to go after the knight now, you might as well, not have traded those pawns earlier.
Yeah, there was no need for it. But maybe this will make her realize that, okay, I can't really achieve much on the queen side. Let's just move the king around and help the pawn on d5 move forward.
Yeah.
Let's see it. Anna now down to 2 minutes. Oh god, I've never seen such a big time difference ever, I think. Even after move 40 still. Usually people start spending time at least at some point, but Alexander is just playing so quickly. I've never seen such a big time difference ever.
Chat is asking, was it you that was going to chess box Nemo?
Yes, that is correct.
Wait, what?
Wait, you
What
didn't
have I
know
missed?
this? What? How did you miss this? Yeah, it was going to happen.
When? During the Magnus Hikaru match?
Yeah. Yeah, it's supposed to happen at the same time. Yeah.
Wow. And you prepared for it and everything?
No, because it was not clear if it was happening. I was still waiting for any sort of contract and I was in the dark about everything. And the biggest confirmation I got was when it was canceled and they announced that I was actually going to be playing. So in hindsight, I was a bit happy because I was doing stuff to, get better, improve my stamina and stuff, but I didn't really have anything going on yet.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to be hit repeatedly in your head, I would really want some time to prepare for that. Yes.
Yes, yeah. So in hindsight, I was glad it didn't happen, so I didn't need to go home with some broken bones. I don't know, something. But no, I was really excited for it.
People have been asking me if I would ever chess box, and I'm like, I would fight Andrea.
Really?
Yeah, but that's
Only
kind of
Andrea.
that's my limit. Like if I'm gonna fight someone my own size, I'm gonna be a, just like I will be scarred for life. Probably literally. Like boxing versus a 100-kilo man, like that's terrifying.
I think Andrea would be down. She has been challenging Levy every single time.
Andrea would crush you. I genuinely think I could take Andrea. Like she will her technique I'm sure is way better than mine. And like she knows how to get like her body weight behind her punch and whatnot. But she is tiny, tiny. And I have a lot of aggression from every single time she has gone, oh, no, actually, I think you're wrong about this because my prep said something different. No, actually, no, you're wrong. No. The amount of times she's gone like, no, you don't know what I'm talking about. And I'm like trying to hint. I've done this sometime. Like maybe this is not the prep you remember, but it might still be a good move.
This is why you want to
No, I'm
chess
just saying
boxing?
I have the motivation necessary, even
Right.
if I'm lacking the physical preparedness. I have the motivation and I have the height and I have the kilos working in my
This is
favor.
quite personal. A lot of people in chat are saying if Anna flagged. She did not flag, but I think the board broke somehow because there is a move on the board, but I think DGT broke. So we are on our own now. I'm trying
Anna
to follow the moves on the
flagged.
camera.
Oh no, you're just look at the video. The video is more accurate than the relay. Chat, come on.
Oh, we're getting the moves in now.
She's moving the king towards the king side. Let's go.
There you
But
go.
actually, now after knight a4, she's gonna have to move over here. I guess she can go knight a6. It's not optimal. It was better when there was absolutely no chance White's knight could attack any of the black pawns. When we had the pawn on b6, like there was no chance whatsoever this knight would ever manage to get in behind to take that pawn. Or, I mean, maybe it could technically manage, but like not before. Okay.
I guess just d4 and push
Yeah,
with.
just d4.
Oh, knight d5, right. She did play king d6.
Yeah, my bad. I went out of the game. I regret going out of the game. Here we go. What were the moves?
Knight c8.
Knight c8? Really?
Yes. King d7, knight b6,
Why not
king
king
e6.
c7?
Because she's heading to. Well, she was heading to e3, I guess, but
Yeah.
that
So
plan has been
now
temporarily paused.
every time Alexandra tries to get her king up, this knight is going to be super annoying. And she's going to
Yeah.
have to go back.
I guess it wouldn't be a bad idea to maneuver this knight, let's say, to e5. Just to get d4 in, and this king has to go back.
You make a good point. Let's do that. Okay, so knight c6. This one's defended. This one's defended. This one's defended. All's good. If knight gives a check, bam, knight is trapped. Can't get out.
Mm.
So knight returns, we move up. Knight returns, we move over. We give a check, force the king back. Suddenly, bam, bam, bam. And knight c6 is on the board. Let's go. Good call.
And for those that are saying that Anna should resign here, this is not a position you resign. This is a endgame that you want to play until the very end, because I have seen games where if we remove these two pawns, let's say, pawn on a5 and b3, I have seen people draw this. And yes, that it happens with the help of black making mistakes with the two pawns, somehow losing the thread and stuff like that, but it happens. It happens at this level, at higher level. So this is not an endgame that you resign. Your opponent has to prove that this is actually completely winning. And it's really easy to all of a sudden lose two pawns for the knight, and then one pawn gets somehow captured, and that's it. So this is definitely not the one you resign. You want to keep going and challenge your opponent to beat you.
I like knight c6. I feel like we're on the right track again. And Anna is down to 30 seconds, so she's gonna need to make a move. She goes back, now knight e5. Knight e5 played. We have a path for the king towards the b4 square. The knight now is helping out some important squares here, enabling the pawn to advance. The pawn previously controlled the c4 square. The knight has taken over that responsibility. And as a result, we can advance.
Yes. And slowly but surely the pawn will move forward.
Someone in chat says, Hammer disagrees. I definitely don't disagree at all. It would be very silly to resign this for Anna. I just didn't have anything to add. Normally, when I disagree, I say something.
Oh yeah, yeah. I hear it instantly.
If I'm not saying anything, I probably agree with everything Anna Maya said. Maybe it was a new viewer.
I know we haven't been commentating a lot, but I can sense when you agree and disagree.
The knight returns, and Alexandra is pushing forward. She's playing a lot more quickly and confidently now also.
This feels much more natural. The pawn has moved forwards. The king of white is back to c2. So it feels much more natural, although I'm not sure where this king is heading to.
Yeah. No, but king b4 is good, no?
Yes, I don't know. It doesn't feel safe there.
Well, I think here Anna needs to go knight f6.
Oh, wow.
To be able to kick the king out, maybe. No, but even then the king is just moving up here. Like king over, king up, trying to give a check. I think just c4 here. Like we're approaching the moment where it's uncomfortable allowing our pawns to be kind of split up and not working together. But at the same time, in these kind of scenarios, like this one is so close to becoming a new queen, and this one is a good backup solution. Yeah, I'm thinking something like this.
Hmm.
Anna did go knight f6. That's the best move under the circumstances, I think.
That's good. She's still trying, but yeah, there's only so much you can try here.
Maybe king up, king over to protect this square, and then check, forcing the king back, and then knight f4. Because now I'm defending against this check, and I still have the idea of going king a3. And so if the king returns, now I just push.
Hmm.
If the knight retreats, then I don't know. Maybe here.
Maybe just get the knight on d4 and try to waste the move.
Yeah, but
Right.
it is starting to get into those uncomfortable situations where it's like, can white sacrifice something and then
Hmm.
go after the last pawn? So you have to be a bit careful of that. But it seems like it seems possible to avoid getting the. You don't need to necessarily have the two pawns next to each other. You can, although it would be better probably to just go a4 here. Now that I think about
She
it.
played c4 actually.
It's a bit early, but I think it's fine.
It makes sense in a way because I feel like it's easier to push the d pawn here.
I don't like her instinct to go for the
Trades.
pawn trades multiple times.
It is really on the edge here, but it seems fine. Still.
It should be good. Now pawn forward, and if king goes to the side, then the thing now, it's very important now to be aware of the best king placement in relation to the knight. So the best way to have your king is 3 squares away from the knight. And the reason for that is that when you're 3 squares away, not only are you not going, like, there's no fork the knight can accomplish, it also means that there's no check the knight can make on your king. So I think the general principle of 3 squares away, I think, is useful here. Also, after d3, like if the king goes to the left, you follow with the king to the left, and then you bring your knight in for the check. So basically, here Alexandra is just gonna follow the king. Actually, now that I think about it, maybe she's just attacking the knight.
Yeah, that should work too.
Yeah, that's very effective. Forget everything I said. The best square to have the king is right next to the knight. You cannot be forked. You're attacking the knight. And the knight has to move twice to even be able to give a check. 2 squares diagonally. Yeah, that's the one maybe. So 2 squares diagonally, 1 square to the side, or 3 squares to the side. All of these squares are pretty good for a king in relation to the knight, just to avoid forks and whatnot.
Or I guess just focus on trying to support the pawn and work together with the knight to make everything simple.
Alexandra didn't go king d4. How is she not going king d4? She played a4 instead. This is fine. The pawn is just promoting.
Yeah.
Check, and king moves up, supports the promotion.
That pawn is unstoppable.
Yeah, and the other pawn is defended.
Now this is resignable.
Now, yes, let's go. How does Alexandra have so much time? She played very quickly this game. I don't think that's an understatement.
Yeah, this is so impressive. I mean, just from start to finish, she basically played a flawless game. So many moves. This is really high level chess, and she just makes it look so easy.
Anna is letting her time run down, tries to get her king back into the corner to help defend against the pawn on the A file. But the problem is once you move over to try and stop this guy, then there's another one popping up in the middle, and you can't whack both those moles at the same time.
Yeah, this is winning in so many different ways. She plays move a3, knight e4 was played.
Now
Just a2.
a2. Knight check, king a3. Very useful that our knight is controlling the c4 square. So there's no way for the white knight to give a check that way. And Alexandra is ending the game on more time than when the game started. For a little moment there in the end game, it looked like it wasn't 100% sure she would have more time. But the last couple of quick moves has made it an absolute certainty. And more time than when the game started. That is rough on Anna.
Yeah, it almost feels like bullying a kid. It's really detrimental to be on the other end of this, to be down to 1 minute twice, because first before the time control, the 14th move, and then after the 14th move once again. Oh gosh. And now she's taking her time too.
I don't know what she's thinking about.
She wants to finish in style, I guess.
But isn't getting a new queen stylish?
Maybe she's scared to lose it.
Is Dina's game a draw? Dina's game is still very interesting. And both players are pretty low on time. Dina has to be careful that this pawn on the side of the board doesn't just rush forward. Maybe we'll catch just the end of this game after talking to Alexandra.
Yeah, she played a2. Now this is over.
The knight comes back, check on the king. And now the king just needs to make sure that it's controlling the b2 square. It's really important to prevent the white king from getting to the b2 square. But king a3, that's going to do it.
Yep. Simple chess. But towards the end, these simple moves, they have so much more value, so you take extra time. Whereas if you had 5 seconds, you would play king a3 instantly. Or she plays king c3, that's also possible.
It's fine. It's fine. It's just that now knight check. The knight manages to force the king away from the b2 square, but it's fine because even if the king comes here, you take the knight, so it's fine.
Yep, it's on the board.
That is what happened. The knight came in with a check. King moves over, attacking the knight, threatening to get a new queen, and Anna is gonna resign the game. GG's. Well done, Alexandra. A dominating win with a fantastic prep. And I know what my first question is going to be.
Oh, no. Oh, no. I am so excited to hear from Alexandra herself how she feels about the game, how good it must have felt to have so much time on the clock. And Anna officially resigned. They're signing the score sheets. What a game by Alexandra.
What a delay on video. That was not a video delay. That is just your commentator being an absolute psychic.
pre-moving the resignation.
Removing the resignation.
Yeah, she played so well, and the preparation really worked out, which is just crazy. How many times does preparation work out so perfectly? That's not something that happens too often. So,
And also in such like a positional idea also.
mm,
But I'm curious if someone else helped her out. Does she have a secret coach? Because if she found this idea herself, like that is absolutely brilliant. I don't even know why I'm helping her. Because then she
slowly
can
getting
just do.
replaced.
Well, I mean, she can just do her own prep. If she came up with this very clever positional idea on her own, like why would she need any help? Just do it yourself.
I guess sometimes it helps to do your own prep, but sometimes you just need help of coach. It really depends. I don't think being on your own all the time is the way to go. But sometimes it can help to come up with your own ideas.
Let's see if we're gonna get Alexandra for a little post game celebration. I guess really is what we're talking about. There's still one final game going on, and it's one more game that we have on video going on. And there's also the game between Nemo and Jules, and we're gonna be rating Nemo's channel after we're done with Alexandra and the U Belenkaya game to watch that unfold. But for now, Alexandra has taken a huge leap towards securing herself a top 3 placement.
Yeah, so with this win, she is joining the 2 leaders with 3.5 points. But those 2 leaders are still playing each other, and there's a big chance that these 2 will make a draw. Now, it will depend on others what will happen with the top 3, but I finished second here. But she would need to take down Dina, who she has not faced yet. And yeah, we'll have to see how Jennifer will do, who still has to face Jules and Andrea.
Yeah, I mean, Alexandra should have good chances against Jules. She's beaten her in the past. And then Dina, like Dina is a proper player, but Alexandra's beaten even better ones in the past. And the way she's playing right now, putting that enormous pressure on Nemo, managing to beat now Anna Kamling. And also, Alexandra had a really good opening against Jennifer. She just made one bad move, which ruined her game. But she's been playing well so far, and I wouldn't. I would say she has a fighting chance against Dina, no doubt.
Absolutely. Opening prep in this tournament has been so important. You can really sense who is well prepared and who is caught by surprise, who is unable to adjust properly to surprises. And yeah, it just goes to show preparation is so important, and it can get really difficult if you don't know how to handle a surprise, which is what we have seen in the game between Anna and Alexandra.
Nick says Alexandra has white against Dina, though. Maybe that's a problem. But
What
the
do you
thing
mean
is,
that's a problem?
Oh no!
no, I'm just saying chat is making fun
Of
that,
me?
you know, you've done so well with the black pieces, and we're like saying you might even win the tournament. But unfortunately, you have white in the final 2 rounds, and you're so good with the black pieces against Nemo in this game and also against Jennifer. But
Are you
that being said,
not
you
with the
won
white
both of
pieces?
your white games, no?
I mean, the game I lost was with black when I blundered against Jen.
Yeah, you beat Linda and you beat Andrea. So you're 2 out of 2 with white. Chat doesn't know what they're talking about.
Hammer, we need to start prepping for Dina. I'm concerned.
Concerned? What are you talking about? If Dina wins this game, you could play for first place.
Is Dina winning?
No, but if she
It's
won,
Josh.
that would be good for you.
No, but yeah, no. I mean, I think Anna just blundered a pawn, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but like you had such a good opening. I wanted to ask about that because I've been telling Chad that you told me that you figured out a different plan, and I genuinely think the plan you came up with was so good that I'm wondering, did you have help or was that actually all your own work?
This was absolutely an Alex Banzea suggestion. He was
Oh.
like, "You should try this move order," and I was like, "Okay." I wish I could take credit, but I have to shout out Alex's idea.
Okay. Well, to be fair,
But
it
it was
was
good,
Alex's
you
prep
know?
well, it was his prep that was so bad that it needed to be corrected.
Wow, hammered. Damn. Let the man have his moment where he deserves it.
I think some coach jealousy can be healthy, right?
No, it is. And honestly, the only preparation I did for this tournament, busy, and I understand that, but I was starting to panic a little bit. But Alex helped me, and we basically just went over the King's Indian an hour and a half every day for like 4 or 5 days, and that helped a lot. It was just general,
Wow.
since I thought that was my biggest weakness. So that was actually really helpful.
It's worked out really well so far because you had that good game against Jennifer. Well, good opening at least against Jennifer as well.
Yeah, that was all also Alex Benzea's cooking. The Romanians were cooking together.
Wow.
Um,
That's amazing.
And I love your chair. I feel like your room set up so nice.
Oh, really? Thanks.
Yeah.
It's
so,
at least comfy.
yeah, no, it's nice. It's nice. Well, I feel bad for Andrea. Did you talk to her at all, Hammer?
No, I mean I didn't want to push her.
Yeah.
I assume she'll come talk to us if she wants to.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, I guess I just need to try and play a good game against Dina tomorrow. But I mean, Anna's a very tough opponent. I think she probably played below her level this game because of the blunder. So I will take it. This is a big result.
No, but like after the blunder, the game is over, right? It's completely winning for you. So
Yeah.
she was also kind of knocked out of her comfort zone by the fact that you got such a good position early on with that dark square control.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think it's a very unique line, and I think if you haven't played against it, it's very hard. So I'm glad it worked out. I'm glad this is what she went into.
Vila says you're playing Jules tomorrow.
Oh, I'm playing Jules tomorrow? Okay, well, we need to prep for Jules as well then. Hammer, we need to prep for Jules and Dina.
Oh, you want my advice?
Yes.
Okay.
You haven't been replaced yet.
Not yet.
Yet, she says. It
I don't know.
kind of
Alex
sounded like it.
suggesting lines like these, I don't know what to say.
You've never given me 1.5 hour availability for 4 days straight.
I checked when you'd be available with the commentary, but I think the times you were available were the opposite when I was, so that's why. But I think it's much easier to prepare for chess when you're doing a little bit each day. It feels less overwhelming.
No, it's great. I think you're playing good also. So it's like I wouldn't be talking about the potential for winning the tournament if I wasn't a bit optimistic. Dina made a terrible move now. I don't really understand what she was thinking. But Dina's going to be in trouble now.
I'll just fight for second place.
Yeah. And I think that number one, I think at this point you kind of deserve second. And number one, yeah, Jen kind of deserves first because frankly, she's been an absolute beast.
That's fair.
But do you remember what I told you when you said Jen was playing?
What did you say?
I swear I can look it up on Discord, but I'm pretty sure I said, "Oh my gosh, she's gonna crush everyone."
Yeah, Hammer.
I'm pretty sure
No.
that was my reaction.
Yeah, look, you're not wrong. I mean, Jen is sort of crushing everyone. But what's happening in the Jen and Dina game now? That Dina made a bad mistake?
Yeah, she allowed Jen to activate her king. Maybe if Vila can switch from the Botez game analysis to the live game, then we can have it all up at the same time.
Hello, chat. Good to see you guys. Okay. Well, I think I'll just check in on the commentary then. It's 4 p.m. I actually have time to go on a hike. I've been wanting to go on a hike the entire time we've been here. So I'm gonna see if I can convince anyone. I think the worst thing about this tournament is even when you beat people, you feel kind of bad because you're just beating your friends.
Yeah.
Why are you smiling?
No, I think your priorities are very sweet.
No, I mean I still want to beat everyone, but I just don't feel as good about it as I would in a normal tournament.
And this is a different tournament. You guys are all friends. We're all friends, so it's kind of hard to beat your friends. And then the next day you're playing another friend.
Yeah, exactly. Like Linda beat Andrea, and like Linda didn't even look happy about it.
Well, I think it probably helps that you like your friends.
Yeah, no,
maybe
that
boys
helps.
in general is a bit more. I'm gonna take down that idiot.
Is that how you feel when you play your friends, Hammer?
I don't know. I actually prefer playing friends to playing people I dislike. Because if I play people I dislike, and you know, there's many of those.
I know you have a long list of those.
and,
No comment.
And then I kind of get a bit, you know, distracted about, you know, my thoughts about, oh, I want to take this guy down so much. And it's like there's a border between being motivated and it kind of distracting your thoughts.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Okay, well, Anna, Hammer, thank you guys as always. I am gonna head out, try to get a hike in. And then Jules is really scary with her prep. I think Jules is really underrated. Hammer, do you know Jules has been studying 6 hours of chess a day for fun?
Yeah, no,
Wow.
I heard she said that yesterday, but did she mean that she attended like a chess camp for a week, which had 6 hours a day?
No, I think she's literally looking at chess, and maybe I think she actually did do a camp with Dina, so it could have been both, but Jules has been doing a lot of chess.
Her openings are really solid, but she does have some weaknesses like after the opening.
Okay, well, maybe you can help me find some of those weaknesses to prepare for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll do that.
And of course, if you're too busy, I can always ask Alex.
Yeah, lucky you. I think I'll find the time.
Okay.
Now that I realize how fierce the competition is.
Okay, sounds good, Hammer. Thank you. All right, I'll let you both go. Bye, Anna. Bye, Hammer.
Have fun. Good luck.
Thanks.
Bye. Okay, so the mistake I was referring to in Dina's game was that she gave this check against the king in this position, which I thought was very, very strange. Because after the check, you allow the king to come forward in a better position. And frankly, the thing you would like to have here is move the rook here and give another check, right? So if the king was here and you could give a check with your rook, it would be fine. You could just follow the king. But because she gave the check in from the side, she no longer has the ability to chase the king away, which in turn is allowing the rook to make some threats in towards the king and bishop. Dina ended up retreating her bishop to c2. And look at the eval bar.
Wow.
King takes pawn in the center. Jen just won a pawn right now. And she has a very, very sneaky pawn on the side of the board that could potentially become a queen.
Maybe, is there a chance that taking the pawn on f5 was better?
On f5, I was thinking maybe rook c1. I saw that the computer didn't think taking was the best. but they're both quite low on time. So at this stage in the game, you just if you can take a free pawn, you take it because that was
Right.
kind of the dangerous pawn as well, right? That was the
Yeah.
pawn that could become a new queen.
Mm-hmm. And f5 is still weak, so it makes sense to just take the pawn on d5 and proceed from there.
It's kind of discouraging for Dina also, who's like, I moved my bishop back. I just lost one of my most important assets.
Mm.
What am I doing? That kind of thing. Dina at
Yeah,
2 minutes now. Jennifer is also at 2 minutes.
yeah, this is crazy. But what do you even try here with white now? You really have to go defensive mode and hope for the best.
Uh, for some reason, the eval bar thinks that it's about equal still. I really don't understand that. So like this pawn is moving forward. Maybe rook b6 trying to attack this one.
And distract the king maybe with king c5.
Yeah, and then you can go after this one, but still,
Right.
like, you're kind of ignoring the pawn that we assume is the main danger.
White always has bishop e4, and then you can give checks on the 7th rank, right? Not here, but in the line you were showing.
Yeah, but Dina returns with the bishop.
Ah, she played it. Oh, I don't like that.
Now the bishop is vulnerable to checks again.
It's the same position, but then without the pawn on d5.
Yeah.
And now she has the
and
check on c5.
Since there's no pawn, she has the option of giving a check. But now the king can move over to the king side and try and help this pawn. And anytime Dina follows with her king to try and prevent the black king from finding its way out on the opposite side, then the rook can just kick the king back again. So this is what happened. Rook check, king back. Okay, rook now going after the b4 pawn.
Now you can...
At some point, Jen should just run.
Yeah, I guess... Maybe you want to cut off the king already with rook f1. And also
Rook
threaten to take
f1.
the pawn on f5. Don't like it?
No, it's very good. I like it a lot. Because I was thinking king g5. I was thinking king g5 to prevent king f4. But rook f1 kind of does the same thing.
Okay.
And then even if Dina gets this pawn, we're like, oh no, we cannot rush the pawn because then there's a double attack.
Right.
So I think maybe we need the king to support anyway.
It gives a check first on e1.
Dina moves up, but now we get your situation just with an extra tempo. Huh, that's clever.
Right. Do you want to take the pawn on f5 right away?
No. It's just a draw.
Right.
You trade the bishop, it's just a draw.
Yeah.
Dina should probably move her king back on the right side. Because she wants to stay close to this pawn. If she moves back here, I feel like this guy's just running in. So I think Dina needs to go here, stop the pawn. But then it feels like it still should be a draw.
It's not easy to make progress. King g3 on the board.
Yeah, no, this feels like a draw. It's close, but like I don't even understand what the computer's suggesting. King g5, f6, king back, take. Ah, and then you return. Yeah, this is the key.
Right.
You got to make sure that you don't trade the bishops. So you need to make sure that. Yeah, that's very good. She's about to play king g5. So king g5 threatening h4. You want to go f6. You want to give this check so that you push the king back. Dina takes on b4 instead. If at any point Jennifer decides to capture on f5, this is a super easy draw. Or it's not a super easy draw, but even without the black pawn on b2, this is technically a draw, a very difficult one. But I'm guessing that with the extra pawn compared to the normal situation, it's going to be an easy draw. Like the
Right.
pawn makes the difference between a super difficult draw and an easy draw. So Jennifer needs to make sure to keep the bishops on the board. And she's doing that now. She pushes the pawn, kicks the king back, and now rook f4. That's game over. She's threatening
Wow.
bishop f3. It's a pin. There's a pin on the bishop and the rook. And the threat of bishop f3 is unstoppable. Well, bishop takes f5 also. And Jennifer wins the game. And she knows it. Look at her. She went from super focus mode to just relaxed mode. Just
Yep.
like that.
That's when you know that she knows it's winning. It's over.
She's been so impressive. And
She
she's
played
got
this endgame so easily. She made it look so easy.
no, but I mean it never was. And computer even like Dina's position at some points.
Yeah.
But it's like when both players are low on time. Jen won they played a blitz tournament yesterday, and Jen won all her games. And it's like blitz is not necessarily, complete chess skill, but it tells you a lot about a person's capabilities. And the fact that she wins the blitz tournament with 7 out of 7 and then takes down Dina here in a time scramble, when the going gets tough, she's got the right moves.
She's a very strong blitz player. When she won the US Women's Chess Championship as well, she was in this tiebreaker, I believe, against Irina Krush. And I don't remember if it was Armageddon. Maybe not, but I believe she blundered the bishop very early on. Like she was down a piece for the whole game, and she still managed to win that game, which was insane. She's not supposed to win that ever, but she did.
I've seen the interview she did after that match.
Right, yeah.
Because it's been on the starting soon. And
Oh,
and
yeah.
she goes to Yasser and she's like, I'm embarrassed I won that. Like I had no business winning down a bishop for nothing. But
Yeah, it's
whatever
crazy.
works.
Yeah, and that's why she kept playing. She could have accepted a draw earlier, but even though she was in a worse position a couple of times, she keeps fighting until the very end. And that's just amazing to see. That's just class.
And like she always knew I don't think she even considered trading the bishops. She always had that under control. And it's really amazing here to win with just 2 pawns remaining. Very often with 2 pawns remaining, it's always going to be fine. And here, Dina moves the rook back, bishop in check against the king, threat against the bishop. If the bishop is captured, that opens up the 4th rank for the black rook to capture white. And that is GG's. Dina goes down. Great finish from Jennifer.
Yeah, so impressive. Dina still plays on. She's not resigning just yet, but she should be resigning very soon. This is over.
Bishop up attacks the pawn. If not for this pawn, it could be kind of difficult. But with this pawn, it's super easy.
Mm-hmm.
So there are some situations where if the bishop had been on a dark square and there was only this pawn, this rook, and the king against the dark squared bishop, I think that's a draw. So there are some weird situations. There's an endgame we studied a lot in high school where you're supposed to keep the pawn on the 4th rank from your point of view, and then if you push it, then it becomes a draw. So a lot of interesting endgames in general.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love intricacies. You need to know.
Jennifer allows Dina to put up a situation where Dina can protect both her pawns, but she doesn't really care because she's not after the pawns anymore right now. Jen is just promoting her own. King moves over, and now rook d4. It's just gonna bring the rook in to trap the king.
She played it.
Dina manages to keep both of her pawns protected, but her bishop is completely out of play, and now she's getting checkmated. King has to step back, and then king g3. Just very, very easily guiding the pawn home. And Dina's going to resign now.
Yeah, what a game. So convincing. Such a convincing finish. I mean, as soon as Jennifer got the opportunity to activate her king, it was over.
Alexandra's in chat saying Jen is considering going to doing chess after college for at least a year. Wow, that is definitely has something to do with the price, or the bounty, I should say, that was published. Was it like the next female American grandmaster is going to get some big bounty prize?
I think the next 5 even.
5. Wow. Dina resigns, and Jennifer eyeing that potential bounty maybe in the future, but for now she's eyeing first place in this tournament. I think genuinely I think she I don't know what I'm saying. You take over.
It's okay. She is facing I believe she's still playing Jules and Andrea in the final 2 rounds, so she does not have the toughest opponents in the last 2 rounds. She has faced basically all of her competitors that were close to her rating, or where she had some tough challenges, but she made it through, and she's on 4.5 out of 5. So it's looking good for her to win the tournament. But she still needs to play 2 more games, and anything can still happen. You cannot just sit down and relax and expect to win. This field, these players are hungry for a win every single round.
There's still one more game ongoing in this round, and that is Nemo versus Jules. At the start of the round, it was number 5 versus number 6 in the standings, but Linda beating Andrea has taken Linda onto the same amount of points as Jules. So she's going to have to, Jules is going to need some points to overtake Linda, or Nemo can get the win to overtake Anna Kamling. Also very interesting on the standings, number 2 right now on the same amount of points as Dina Belenkaya. It's our very own Alexandra Botez, and she is facing Dina in the final round. What a perfect setup for the end of this tournament.
Oh, absolutely. I am so looking forward to that matchup. And we may not have a tiebreak situation for first place, but that match is going to be something. So first, Alexander will be facing Jules, but the last round is going to be something.
Jennifer, in the final 2 rounds, actually has the currently 7th and 8th placed player. So she, with the 1 point lead going into the final 2 rounds, is a massive favorite to take it down. She's been crushing the Belenkayas, the Nemos, and, well, to be fair, Nemo managed to survive to make a draw. But Jen has been crushing it against the very best. And when there's one player in super good form playing against players who maybe is a bit disappointed about their result, Yeah, let's just say I think she's gonna win the tournament.
Yeah, her chances. She was already the favorite before the tournament even started. Now that she's 1 point ahead and she's facing the two, basically the two weakest of the field, she has her chances are it's almost impossible to lose this opportunity to win the tournament. But still, 2 rounds to go. Anything can happen, but it's safe to assume she's going to win the tournament at this point.
One game still going on in the round. That is Jules on the left versus Nemo. That game just started an hour ago or something. So that's going to take some time. We are going to be rating Nemo's channel if you want to catch all the action from that game. But before we do that, we are going to get an interview with the woman of the day, Miss Jen Yu. She is, after that big win against Dina, she is the presumptive favorite to win the tournament.
Ooh, it would be so exciting to have a chat with her. Let's hear it from her, how she felt about the game and how she's feeling about this tournament overall.
Are we allowed to like congratulate her on the like? We can't say that, can we? Well,
Yeah,
we can
not
say that,
really.
and then she can say like, "Oh no, I'm not taking anything for granted." The classic, the classic sport interview, right? Journalist
Yeah.
asking question they know they're not going to get the answer to, but at the same time, it needs to be asked because everyone really knows that this pretty much may have sealed it.
Yeah, it's crazy that she has basically had the toughest competition already behind her. And yeah, only 2 rounds to go, already 1 point ahead of the rest. And yeah, not the toughest opponents in the last 2 rounds. So the chances are looking great. But yeah, let's hear it from her to see what she has to say. I'm really curious to hear about her thoughts.
Vila said 2 minutes ago she's joining in a sec, so I really thought that we were going to be able to keep the flow going into the introduction, but I guess that didn't happen, and now we're going to sit in awkward silence until Jennifer makes it to the interview zone, or Vila's laptop or whatever it is we're using.
Yeah, it's fine. We're used to things. I think she has joined us.
Oh,
Hey,
hello.
congratulations on the win.
Congrats.
Thank you.
At what point did you feel like I'm gonna have chances to win this? Were you playing for the win the whole time?
No, I like played this game so badly in the beginning. I think like my opening was not the best, and also I spent like 30 minutes on the move that I have no idea why I spent 30 minutes and picked that move. I just needed to move something because when after she played H4, I had a feeling like I was fine, but I wasn't sure exactly what to do. And I think she got a really great position. And so I was just trying to hold and keep chances alive at that point. And then when we got to the end game, I also played that so badly. And then I thought I was just gonna play for a draw. But then when I got my rook to like the A file towards the end, I was like, okay, maybe like I have some chances here now.
Yeah, and chances you had, you seem to execute the end game really, really well there at the end, making sure to keep the bishops on the board and progress your pawn. Is end games the best part of your game?
I don't really know. I feel like I like sometimes playing these kind of end games because I can just like push for a long time and it's kind of fun. But I don't know, like I think I do fairly well in them, but I'm not sure. Like I don't really know. I just play what I think makes sense. I'm not like an endgame master. I'm pretty sure.
Were you
Uh,
ever concerned in time trouble that, things may happen, or were you overall confident playing in time trouble against Dina?
Well, I was a little bit nervous in the beginning when they looked like there was gonna be attack because I thought I wasted so much time on my moves. Like I just sat there for 30 minutes and I was like, what am I doing? Like I just didn't move like that. I was like, this is like the worst move possible in the position because I just sat there for 30 minutes. Like there's no reason to do that. And then so after that, I was like, I can't like I have to make sure that like I don't run out of time or flag this game. But I think when she traded into the end game, I was like, now it's fine because it was looking scary for a little bit. But then like I think she like kind of had an edge somewhere and then she traded it off. So then I was like, okay, that's fine. But I was just like 30 minutes is crazy.
No, it makes sense. It was not an easy decision to make because I'm guessing you spent this much time on deciding, do I take the bishop or not, right?
Yeah, I don't know but I have taken the bishop. I was just thinking take takes knight g4 and I'm not so clear what that is because you can take bishop takes g5 and then castle queenside and I was like, okay, there's probably like a bishop h7, king f8, bishop f5 and then like I was like trying to figure out rook takes c or wait, no, sorry, this is not right. But I was basically trying to figure out if I should take on either of the rook or bishop or if I could hold it all. And I just thought that she had too many ideas that she could do at that point. It was easier for her to play, but also at the same time, I didn't really find like a forced win for her. So maybe I should have just gone for it since I spent so long on it, but I wasn't sure. I just thought there was a lot of compensation anyways.
Alexandra came into chat just a couple of minutes ago, and she said you're considering doing chess after college. Are you inspired by the reward, the bounty that was announced for the next U.S. Women's Grandmasters?
Yeah, no, well, I mean, I would have wanted to anyways if there wasn't one, but that is like pretty nice. That definitely is a pretty nice like reward. But right now for me, I just realized because I've been in college for like the last 3 years, so I have one more year left. And I've really not like played too much in the last few years, and I really want to, hit some goals. So like for example, like I've talked about this a couple of times, but I got my last IM norm like in 2018. So I will not live happy if I don't become IM. So I want to like kind of go for some of these goals. And I've never played chess professionally. So I may possibly like just give it a shot and try for a year and see how it goes. Because I don't know, I kind of miss competing and it was really fun. And I want to, win some tournaments again. But I don't know, I am pretty washed up right now.
That's not what the current tournament standings are saying.
Yeah. Well, I got really lucky this game. I got really, really lucky. So, this is not definitely well, yeah.
This is not your best. Is that what you were about to say?
Well, I feel like I could do better. Well, I just have really high standards for myself, but I feel like I don't know, there's some parts in this game that were so dangerous. Like at one point I played like a bishop b6 and I think she could have just taken bishop takes b7. Like I have some compensation, but I don't think it's like anything crazy. But I don't know. I think there's definitely some moments in this game that looked really bad for me.
And would you say, based on your experience in this tournament, is it causing you to kind of miss tournament chess even more? Is it really just, is it awakening some kind of inner beast to want to play more?
Yeah, no, I've been having a great time here. Like it's really fun and I'm really grateful that I got the opportunity to come and play. But yeah, no, there is like a lot of parts of competing that I just miss. Like like when you play a good game of chess, you're like it feels good. So things like that. I've had like I played a few tournaments last year and I'm pretty sure I lost rating in every single one. So I'm like trying to kind of come back again, and I hope that this tournament will kind of be like the beginning of like a different trend. But yeah.
How do you
Well,
feel
it's
about this tournament yourself? Because you're playing basically against people you know or friends even. Is this more difficult than playing, let's say, any other tournament?
Well, I think the thing for me is like I've played like in the US Championship so many times growing up, and like basically since I was 13, and like a lot of my close friends were all playing it. Like at one point, I think like more than half of the competitors were like kids my age. So those were like some of my best friends. So we were playing for like national, like constantly every single year competing against like your close friends for national championships. So that's actually one thing that doesn't bother me because I'm like, okay, like, you know, some people are salty after a little bit, but then you get over it just because like, you know, we're
Right.
still friends. So I think this is like, especially for girls, this is so common because you like become friends and then you just like end up playing against each other and you have to learn how to get over it.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
Now with 2 rounds remaining, we've declared you the massive favorite, not just because you have the 1 point lead, but because the 2 games you have remaining are against 2 of the players placed towards the bottom of the table. Are you going to win this tournament now?
Well, I hope so. I sure hope so. But I like don't I take like every game seriously just because, you know, like I don't think you can underestimate anybody here. Like everybody, like, you know, you all I definitely think I have to be careful about against every single person here. So I'll still try to play my best in the next 2 rounds. So I need to watch out. But yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
That sounds like bad news for Andrea, but that is getting ahead of ourselves. Congratulations for today, Jen, and good luck for the final 2.
Good
Okay.
luck.
Thank you.
Okay, that was, I think, all we had for today. This has been a longer stream than what I have the stamina for. But I think we're gonna call it a day, Anamaya.
I think so too, Hammer. It was a great day of chess, a lot of excitement happening today. We went through roller coaster of emotions, but tomorrow we will be back for another round, and things are getting more exciting as we are nearing the end of the tournament.
We're gonna be rating Nemo's channel, and there we're having commentary on the final game of the round. It's Nemo versus Jules, and that game is probably going to last for another 2-3 hours. So if you're in the US, stay tuned, and if you're in Europe, then either stay tuned or do like I'm gonna do, go to bed, but see us back tomorrow at it's going to be 8 p.m. Central European time or 11 a.m. Pacific, if that's how you roll.
Sounds like a plan, Hammer.
Any final words?
Thanks for watching, everyone. Have fun over there at Nemo. Have fun watching the game between Nemo and Jules. And we will see you guys tomorrow. Good night.